Well, good morning everybody, and you are most welcome to join us here at Kibworth Cricket Club for commentary and indeed coverage on the stream of the one-day cup match, Metro Bank one-day cup match I should say, between Leicestershire and Surrey. Richard Ray for BBC Radio Leicester, Dan Whiting for BBC Radio London and all parts in between. And we can bring you the news that as the umpires head out to the middle, Leicestershire won the toss and have chosen to bowl first on a slightly humid and a little bit damp morning here in the East Midlands. We had a little bit of rain about 7 to 8 and a few spots since, but conditions you would think at the moment in favour of bowling. Your thoughts, Dan?
Yeah, good morning, Richard, on what is a very sombre day for all those associated with Surrey County Cricket Club and the game of cricket in general. And we just had a minute's silence for Graham Thorpe, impeccably observed by everybody here at Kibworth. So the Surrey side, I'll go through those first. It's going to be Ryan Patel, Dominic Sibley, Rory Burns, Ben Geddes, Cameron Steele, Josh Blake, Conor McCurr, Nathan Barnwell, Yusuf Majid, James Taylor, and making his debut, I'm pleased to announce, is Ollie Sykes. And I think, going back to your question, Richard, I think it might be quite a difficult morning for batting. A little bit of overheads. It's a murky morning here in this beautiful part of the world, and there's a little bit of mizzle in the air, but I think we should be okay. I think it's not enough to force the players off the pitch.
It is getting warmer, sort of almost by the minute as well, so there should be a little bit of swing for Chris Wright, who's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. We are reliably informed here at Kibworth. Leicestershire played here last season and was successful. They played Essex in the one-day cup, and it was a really good day, and hoping for much the same in terms of the attendance and the number of runs that were scored. A better part of 700 that day. May not be quite that many this time around. You will hear me do updates this morning at the top of the hour for BBC Radio Leicester, but other than that, you have our very much undivided attention. So Wright is going to open the bowling from the pavilion end to Dom Sibley, 28-year-old. Sibley, formerly of England, and well, he'll still have ambitions. You would think, Dan, he won't have given up entirely, will he? I'm sure.
Well, he says he doesn't, but
no ambitions.
Well, he said he doesn't even think about it. That's what his words were. He did a brilliant interview with me down at Canterbury, actually, at the beginning of the season, where he spoke about having batted with the fear of failure for years.
Right then, in from the pavilion end to bowl to Sibley, who's clipping it nicely down to fine leg for 4. Lovely start for Sibley, just drifting on towards his body. Just leant forward and helped it on its way, nice and fine. There is a fine leg. Roman Walker's down there. One of 2 changes for Leicestershire for this game. Roman Walker and Sam Wood, 2 bowlers, have come in because Leicestershire have lost the all-rounder Ben Mike to injury. Mike has a side issue as Wright turns. Runs in, accelerates as he gets to the crease, bowls again to Sibley, who defends the straight ball out into the offside, across into the covers, and there is no run.
Yeah, that first ball is where you don't bowl to Dominic Sibley. You want to keep it away from middle and leg stump, because he'll just work you all day through there. Got a brilliant 149 last week at another outground at Rugby School in the game against Warwickshire in a losing cause.
Right, in bowls outside off stump. Good lift and carry, but allowed to go through by Sibley. Rehearses the leave. Wright himself had to stop bowling 2 days ago against Sussex at Hove. He has a slight ankle issue. Whether that's going to be a problem in this match remains to be seen. But Leicestershire with, as I say, 2 new bowlers in the side, in Sam Wood and Roman Walker, could do with Wright staying fit. He's in and bowls. Sibley gets a ball that rises up on him a touch, but he plays it well. As I say, he's a tall man, the right-hander, blocks it back down the pitch to Wright, who hands it to... There is still a little bit of rain in the air. I can just feel it on my arms at the moment. We're under a marquee here at straightish mid-wicket.
Yeah, I've got the posh seats, Richard. I'm undercover.
undercover.
I'm fully undercover.
Cover.
You're half and half. You're in the cheap seats.
There is still a little bit of, as long as the electronic equipment, we don't mind sacrificing ourselves. In goes right and bowls again. Defending, it's a fuller delivery and a touch squared up perhaps. It might just have sort of started to swing away a fraction, and I think he was looking to turn it on the leg side and went back down the pitch towards right from Sibley.
There's the view. Look at the crowd building. It's a decent crowd here already, isn't it? And, you know, bang on, I'm sure more and more will filter in during the day, but very impressive with the crowd and the setup here.
Right is in to Sibley down the leg side. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. It's avoided by Sibley. We can see the scoreboard, but the scoreboard isn't up. There it goes. It's just updated. 5 without loss. That wide. I wonder whether they put the feed through to us a fraction late, but we shall see. Maybe we're going to do the updates after the news. In goes right and bowls forward. Goes Sibley defending out to point on this occasion, and there is no run, so solid start. Early days, of course. Bit hard to tell if there's too much in the pitch. You went out there and had a good close look, Dan. A little bit of green on it, but...
Yeah, good cross coverage, and I think we're already seeing good carry, aren't we? I mean, Chris Wright isn't sort of in the league of Jeff Thompson, shall we say, you know? And already the keeper's taking it head height, shoulder height, so it's good to see. It's a lovely facility here. Steve Kirby once plied his trade here at Kibworth back in the day, and said it's a lovely club, lovely people here as well.
One of the greatest debuts I ever saw was Kirby for Yorkshire. Astonishing in every possible respect, in the way he bowled, but in his demeanour and his performance as well. Yorkshire crowd had never seen anything like Steve Kirby, and opposing batsman ditto, really.
Yeah. Who's that? Was that against Lancashire with the Mike Atherton quip?
I'm trying to remember who it was against. It was certainly Headingley, but they were much amused, the Headingley crowd, with the antics of Mr. Kirby.
Okay, Ryan Patel is about to face. Just left alone. Just seeing who this is bowling. Holland. Ian Holland. Coming in from the Paul Abbott end, as we've been informed. Around the wicket, and Patel just nudges that one back with a square on the offside. No run.
Back from America, Ian Holland. He's been playing, he's been in America for the, I think they call it Major League
Major
cricket.
League, yeah.
And a lucrative, I believe, but I don't know how much cricket he actually played. Not too much, judging by the scorecards I saw, but he was very welcome back for the Foxes. Batted and bowled very nicely at Hove.
They've signed some big names in that. Ryan Patel facing, left alone. Ball goes through into the gloves of Ben Cox. Yeah, Pat Cummins was out there, wasn't he? So, I mean, that's a pretty decent name, and I think Liam Plunkett has been involved in the sort of the brainchild of it all. So, whether it takes off or not is a moot point, isn't it? Because I think certain parts of America have got a lot of time for it, as Holland just rolls his fingers over that one.
Patel, 5 innings, obviously played all the games for Surrey, 182 runs at 36, so 150. Clearly had a good few starts then, but without quite making a match-changing contribution, arguably.
Yeah, he got a brilliant 100 against Essex in the county championship at the end of June, as he gets onto the front foot there and just defends that back to the bowler. He likes a wander. He's one of those batters who likes to just have a little stroll to the square leg. Not in the, not in the league of Chris Tavares, which was every ball. It was like a sort of a nervous tick, wasn't it? But yeah, fantastic. Here's Holland. Oh, and that's half an appeal, strangled from the slip cordon. And that completes the second over. Maiden there for Holland. Big welcome to all those listening in from South London and Surrey. My name's Dan Whiting, BBC Radio London with Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester, and we're here at Kibworth Cricket Club on a grey and murky morning, but we're hoping that clears up because I don't come here on my holidays for this sort of weather, Richard.
Yeah, it wasn't forecast to continue. It was forecast at sort of showerish at 7, and that's what we got. And then that was supposed to be pretty much it. The sun is supposed to come out around about 1 or 2 o'clock. Right, in again to Dom Sibley. Again onto the body. Sibley tries to turn it to square leg. Thumps into the thigh pad. I suspect umpire indeed signals a leg by as it trickles towards square leg. Tom Scriven runs up from mid-wicket to field, and Sibley takes the extra 6 without loss. Just the one scoring shot of the very first ball of the match so far by Sibley.
Chris Wright, big mates with a man with a Surrey connection, Ricky Clark. I think they were both together at Warwickshire, and I think they won the county championship at Warwickshire.
Twice, yeah. I believe, sort of together.
Yeah.
Although Chris's big mate is Keith Barker. Now at Hampshire, of course. Wright is in and solidly leaning forward. Not a big stride from Patel, but very solid. Nice shape to the shot. Textbook forward defensive.
What I love about this competition, Richard, is it allows players to, make their sort of build an innings properly, doesn't it? As Cameron Steele and Adam Hollyoake, just going through.
Sol Budinger has particularly sort of benefited from that. In goes Wright over the wicket. Patel again defends, this time weight on the back foot. Out to mid-off where Holland is the fielder. He had a sort of frenetic T20, Sol Budinger. Tried to hit every ball for 4 and didn't manage often enough for anybody's liking really, but just tempered that approach slightly in this competition and has benefited immensely as a consequence.
Yeah, I saw Sol in 2022, I think it was, or 23 was it?
Wright is in to Patel, steps back into his crease, leans forward, defends. Wright seems to have found his line and length now. Just, as I say, wasn't able to complete his spell down at Hove against Sussex 48 hours ago. Went off with a slight ankle issue, which, touch wood, he seems to be getting through at the moment.
Yeah, it's 23. What was it, 22? Was he not?
He was. Wright is in and bowls. Patel looks to drive, doesn't really time it. Scriven makes quick ground to his right in the covers to field, falls to his right and makes sure that there are no runs. 6 without loss remains the score. It's a super setup here at Kibworth, where the club moved a few years ago. They sold their old ground and moved just sort of to the outskirts. Kibworth, for those not familiar with the area, as Wright is in and bowls. Patel drives pleasantly, but Holland should get across to his left to stop at mid-off. He does, but he had a lot of ground to make up, so Patel calls correctly for the single, makes his ground, gets off the mark. He is on 1, 7 without loss, the score at the end of 3 overs.
Yeah, I saw him back in August 22 at Notts in a game at Bristol, and he just smashed it from ball 1. It was like he was playing T10, let alone T20, and he just kept carving it over mid-wicket, cow corner, into the car park.
Indeed, and it when it comes off, it's wonderful, but didn't often enough in the T20 for Leicestershire's liking, but now, as I say, with the extra little bit of time at the top of the order in this competition, he's had a wonderful start.
Here's Holland. Going to be bowling to Ryan Patel, who takes a quick single, pushes it out to mid-off, and they scamper through. That was good running there, Sibley alert. And Patel, he's a good runner. Well, both these are good runners. Sibley not so much when he was on about 130 odd at rugby school in the heat last week, but we'll forgive him for that.
I was going to say, it's a good excuse, isn't it?
Yeah. Umpires today, Neil Pratt and Steve O'Shaughnessy, who has a Leicestershire and Surrey connection going on there, which I'll come on to after this ball from Ian Holland. Left alone by Sibley. Sibley's first time he's faced Holland. Steve O'Shaughnessy smashed the might of David Gower and James Whittaker around in a end-of-season declaration bowling game in about 1983, I think it was, and equalled the fastest 100 at the time, which was held by Percy Fender for Surrey, which I think was from about 1920. Just into the pads there, off cutter from Holland, just rolling his fingers over it.
That's what he does really, really well. It's interesting you should say that about Steve O'Shaughnessy and David Gower, because our old friend Graham Thorpe had a big Leicestershire connection in a way, because his very first wicket for Surrey was taken against Leicestershire at Graceray.
Holland left alone, and again Cox takes that at shoulder height.
And I believe it was David Gower, extraordinarily. He was either the first or second, so. But Graham was originally a seamer, wasn't he? And,
yeah.
And a genuine all-rounder when he began.
Didn't take a test wicket. He bowled, I think, 138 balls for England and was wicketless. And that's a big appeal for LBW. Well, Holland's not interested. The slip cordon were. Hanscom and Rahane.
Yeah,
were.
Travaskis at point.
Yeah.
But if point goes up and the bowler doesn't,
you
think, yeah, possibly not. Possibly not.
Yeah. But yeah, Surrey, obviously it's been a dreadful couple of days for everyone to do with the club. Holland in, Sibley leaves that alone. Alex Stewart's here today, big pal of Graham Thorpe, and it's just been dreadful. You know, we were absolutely shocked when the news broke yesterday morning, and a lot of the fans who travelled up here, because Surrey always travel in decent numbers, and the fans who travelled up here today, a lot of them knew him personally, and just a dreadful time, and it's just very sad. And you know, Graham Thorpe as a player, 100 test caps for England. If you did that, you know, during the 90s, you were a decent player. You know, when the selection
panel, high turnover, wasn't there?
Yeah, when the selection panel used to chop and change a lot more than they currently do. And yeah, I mean, he did it in all conditions against all teams, and fine player and a fine chap as well.
Right, over the wicket from the pavilion end to Patel, who strokes rather than drives the ball out into the covers. Scriven, very fine fielder, moves to his left, a young all-rounder. Make the stop, dot ball. It might be difficulty keeping this ball dry to a certain extent. I can't say, in fairness, I can't see any of the Leicestershire players with any sort of towels hanging out of the sort of back of the trousers or anything, so perhaps the outfield is already dry. It's glass flat, it's beautifully smooth. In goes right and bowls. Patel cuts him away beautifully for 4. Really nice shot, just enough width. Not great amount of foot movement, but his weight was on the back foot, almost guided it away through point, in front of point to the boundary. And that's a first boundary for Ryan Patel, takes Surrey into double figures, 12 without loss after 4.2 overs.
Yeah, Patel just going through the line of the ball there, using his hands, you can see on the screen.
Right. Just watching, see if he is being a bit tentative. Is in to Patel. Edge. No, it doesn't. It sounded like a noise. I thought there was a big noise.
I thought it was
there.
an edge, yeah.
So I don't know what quite we heard there. That absolutely sounded like a thick edge, didn't it?
Yeah.
But absolutely zero reaction from anybody on the field. We are, what, about 70 yards away. We're now at extra cover, essentially. Goodness, that was
It's very odd, yeah. Yeah.
a big noise, but
Bizarre.
there you go.
Bizarre.
Must be just something in our headphones. Right is in, bowls to Patel. Straight delivery that Patel blocks out to Holland at mid-off.
Going back to what you were saying about the outfield though, Richard, it's I've played snooker on bumpier surfaces in this outfield. I think it's that good.
Should tell you the two umpires, as well as Steve O'Shaughnessy, the other umpire, the umpire standing at the pavilion end, looking at them, is Neil Pratt. And the match referee, if that's his correct title these days. They do chop and change in terms of titles, as right is in, bowls to Patel, blocks it out into the offside. He's going to have to hurry if that throw hits. He's gone. It didn't hit from Scriven, who takes off his cap in frustration because he called for the run. Scriven ran to his left, picked the ball up cleanly. It bounced really nicely for him, and he only had the one stump to aim at, but had he hit him, Patel was gone for all money, but he missed him.
He was toast, wasn't he? I mean, he'd just completely barbecued himself. I mean, he's just misjudged that. I think he thought he'd hit it firmer and it was going out to mid-off. Scriven sharply across, but with one stump to aim at, couldn't quite hit the target.
Perhaps it's going to be his day. Right is in to Sibley, who stands up tall. Elegant shot, really played firmly off the back foot, but didn't put his full weight into it. Perhaps just came back to him a touch, and it stopped in the covers. End of the fifth over. 13 without loss is the score.
Yeah, Dominic Sibley is a lot more fluent through the offside than, you know, people who haven't seen him. Well, Surrey fans will have seen him all season, but Leicestershire fans will have seen, you know, what was a leg side Larry probably playing for England, wasn't he? He was quite stodgy and sort of worked it through the leg side. I mean, he's still very strong through that area, but he's a lot more fluent through the offside. And one of the sixes that he hit at rugby school last week, straight back over the bowler's head off the back foot, was an amazing shot. Absolutely superb. Holland coming in from, I keep wanting to call it the Russ Abbott end. It's the Paul Abbott end. Oh, that's beaten Patel outside the off stump. Cox again taking it with fingers pointing upwards. He's good carry here
Good bounce,
at Kibworth.
Yeah. Cracking club ground, really.
Yeah. I bet Steve Kirby got it through on this when he played his club cricket here.
I'm just wondering whether he would have done, at what stage they are moved, if you see what I mean.
Ah, yes, because Holland. Patel pushes that into the offside. Again, being a little bit more conservative on the quick singles after that near miss in the last over. Yeah, because I believe that they had a ground in the village, didn't they? Which they sold for housing, was it?
Exactly that, yes.
And have moved just out of the village.
I believe the word is Kerching. Bought a much, much bigger site. Two pitches.
Yeah. Holland. Patel flashes at that outside the off stump. There's a little bit of movement here for the Leicestershire opening attack. And difficult batting conditions. I think, A, it's a bit damp. B, you've got the overheads as well with sort of battleships, grey skies here in Leicestershire.
There's humidity as well, though, isn't there, now in the air? So it should be great bowling conditions.
Holland. Patel drives handsomely to mid-off. Sibley sends him back and the ball bounces off the throw off the top of Ryan Patel's helmet. I think we might have to have a little protocol break here, perhaps. I don't know.
Frenetic running from Patel at the moment. He was convinced that he has a quiet word with him, Dom Sibley.
Sibley just having a little word, yeah, just to calm down, son. One of those.
Well, he went nowhere, did he, Sibley? But Patel
No.
sort of went halfway up and almost completed a run in himself.
That's what I used to do in my club career, Rich. Just lean on your bat and say no. There's Hoyked over, just over the top of mid-wicket where Sam Wood can't quite reach it. And Patel's living dangerously here this morning. Gets 2, but so close to perishing there. Wasn't far away, was it?
Wasn't. And Wood is quite a tall man, but I just beginning to realise that might be Ryan Patel's day, as he's lucky to avoid a run out on a couple of occasions, and that one just wide of the fielder.
And he's played and missed on a few occasions already as well. Here's Holland to Patel, who just nurdles that one into the leg side to Wood. This is Wood's one-day cup debut, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Just one appearance in the T20. Came into the squad at the start of the season, an academy product, as they say. Good to see them getting an opportunity. Leicestershire brought another in Alex Green into the squad, Oakham School, or ex-Oakham School. And his first appearance in the first team squad for Alex, so he'll be getting good experience watching what's going on out there, but not as good as Sam Wood, that's for sure.
And congratulations to Ollie Sykes as well, who's making his debut for Surrey today.
Yeah, indeed.
A lot of work's gone into him from Dulwich Cricket Club, down just by the oval.
In goes right and bowls. Sibley is all care and attention as he sort of presses rather than walks forward into that defensive push.
Right, just banging away at that same area, doesn't he? That's what he does. That's done it for years. What a player.
Usually a little bit of outswing, a little bit of outswing, a little bit of outswing, and just occasionally bring one back. And obviously had a long period out of the game in this season. Right is in and bowls. Sibley, again, elegant shot as he strokes the ball out into the offside.
Before Warwickshire, was he at Essex?
He was, yes.
Yeah.
Well, he's from Essex originally. He's that sort of neck of the woods. I remember interviewing him when he was at Warwickshire, but I interviewed him in a cafe in somewhere like St Neots or somewhere like that, because that's where he was. That's where his home was. In he goes and bowls. Sibley drives the full delivery, very straight for 4. A lovely shot. Again, didn't overhit it, just leant into it, timed it to perfection. Straight back past right and over the advertising hoardings in front of the black screen. Gentleman in a white polo shirt goes behind to save Lewis Hill, clambering over the advertising hoardings, but that was a beautiful shot. You can't help admire batters like Sibley, really.
Yeah, just lent on that, but if you'd have gone to a much more exclusive establishment in St Neots with Chris Wright, he probably wouldn't have bowled a half volley there, would he? But there you go.
19 without loss. Sibley on to 8. Right is in. Bowls to him, hits it in the air, but he's going to pick up possibly 3. Could go all the way. Hill is going to put him. No, it's going to go all the way. It is very, very fast. That slightly damp outfield notwithstanding. Well, he just dragged his length back a little bit there, Chris Wright. Drew Sibley into the drive. Arguably deceived him slightly. The ball went back past him in the air, but he got enough of it, Sibley, and it beat mid-on and Hill running back from mid-off. Although he put in the slide and will have damp green trousers now. Couldn't drag it back. So consecutive boundaries for Dom Sibley. 23 without loss. Right is in and bowls, seems back in, and there's a stifle, not appeal, there's a sort of shout of hope, if you like, from behind the stumps as they saw it seaming back in and hitting Sibley on the pad, but immediately realised it was doing too much.
Yeah, good comeback from Chris Wright. That area where Sibley's just targeted, where he scored those 2-4 straight down the ground, it does run away downhill slightly. We are slightly looking uphill from our commentary position, which is at a wide mid-on from where Sibley is.
Right, bowls, driving is Sibley, and that's going to be his third four in the over. Again, he wasn't afraid to hit the ball in the end, had to reach for it a little bit, wasn't quite at the pitch of it, but gone on top of the bounce and hit it away through cover. So a very productive over for Dom Sibley, and for Surrey, he took 12 off it, and as a consequence, after 7 overs, Surrey, increasingly solid looking start, are 27 without loss.
Yeah, Dominic Sibley only dealing boundaries this morning. One off the very first ball that he faced, which he just tickled fine of fine leg. And then 2 very elegant straight drives. And then right giving him just a little bit of width, which he latched onto and crashed through the covers. So he's on 16, Ryan Patel's on 9, 27 without loss as Holland comes in and Patel flashes outside the off stump, and yeah, it's doing a little bit, I think.
I guess to a certain extent you've got license to do that, haven't you? One of you
license
top
to
of your
thrill.
order can throw the bat at a few. You need a decent power play. That said, as we keep emphasising, it's a very fine ground and flattish, but a very fast outfield. You will get value.
Patel just defending into the covers, just change. He looks like he changed his mind. I think it's because he's got such a high backlift, Ryan Patel, and he's just adjusted there and doing a spot of gardening. Sibley likes a garden as well. It's like watching Monty Don and Percy Thrower out there at times, watching those two. Here's Ian Holland. Patel drills that one to extra cover, but can't pierce the field. That's a better looking shot, more of a check drive. We're quite high up here. You've got a view out over the far side there.
The rolling hills of Leicestershire, not.
Yeah.
It's fairly flat across that side of the county.
That's back over towards Market Harbour that way, is it? I think.
I'll tell you what, I'll tell you exactly which direction in a second.
Holland. Patel drives out to the offside. Jack Brooks and Gareth Batty just walking past us.
Good to see. Jack, again, as I say, I was convinced he'd end up at Leicester at some stage in his career, but...
hands off, hands off.
No, he's gone down to that London.
Yeah.
As I say, in Leicestershire.
What a career he had. As Holland comes in, and that's more pleasant from Ryan Patel. Just pushes it past mid-on, who's quite wide, and he'll pick up a couple. Yeah, Jack Brooks had...
So we are looking south.
We're looking south.
Almost exactly south, north-south.
So that's towards Market Harbour that way? Sort of Market Harbour?
It kind of is, yes.
Over that way,
it
yeah.
is.
Sorry, this is absolutely no use to those of you listening in on radio when I'm saying that way. But looking out over the wicket and over the other side of the ground.
Ooh.
Patel again is beaten outside the off stump. 8 overs gone. Surrey having been put in to bat this morning by Leicestershire. They're 29 without loss. Dominic Sibley's on 16. Ryan Patel on 11. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Richard Ray, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Leicester, and live on the Leicestershire stream.
The reason I've just been looking, got a compass out, is that essentially the pitch is lined up sort of northeast, southwest, if that makes sense. So the pavilion end is northeast, and the Abbott end is southwest. Again, heavier grey clouds at the moment, and those 3 fours that Chris Wright conceded in his last over has seen him being withdrawn from the attack, and Lewis Hill, Leicestershire skipper, has turned to all-rounder Tom Scriven to see if he usually gets he's not quite as arguably sharp as Wright, but he often gets a lot of movement. And he opened the bowling for Leicestershire last season in the county championship, picked up best part of 40 wickets in the end, Tom. But then He had a hamstring injury. He started this season very well, but picked up a hamstring injury, so he missed a large chunk of the season, but he's back and fit, touch wood, and firing as he comes in and bowls outside off stump. Little outswinger to Sibley. Sibley steps forward and lets that one go through.
Yeah, I saw him bowl in a game at Bristol last year in the county championship. He got 257. It was the game where Louis Kimber was out obstructing the field for handling the ball.
Knocked it away, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, he picked it up and handed it to the...
It was like he'd been netting too much. You know when you hit one into the ground, you catch it and you throw it back to the bowler? It was just like that. Bizarre.
In goes Tom Scriven. It is hit up into the air by Sibley, but it might just have enough to bounce across the ropes at extra cover. Buttinger puts in the slide and drive. It was skied up rather. Thickish outside part of the bat. He went for the big lofted drive, and he's going to pick up 3 as a consequence, but didn't middle it, that's for sure, and he's gotten away with it. Picks up 3. 32 without loss. Sibley on to 19.
Yeah, good work by Buttinger out there. That was running away. Had to put in the slide and probably crashed into the legs of a few people in deck chairs over on the far side.
It's one of the joys of club cricket. They're going to have to watch where they're running. They're all round the boundary here. In goes the bowler, and it's beautifully driven away. It was full and it was outside off stump from Scriven. And this time Patel, who's played and missed and flashed at a few, was able to get to the pitch of the ball, get right on top of it and drive it away through the covers for 4. And this is turning into a pretty decent start from Surrey. 36 now without loss, 15 to Patel, 19 to Sibley.
I think it looks like a very good wicket, a fast outfield. I think this might be a 300 job.
Well, it was last season. As I say, I'm not certain whether it's the same pitch, but it's playing well enough at the moment. In goes Scriven and bowls. Patel again looking to drive thick inside edge. Wasn't at the pitch of that one, and it trickles out towards square leg. Peter Hanscom runs in from close-ish at mid-wicket. He's been put in a semi-catching position, really, Hanscom, for the mistime lofted drive. So only Ajinkya Rahane alongside Ben Cox at the moment. This will be a new experience for Rahane, won't it? Club ground.
Well,
enjoying himself. He's such a nice man to talk to.
Is he? He's fitted in very well here, isn't he?
Very humble. And all the players like him very much indeed already. Scriven in again to Patel, who is looking to chop him way through the offside. Gets it away, hits it hard down into the ground. It will be pulled back by Travaskis, whose legs pumping as he runs down to the cover boundary. Picks up and throws on the bounce to Cox. Good throw from the former Durham man, but even so, Sibley and Patel had turned 2 into 3. So 39 without loss. Patel on to 18, Sibley 19. Runs flowing nicely now. Yes, it was Louis Kimber at the Oval last season against Surrey as well. He was a big factor there, wasn't he, in that huge run fest in the One Day Cup.
Yeah.
He's here. He's at the ground, is Louis. Only for an hour or two, he said. In goes Scriven and bowls, nicely turned off his toes by Sibley, out towards square leg. There isn't a square leg. The ball is trickling to the boundary and it beats Ian Holland. So again, as you said, Dan, Sibley dealing in boundaries. That's his 5th. He moves on to 23. And Surrey on to 42 without loss after 9.
This outfield's like glass.
It is, it really is.
Sibley's just like pushed that.
Well, there's some of the Australians who've played at Leicester in the past referred to Grace Road, or certainly Clint Mackay did, as the ice rink, because it was so hard and flat and you couldn't chase it. But this feels much the same. Hasn't been... Yeah, it's a shame. It's raised, isn't it, the ground a little bit, and it's clearly a good drainer, but it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautifully kept.
I was there at Grace Road, or the Upton Steel as it is now, about a month ago. Well, maybe a bit more, maybe 6 weeks ago. I covered England Def versus India Def there. The day after Louis Kimber had scored that 43 off 1 over. Say it was a bit of a media frenzy there around him was an understatement.
243 he scored at Hove in the blink of an eye.
Holland Continuing around the wicket to Patel, who smashes that one through mid-off. And that's a much better shot. I think that's Lewis Hill there, can't quite get round to that one.
Yeah, he has got a towel in his back of his trousers now, Hill.
Yeah.
Super shot from Patel there.
Cameron Steele often does that job. With a white towel against the black trousers. He often looks like a waiter, I always think. Here's Holland. Oh, that's a slower ball. Goes through to Cox on the bounce. Ben Cox, is he on loan or is he permanent?
No, he's permanent.
Yeah.
Ian Holland is on loan until the end of the season.
Okay.
I was asked about that at Hove. So just to make clear, Holland on loan until the end of the season, so he will go back to Hampshire, one assumes, at the end of the season. But
Cox not the first man leaving Worcestershire for destinations in the Midlands. As Patel pushes that into the offside. Dylan Pennington, Josh Tongue, Joe Clark in recent years.
Yes, Warwickshire
Ed
play a similar role to Worcestershire as we sometimes feel Nottinghamshire does to Leicestershire, who ring up.
Yeah, I can imagine that Leicestershire are probably quite peeved with Nottinghamshire. The Holland short, Patel doesn't really get hold of that. Slower ball bouncer, which should have probably been dispatched, but just goes around the corner for a single. Yeah, it's ironic, isn't it, that the county of Robin Hood often rob the poor to feed the rich.
Well, it certainly is always pleasant to get one over on them, as happened earlier this season in this competition.
I can imagine.
On Duckworth Lewis, that has to be said. It was a funny old game.
Nottinghamshire having beaten Surrey on Sunday at Guildford as well. Surrey yet to get off the mark in this competition. Holland. That's a pleasant shot by Sibley. It's only going to be one as the ball goes out to Roman Walker.
Made a pretty good start here. 49. Kind of one of the points about the outfield is that it may render the sort of power plays slightly less influential. It may not be quite as important to get as many runs up front, because even if you're on the boundary, if it's 10 yards either side, you're going to struggle to stop it if it's hit cleanly, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got a view this year as well. Holland comes, that's down the leg side, and that'll bring the 50 up for Surrey in the 10th over. Sibley with 24 of them, Patel with 23 of them, and yeah, that's the 50 up.
Fair eyes away then. Let's hear it.
Go on. I mean, I think the balls this year, and you know, I spoke to a few of the new ball bowlers. I spoke to Spencer Johnson this year when he was over for Surrey, as Patel almost chips that back to Holland. Just getting on that a little bit early, but it's going to be one. A lot of the bowlers say that I think they're a kookaburra ball, and they're doing a lot more, I think, and I think we're not seeing the big scores in the power play. I think batters have to be a little bit more conservative at the beginning of the innings, and then I think, especially in this, you start to make hay at sort of 10 to 35 overs before they go soft again.
And that applies to the white ball as well as the...
That's with the white ball. With the red ball, I think, well, I don't think the kookaburras did much full stop, did they?
It's odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, solid start from Surrey. They have a good foundation upon which to build. 24 apiece to Messrs Patel and Sibley after 10 overs. Hill is taking his solitary slip out. Rahana comes out to fairly conventional extra cover, and Holland retreats to the boundary, sweeping on the offsiders. In goes Tom Scriven, and Patel looking to be aggressive but has to check the shot slightly, plays firmly out to Rahana, his sunglasses perched atop his bright red Leicestershire cap. Leicester in this competition, well, they play in Leicestershire green, limeish green shirts and trousers in the T20, but for the One Day Cup they use sort of orangey red shirts instead. Scriven is in. Patel almost chops on, comes back into him, thick inside edge, goes on to, I think, the pad, and it sort of rolls back outside off stump towards Ben Cox. Patel wanders forward and pokes at the pitch suspiciously, whereas Surrey are in all sort of black, really. It's not a very dark blue, is it? It is genuine black, I think. The Surrey kit, which is popular with players. They like it. I think it's cool. Probably the wrong word, isn't it? Cool. In goes Scriven and bowls. Patel again, minimal foot movement. It does shape back in a touch to him, and he rather manoeuvres it out into the onside towards mid-wicket, where Hanscom is the fielder.
Yeah, they use like a teal, like a sort of a very light blue, greeny turquoise. I'm not even sure of the right word for it, but they use that in the T20. But this is quite cool. I'd even wear one of these out on a Friday night, Richard.
The black or the red?
Well, both. I quite like both kits, actually.
In goes Scriven round the wicket. Patel is driving back down the wicket towards Scriven, who puts out his left hand, slows the ball rather than stops it right, picks it up at mid-on.
I'm not sure too many people out in London on a Friday night would be seen in a Fox's Metro Bank One Day shirt, but, you know.
Be a talking point, wouldn't it?
It would be. It would be.
51 without loss. Scriven sort of settled a little bit into his lines and lengths now. Bowls to Patel, famous last words, but that is line and length. I was asking for trouble there, wasn't I? But he got it right. Tom Scriven, and Patel blocked it back down the pitch.
Yeah, this competition sending us to outgrounds, which is fantastic, and this is lovely. I'm sure everyone who went to rugby school last Friday had a wonderful experience. We had the weather, wonderful setting, and 311 plays 308.
Scriven in. Bowls. Patel looks to chop him away through the offside. Manages to do so as Travaskis puts in a rather theatrical dive to his left. I think probably in the attempt of trying to persuade Patel to stay in his ground. It didn't look like he was ever convinced he was going to get there. He didn't, and Walker came off the boundary to field. Patel picks up one, but just the single, I think, from the over in the end. 52 without loss. Patel 25, Sibley 24.
Yeah, Raymond Walker there. In fact, he's going to have a bowl now. The man named after what the Centurions did on Foss way back in the day. But he's a big boy, isn't he? Big lad.
Oh, he's more like to me more like the sort of Welsh rugby forward than a cricketer. But he hasn't played much cricket this season, Roman. He's been sort of 12th man on many occasions, so he'll be delighted to have the ball in his hand for real, in anger, so to speak. He's done plenty of fielding as that 12th man, but hasn't had a chance to have a bowl too much. He did very well on his single. Was it single? May have made 2 appearances last season on Leicestershire's way to the final, and did take a career best at Beckenham against Kent.
Here he comes past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, and Patel drives handsomely but really well fielded at mid-on. Ian Holland rolling back the years there and making ground, get across and stopping a certain boundary.
Wasn't far from Walker's reaching right.
No, it
hand,
wasn't.
was it?
Patel's got early on a couple, hasn't he? He's
I was just wondering whether the odd one has stopped a bit, but
yeah.
I'm not sure. But
yeah, he's going in quite hard-handedly. James Taylor there, just blocking off you, giving us a wave. As Walker comes in, Sibley just rides the bounce and angles the bat, runs it down to third, where Chris Wright is doing the fielding. I think there's still a little bit of rain in the air, just the odd
one, yes. It will blow over. It will blow over. No worries from the umpires. Did Roman Walker disservice, actually? He made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 appearances in the group stages of the One Day Cup last year, and he picked up 6 for 43 in 6.5 overs against Kent at Beckenham. Didn't pick up a wicket in any of the other matches.
Yeah.
Saved it all for the
just nurdled, just worked off the legs there by Patel. Goes out to Sam Wood. Jack Brooks not bringing back coffees for the commentators from the...
He's tracked down a coffee machine, perhaps, doesn't it? It looks like it to me.
I think so.
I think over there's probably a proper coffee maker.
So that's driven again out to Wood, this time by Sibley. Gareth Batty bought me something far stronger on a overnight trip to Worcester earlier in the season. I'll take that off him rather than a coffee.
Tell you what, if you are with cricketers, travelling with cricketers, they are very good at finding the best coffee near a ground. They all know where to go.
Yeah. They're like pigs with truffles, aren't they, as Patel square drives out to cover point boundary. I can't see who that is. I think Budinger out there.
Looks Sol-like, but he's a good 120 yards away from us.
Yeah.
In deep conversation with various people on the boundary over there. No, it's Pete Hanscom.
That's Hanscom.
Who is very very sociable. Is Pete? He loves a chat with the supporters. And his family's here as well, so maybe they're out there.
Walker, defended by Sibley. When he was at Middlesex, I know that he didn't have the best of times on the pitch at Middlesex, but no one's got a bad word to say about Peter Hanscom as a bloke. In fact, I heard him described as being the Don Bradman of blokes. So he's gregarious and just very friendly chap, isn't he?
He'd be happy with that, but I suspect deep down we'd quite like to be the Don Bradman of cricket, really.
I'm sure he would.
And for Leicestershire, in fairness, he pretty much has been, not least last time out, 119 down at Hove against Sussex.
He's got a curious, we'll come on to it when he bats, actually.
Yeah, his little trait. In goes Scriven and bowls. Patel drives through the offside. He steers it wide of Rahana. Wood runs round to his left, gets his throw away quickly. It's not an accurate throw, but he got it away quickly, and that kept Patel and Sibley in their ground for just the one. The little turn of the bat face, so it's facing.
Yeah,
and then back it goes.
It's like he marks where his off stump is, and anything outside of there he'll leave alone. Well, it's an area outside of off stump, isn't it? But I think anything outside of that he'll leave alone.
Scriven with a right-handed Sibley to bowl up for what seems like almost the first time. They were looking to swing it away from Sibley. Bowl. Sibley is leaning forward, defending firmly out into the offside. Running in is Sol Budinger. Hanscom sweeping on the offside boundary to the right-hander. Wood sweeping on the leg side boundary to the right-hander. And the other two men out at third man and long leg. Ben Mike alongside us, looking a little bit disconsolate. He's picked up a side injury in the game at Sussex, Ben. In goes Scriven and bowls. Sibley turns the bat face on that defensive push, runs the ball out to Ajinkya Rahana, who's at straight-ish mid-wicket. And there is no run, 58 without loss. Gone a bit dark again.
It's gone a little bit gloomy. Hope we don't have an interruption. It's coming in from the west today, isn't it?
I shall have a look at my weather app.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
Forecast has been good, so fingers crossed. Scriven is in to Sibley, slightly squared up there. Stayed on the back foot, looking to turn it into the leg side. Probably played it a fraction straighter than he intended. Runs out to Chris Wright, who's at mid-on.
I think we're all right. I think we're okay. Might be a bit gloomy up until about 3 o'clock. And then the sun will come out.
Scheduled to come out.
Got a 10% chance of precipitation.
Fingers crossed.
But the light must be touch and go, I would say.
Scriven is in, and Sibley is playing and missing outside off stump. Little ball that bounces and moves away from him. He tries, I suspect, just to guide it wide of third man. Doesn't get anything on it. And it is taken by Cox. Yes, if this was a championship game, floodlights would be on, but I think umpires tend to give, well, the light a lot more leeway in one-day cricket.
Yeah, they do.
Whether it be T20 or the Metro Bank.
Do you think a white ball helps as well?
Tends to go green quite quickly, doesn't it? But maybe these don't quite as much. In goes Tom Scriven, pushed firmly out towards mid-on. Chris Wright is on the edge of the circle, which is not marked. Oh, it is. I was going to say, is it actually painted markers rather than they look like, rather than?
No, I think they're discs.
There's some discs, aren't there? 1 or 2 discs, but there's also some sort of painted markers. But anyway, Wright is on the edge of the 30-yard circle, and consequently there was a reasonably straightforward single. Also, these days, players know their fielders, don't they? And Wright isn't as quick as he used to be getting down to it. There's usually 1 to it.
Well, I'm surprised with the facilities they've got here at Kibworth that there's not floodlights in place.
Maybe that's on their list.
Walker from the Paul Abbott end, and Sibley works that one down. Backward a square on the leg side, comes back for a second and makes it quite comfortably. Score moves into the 60s. Both batters on 29. And Surrey will be pleased with their work this morning.
Very, I would think. Because I don't think it's been that easy for them with the light.
No, and the ball's sticking in the pitch a little bit, as you said earlier. Sibley getting forward, pushing it into the covers, picks out Rahane.
I guess Leicestershire will be hoping the sun comes out and any gremlins, and there aren't many, I don't think in the pitch are baked out of it quickly enough, but I think it's essentially a cracking track.
Yeah, so this is Kibworth Beecham, is it? So there's Kibworth.
Oh, the village. Oh, there's various. Yeah, I think this is.
That's just worked fine by Sibley, and gets it fine of long leg. Moves into the 30s. 65 without loss. And as I said on ball 1, you don't bowl there to Dominic Sibley.
I did ask when I came yesterday, village or town, and they said there was a bit of a debate because it's a big old place, but village in the end, they said.
Sibley pushes that to mid-on. He was struggling there. Lewis Hill having a shy. And I think Sibley was...
His reaction suggests that he misjudged it, didn't he? That Sibley's reaction, that is.
Yeah, it feels too quick, you see. Both sides wearing armbands, as you can see, in memory of the wonderful Graham Thorpe. Going to be missed by everybody in SE11. As Walker comes into Patel, who defends that.
Still mizzle in the air.
Is there? Yeah.
No umbrellas up around the ground that I can see, but you can feel it on the skin.
Yeah, it's just very fine rain, isn't it? But that can often get quite wet as Patel pushes that one out into the covers. 14 overs gone, 67 without loss. Dominic Sibley's on 34, Ryan Patel on 30, and Surrey will be extremely pleased with this start. With murky overhead conditions and with a little bit of rain around, having been stuck in this morning by Leicestershire. These two are doing a fine job.
Sam Woods Hart will be beating a little bit faster at the moment. Probably isn't far away from having his first bowl in one-day cricket, but for the time being, Scriven is going to continue from the pavilion end here at Kibworth Cricket Club. Longish run, and he comes and bowls round the wicket, edged, and it's going to go down to third man for 4. genuine edge on that occasion from Ryan Patel, but he played it, as they say, sort of soft hands. Whether it would have carried to slip had there been a slip, hard to tell. It wasn't a slip, so in the end, safe enough. 4 runs to Patel.
Richard, you just saw the Fox's bucket hat worn by the photographer. Are you a fan of those? Would you wear one out at a rave? Or?
They are very popular, I have to say. They're very, very popular. Reversible. In goes Scriven. Bowls again to Patel, who plays firmly on the back foot through the covers, out towards Sam Wood, coming in off the ropes, and takes a single. Yeah, no, they're very, very popular. They made their debut, curiously, here last season, the bucket hats, and they couldn't sell them. They were going like hotcakes. Yeah.
James Taylor, just by us again. His brother Clyde. He's very polite. Yeah, he's a lovely lad. He's a top man, James Taylor. Brother plied his trade here for a bit, didn't he, Tom Taylor?
Yes, indeed. Yes, the Staffordshire Taylors.
Yeah, there's Stoke. No relation of Bob, though. Another one from Stoke.
Scriven, and Bowles driving with his bottom hand off the bat. In the end, is Dom Sibley. Again, he was reaching for it, didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but tall man got on top of the bounce, managed to steer it away to Hanscom on the cover boundary for another single. Yeah, Tom, they were very disappointed. I know the then head coach Paul Nixon, when Tom Taylor decided he was going to move.
I saw him get 100 from number 9 for Derbyshire last year at Cheltenham College.
Round the wicket goes Scriven.
Sorry, Bowles. For Northants.
He started at Derbyshire and defended by Patel, and then he came to Leicestershire and showed an awful lot of promise, but he was injured a lot of the time, and Leicestershire were disappointed because they sort of looked after him, made sure he was fit again, and it took a lot of getting him fit, and they were very disappointed when...
He'll be at Middlesex in 2 years. He's just working his way down the M1, isn't he?
Seems pretty... I think he's been at Northants for 5 or 6 years probably now. In goes Scriven, and Bowles driven hard down into the ground, not timed by Patel, who holds the sort of pose in terms of his feet. Slightly splayed, hit it hard down into the ground, and it just bounced up into the air for Rahane running across the field.
There's the view there, look at that crowd in here. Few ice cream vans, few stalls in the background, food stalls. Gotta love an outground.
Scriven in again to Patel, who steps back into his crease and defends firmly with his weight on the front foot. Rahane slides across the field. Harry Swindle's offering to come on commentary later. I gave him the thumbs up. Whether he was joking or not remains to be seen. This is very much Harry's competition in a way, of course.
Star of the final,
in the final, yeah.
Yeah, star of the final.
Came in and rescued the side from the depths of 19 for 4. Posted a competitive score and managed to get across the line. But they're struggling a little bit here. 73 without loss, Surrey, after 15 overs. They have a really good base to go on and get. As Dan said, they'll be thinking already, I think, in terms of if this is a 300 plus track, which these days is, it's not half as rare as it used to be, is it? 300, you'd be out of the game. And when we started watching one day cricket, not anymore. Oh, 400s.
Remember the days when Ali Brown got a 200 in the, I don't know what it, I think it was it a John Player League back then? I can't remember what it was, or CB40, or I can't remember. Walker in, Sibley pushes him into the offside. Good diving, sprawling, tumbling stop.
I remember watching Ali Brown get a 300 in the county championship against Leicestershire. That was at Oakham.
Okay. There by Trafraskis. Yeah, you still play outground cricket at Oakham. That's a nice venue as well, isn't it?
It is. The school there, beautiful. Beautiful. Built themselves a lovely new pavilion.
Full, Sibley turns it out to deep square where Hanscom does the fielding. I met a lovely man on your committee, Brian, this morning, who I think is the gentleman up there, standing up to our left in the tie. Said you can nip out Oakham and go for a pint in the village, can't you?
Oh, the county town of Rutland is Oakham. You mustn't call Oakham a village.
Oh,
my
okay.
Goodness.
Oh. Patel pushes that into the offside. Another single. These are starting to build now. And he said, "Oh, you can nip out for more than one pint."
Beautiful. Yeah, no,
yeah.
It's a super place. It's, as I say, the county town, the only town really in Rutland, the country's smallest county.
Stuart Broad went there as well.
He did.
Yep.
Yeah, they produce a lot of good cricketers, of whom we hope, Leicestershire hope, Alex Green is the latest.
Derek Randall, the cricket coach.
Frank Hayes.
Frank Hayes, yeah. Played out to mid-on by Sibley. Frank Hayes, he had a couple of games for England. Not many, did he?
I remember him getting 100 against the West Indies.
76.
Very bravely.
76.
Lancastrian.
Yep. Yeah.
Blonde hair.
Yeah.
Gouty.
Yes. Walker. Sibley pushes that to mid-on. Graham Fowler told me that he'd go out with Hayes, would have about 10 pints every night when he was a player. I'm sure he's not like that as a master at Oakham School.
Little update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, so I'm going to rudely nip in ahead of Dan if I may. Might just get this delivery in from Roman Walker before they come to us. Walker is in, bowls, Sibley is turning his wrist on it, pushing it to mid-on, and there is no run. Well, we've got a little burst of BBC Radio Leicester in our headphones, but they've gone again now, so have they forgotten again? Sounds like it.
We're just not getting the love,
75 for
are we,
loss after
Richard?
16.
We're not feeling the love. What's going on?
Well, it was nice to hear about the traffic conditions in and around Leicestershire briefly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Market Harbour is a bit chewed up, I believe, at the moment, but...
It isn't a tricky job, but there you go.
Yeah.
It seems to be. 75 with that loss after 16. 36 apiece. As round the wicket again goes Tom Scriven, and bowls driven, reaching for it, got on top of the bounce though. Ryan Patel didn't quite middle it, so Wood can run in from the extra cover boundary to field it. It is just the single.
It's
to
got
Patel.
very dark again, hasn't it? I'm, you know, I think this is borderline light. I hope they don't go off, because the crowd who've turned out in wonderful numbers, you can see there on your screen, deserve a full day's play, but
There's no sign of concern being shown by the umpires at the moment. More to point, in goes Scriven and Bowl. Sibley defends calmly out into the offside. More to point, no concern really being shown by the batters. You know, they both look, Patel and Sibley both look pretty comfortable out there.
But they, the umpires haven't had a conflab yet, have they?
No.
But it is dark, isn't it? It's really dark.
Just at the moment, but it is kind of broken, the heavier cloud, looking away where the weather's coming from. And it does look a little bit lighter around, so I can understand why they're staying out there. Scriven is in and bowls. Sibley is driving in the air again. He's forward and doesn't quite come on. Hits it in the air, back past Scriven. Right, runs across from mid-on to field, and one is taken. 77 without loss. 37 apiece. Sibley and Patel, who pretty much kept company all the way through in terms of their scoring rates.
Yeah, the ice cream van getting here at 9:30 this morning in the rain, I thought was a definition of optimism.
Scriven bowls. Patel is beaten on his outside edge.
Good ball.
It was.
Yeah, Ryan Patel just giving him the nod there as well.
Scriven calmly turns, no great histrionics or theatricals, just turns and gets on with it.
Back of Sam Wood's shirt there on the screen.
Scriven is in and ball driven in the air, just wide and short of Travaskis, the reaching Travaskis, who's at a sort of position between point and cover. sort of fell across to his left. It wasn't far away from his left hand. Don't think it would have quite carried, and Wood has to field on the boundary. Again, another single. They're promising at 1 o'clock we won't forget, they're saying. Well, 11 and 12 they have. There's only 1 o'clock left. We shall see what happens. .78 without loss. Scriven in to Sibley, thick inside edge. He looks around, sees the ball trickling out to square leg. Sort of raises an inquiring hand at Patel and is called through for a very easy single. 79 without loss, 38 apiece. We have had 17 overs.
Yeah, I've already been described as Paul Hollywood on my visit to Leicestershire this morning.
Yeah, you like that one, didn't you?
I did like that one. I'll take that all day long. I'll just nip off and make a few chocolate brownies for the team, and I'll take that all day long. Maybe my cricket commentary's like him. He's a better baker than I am, but maybe his cricket commentary's on a par with mine. Walker. In, and Sibley pushes him into the offside. They come through for a quick one. Rahane hits the stumps, but Patel gets home. Good work from Rahane. Good running from Sibley and Patel. Good cricket all round.
Yeah. First time I've hit the stumps, but he was in. He looked well.
Yeah, he looked home. He looked home. We're just sort of a backward point from that end. Time for Trafaskis, do you think?
Can't be far away.
Yeah. I was going to say it might be a pace-off job.
He got a bit of... Well, he's going to have to bowl. He's going to have to bowl his 10 overs, almost certainly. Holland's return to the side means Leicestershire do have options. Oh.
That's a thick outside edge. It's going to go one bounce down to third, where Tom Scriven hurls the ball into Ben Cox, but Patel wasn't in control of that shot. It was a bit of a hack, wasn't it?
A little bit airy, wasn't it? Driving, got away with it. He's got away with a few early in his innings. So it's his day at the moment.
Sibley getting right forward there. Both batters going at the same rate, actually. Every time I look at the scoreboard, they're on the same score. They're both on 39.
Patel has faced more deliveries. He's faced 60 deliveries now. Sibley 45, I think.
That looks a very fancy coffee, doesn't it? There's a, sort of some cream and sprinkles on the top of that one as Sibley drives pleasantly to mid-on, but no run.
Yeah, I think that's got to be Kibworth's next investment in the pavilion. Proper coffee machine.
Proper coffee machine, yeah. It's a lovely ground though, really is. Yeah, I checked it out with Steve Kirby, and it was here that he, as that's just defended into the onside, it was here that because he was at Leicestershire, he had some back issues, and I think he sort of played a bit of club cricket here before Steve Oldham, Esso, picked him up at Yorkshire, and then career took him to Gloucestershire, then to Somerset, where he's still coach at Somerset. Sibley just tickles that one around the corner for a single, moves into the 40s.
That makes me feel old.
Yeah, he had a little coaching stint at Derbyshire and the MCCYCs, where he took over from Mark Lane, and he then went to Derbyshire, followed Davy Houghton before going to Zimbabwe with him as well.
Echo Lima Juliet, that's Foxtrot Golf 73, Echo Lima Juliet. Please can we ask you to return to your car as soon as possible?
Richard Ray's car is obviously blocking in everyone in the car park.
I was carefully ushered in.
So was I.
Very carefully. Tom Scriven is in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Sibley, who is looking to get forward. It straightens on him a touch and ends up pushing it firmly out towards right at mid on, contrary to the announcement you may have picked up in our effects, Mike, there. It's actually 18 overs have been bowled now, not 17. 82 without loss. This very solid Surrey start continues. 40 Sibley, 39 Patel, who leans on his bat. Long sleeved shirt for Patel, short sleeved for Dominic Sibley. And goes Scriven and bowls. Sibley again looking to hit it into the leg side. Turns the bat face just a fraction too early and almost a leading edge out towards mid-off, and it bounces just a couple of times before Hill stops it, leaning to his right, and then flexes his left knee a little bit, just jarred it perhaps a little bit as he went down to make the stop. Then it travelled quickly to him, in fairness. Got across. It's a little bit lighter now. The heavier the dark cloud is just beginning to drift away as in goes Scriven and bowls. Sibley drives pleasantly, but only as far as mid-on, where right is the fielder, and there is no run.
Sibley's moved up to 268 runs in this competition now. Considering he scored 4 in the first 3 knocks of it, it's not a bad recovery.
No, playing himself into form. Bodes well for the rest of the season, perhaps. For Dom Sibley and for Surrey. In goes Scriven, bowls to him, short pull, doesn't get it at all, cloths it slightly high up in the bat and it trickles out towards mid-wicket. Rahana is the fielder.
Well, this is a dead rubber from a Surrey point of view, but they're in the quarterfinals of the Vitality Blast, where they've got Durham. Tickets available on the Surrey website.
Durham at home then.
Yeah, Durham at home. They finished top of the group in the South Group, which produced all 4 finalists last year. And then the run-in for the county championship for the three-peat.
Scriven bowls. Sibley again driving through the offside on this occasion. Again, I think that was something of a leading edge. It looked as though he was trying to work it into the leg side. But either way, it squeezes through the offside out to the sweeper, and one is taken. Ben Mike with a proper drink.
That's a proper coffee.
I think, well, there's a coffee and there's a sort of, well, something else. Which very bright and colourful. Not for me, he says, not for me. It's an order for somebody else. Well, Ben, who's, well, as I say, he's picked up a side injury, so not playing in this game. Scriven is in. Sibley guides it away through the offside to the point boundary again, where Hanscom's been busy in this over. Throws on the bounce to Cox. Sibley takes his single. Moves on to 8:43, I think, now.
Yeah, sorry. Do clinch the county championship, and they should do. They're 20-odd points clear at the top, so, you know, with 5 games to go at the end of the season, they'd be disappointed if they didn't win it from here. They'd become the first side since Yorkshire in 1966 to 1968 to win it 3 years in a row, and that would be a marvellous way for Alex Stewart to sign off after 11 years as Director of Cricket. Walker from the Paul Abbott end. That's well bowled. That's an edge from Sibley. Played it with softish hands though, and just dribbles down to Chris Wright. The third down in front of the pavilion.
Walker 4.1 overs, none for 18. Scriven 6 overs, none for 30. Holland just 13 from his 5 overs. Wright 23 from his 4.
Walker, slower ball. Patel just has to adjust. Plays it out into the point region. But Leicestershire could do with a wicket here. Walker. Oh, that's a little bit flicking in the air from Ryan Patel. He gets away with it. Goes into a vacant region through in front of square leg.
Yeah, just in relation to sort of Surrey and their dominance of the county championship at the moment, indeed of the T20 as well, their strength in that. I was just sort of going through the origins of the Surrey side playing in this game.
That's an edge by Sibley. It's only going to be one. Right. Doing the fielding. Sibley's leading a little bit of a charm life here at the moment.
And you have to say yes, Surrey have got much better resources than the likes of Leicestershire, but they produce local players.
They do.
Ryan Patel, Sutton,
they do.
Sibley, well, via Warwickshire, Epsom, Ben Geddes, Epsom, Rory Burns, Epsom, Josh Blake, Carshalton.
Yeah. That's down the leg side. Is that going to be a wide? Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah. I think Walker might be a little bit peeved about that one, because I think Patel has gone across quite a long way.
Nathan Barnwell, Ashford, Yusuf Majid, Cranley School, they're the local boys, really.
Yeah, Barnwell's a local lad. He's a Crystal Palace fan. And today, Ollie Sykes, as that's driven nicely by Patel, only to mid-off. Ollie Sykes is, played his club cricket at Dulwich Cricket Club growing up, which is, what, 1.5 miles, 2 miles from the Oval, and is now playing for Reigate Priory, but made his debut for Dulwich in the Surrey Championship Division 1 and I think age 13, he was telling me before the game today. And a proud moment, and I'm sure that he's got a long and illustrious career in front of him. That's down the leg side as well. That's going to be a wide. Freebies here from Walker. Leicester should just need to get that discipline back.
Connection issues, I think, we're having with the stream at the moment, but I think do bear with us. Leicestershire's technical staff working hard to make them all.
That's just tickled down the leg side, maybe off the hip. No, it's off the bat. And Patel gets a boundary. So 20 overs, Surrey, having been stuck in this morning, 94 without loss. Ryan Patel's on 44, Dominic Sibley on 45, and this has been a fine start by the visitors.
It absolutely has.
After 20 overs, Surrey are 94 without loss.
Leicestershire's 12th man, Alex Green, comes out with some drinks, but a little chance for Lewis Hill and the Leicestershire side to have a few words. Will they change the approach? Well, they are in a way, because Tom Scriven is coming off now. He's bowled 6 overs, as I say, none for 30. And we are going to see if there's going to be any spin for Liam Travaskis. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. Travaskis so far hasn't actually bowled that much in the competition. Not in the first 2 games because of the circumstances of them, really. He bowled his full 10 overs against Essex and took 2 for 33 from 10, but 1 for 56 off just 5 against Sussex. Travaskis steps in, round the wicket, bowls a reverse sweep by Sibley, and he's got that one away. Very nicely played, actually, between the 2 close fielders on the edge of the circle at short third man and at sort of backward point, and it runs down to the boundary for 4. Without loss. Travaskis is in and bowls forward is Sibley, stroking the ball calmly down towards long off. And applause for Dom Sibley, because that is his 50. It's been a measured affair, really nicely paced by Dom Sibley, and he has looked as good as he often does, really. He is a class act, and he could well go on here. 50 to Sibley out of 99 without loss.
Yeah, he's in very good touch at the moment, Sibley.
59 balls, 7 fours. As Travaskis is in, back goes Patel and looks to force it away off the back foot. Can't get it past Rahana, who's at sort of straightish mid-wicket. Dot ball.
I think he likes an outground, doesn't he?
Travaskis, very short run is in, brings Patel forward, punched back towards him, scrambles across to his left, Travaskis, and makes the stop. Not cleanly, but makes the stop. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Little sort of lift of the left leg before going in and bowling to Patel, who comes forward and plays the ball firmly back down the pitch again to Leicestershire's left arm spinner. Steps past umpire Pratt, a couple of strides and bowls. Down the wicket goes Patel again. He can't get it past Travaskis. He works it firmly back down the pitch, but Travaskis falls to his right to make the stop. 99 without loss after 21, and that's just confirmation of the Sibley 50. 59 balls, 7 fours.
Yeah, he's got a minimalist run-up, hasn't he? If he was an artist, I think Travaskis, he'd be Carl Andre. You know, it's not a lot of. It's not like, say, Peter Such or anyone like that who had quite a long run-up for a spinner. He's very quickly into it and quickly through his overs. Sam Wood is coming into the attack, so he's going to have his first bowl in this competition, and he's going to be bowling to Dominic Sibley, and just into the legs of the former England opener. Yeah, going back to what you were saying, Surrey, you know, Surrey have got a bad rep, and you know, there's no hiding the fact that Surrey do make, you know, a lot of money off the field with their facility at the Oval, but they do produce their own. Oh, that's a good delivery. Goes past the outside edge. Patel just having to drop his hands on that and looks accusingly at the wicket. The 3 in the England side at the moment, so you know, Surrey doing a good job for the national side as well. The 3 in the England side: Jamie Smith, Ollie Pope, Gus Atkinson, all coming through the ranks. Patel drives back to the tall and rangy Wood.
Yeah, it's a huge kudos to Surrey, but you probably won't see any of them again for
yeah,
heaven knows how long, really.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the problem, isn't it?
Well, there's 15 away with either England or the 100 at the moment.
Yeah, Leicestershire lost 5 to the 100 this season, having lost 1 last season,
yeah,
which is one of the differences, obviously.
Wood, sure, pulled by Patel with aplomb through mid-wicket. Latches onto that one very quickly.
Thought that might be coming our way, but he got plenty of that and hit it through mid-wicket rather than behind square.
Is that Ryan Patel's 50?
No, 48.
48. That scoreboard is sometimes a little bit. Yeah, it's 48. Wood around the wicket. Oh, that beats Patel. This is a good contest going on here.
I think, yeah, we're being told, some people, that they weren't getting the link on the BBC Sport website, but apparently it is up and working.
Okay.
It's all good.
Good.
So hopefully that was a long time ago.
Okay, well, using to Richard Ray, Dan Whiting here at the beautiful Kibworth. There's a shot of the crowd. Look at that. Bumper crowd in here. the locals really getting into having a day out. That's just been turned around the corner by Patel, and that's going to be his 50 as it crashes into Richard Ray's sandwich bag behind us. And well batted, Ryan Patel.
I couldn't move to go across and make the stop there because I'm attached to my headphones. But
Yeah.
I was should have done, shouldn't I? Really?
Yeah, like Sibley, 6 4s in that, and taking a little bit longer, 72 balls as opposed to the 59 that Dominic took, but still a very good innings and a very good start this by Surrey.
Yeah, it's becoming almost an outstanding start, isn't it? 108 off 22, so pretty much 5 and over without a wicket going down. Travaskis around the wicket to Dom Sibley, who's forward, just driving, checking the shot, just making sure of the single out towards Hanscom on the extra cover boundary. Jogs his single, moves on to 51. Again, there's barely been a run between these two. It continues to be the case. Travaskis over the wicket to Patel, who, nice timing as he clips that one out through mid-on, straight mid-on. There isn't one, there's long on, long off, extra cover and mid-wicket, the 4 men out on the boundary. Travaskis bowl, Sibley is clipping out to mid-wicket this time. And again taking one, content to keep pushing the singles, knowing that the odd 4 ball is coming. And they'll steadily get that run rate up. If that continues to be the case, there was 9 off the previous over. And Travaskis is in, fullish, looking to sweep, gets it off the bottom of the bat, Q end almost of the bat there, Patel, and it dribbles out towards Rahana at mid-wicket. He just checks the bottom of his bat, it's okay. Travaskis is in and bowls. Quicker, flatter delivery, played firmly out past Rahana on this occasion by Patel, who jog walks his single as Hanscom Fields throws on the bounce to Ben Cox. 111, 112 now without loss. Still heavy grey cloud around the East Midlands as Travaskis is in. There's a single every ball at the moment, just leans forward Dom Sibley and plays firmly through the vacant mid-on area down to Roman Walker at long on. End of the over, 113, I say off every ball. 5 out of the 6 balls yielded a single, and well, they don't need to accelerate at this stage.
Not yet.
Once you get past 30, maybe if there's
Yeah,
still 10 wickets in hand, something like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, and also I think what you find, Richard, is that the acceleration is far less pronounced in 50 over cricket. It's more of a subtle, you know, a little bit like you when you're driving your car, as opposed to going 0 to 60 in 7 seconds. It's a lot more smoother acceleration in 50 over cricket. Wood in, and that's just played into the offside. No run. Yeah, it's been a good chance to have a look at some of the Surrey youngsters. Yusuf Majid has played virtually every game this tournament. Nathan Barnwell's been in the side. As Sibley drives out to mid-off, no run. Picks out Lewis Hill.
A couple of Leicestershire supporters been in touch to the effect that their wicket notification seems to be broken. What's going on? They're saying, well...
Surrey fans won't believe what's going on. I mean, they haven't played particularly well in this tournament.
Yeah, well, 3 wicket, just 3 runs against Warwickshire, wasn't it? But otherwise, fairly conclusive defeats.
Wood and Sibley just plays that one into the offside. This is good from Wood. He's just bowling back of a length, banging the ball into the pitch and keeping Sibley Nice and honest. Wood bustling in onto the hips of Sibley, who just turns it out to Hanscom in the deep, interrupting his chat with the general public out there. 113 now.
You were advised to bring your own seat. There are no stands here at Kibworth, so
No.
you had to bring your own sort of folding seat. I think some were available for rent, so to speak. But yeah, Leicestershire fans know to bring their own here, by and large.
Do you like an outground, Richard?
I do.
What's your
Everybody
favourite
does,
one? Not in Leicestershire. As Wood comes in round the corner, tickled by Patel, runs down to Roman Walker down at fine leg for a single.
Well, I would have to say, just about counts as an outground where we're going in 2 days' time, really, Scarborough, just because it's so very familiar and it's so full of character.
Yeah.
In Leicestershire, well, both Oakham and here are wonderful places to come to.
Yeah, Leicester, they used to play for a little bit at the Leicester Electric Ground as well, didn't they? It's got a lovely Art Deco pavilion as Sibley turns this one to mid-wicket, no run. That's the
Aylstone Road ground, of course.
Is
yes,
it?
Indeed, it was headquarters for a while. Halfway stage. No, not quite.
No, we're not quite.
24.
Yeah, I thought it was halfway. It's a little bit premature there, but
Good over from Wood.
yeah, it was a good over. Just back of a length, wasn't it?
2 singles from it.
Yeah,
So,
Leicester Electric. What was
they
all
still
that?
play there, you know, the electricity ground.
Okay.
It's called. It's Boundary Road, and it's still a fine ground.
Has it still got that Art Deco pavilion? I saw 30.
To be honest, I'm not absolutely sure.
Okay.
I read some of the stories about it though, because it was in the shadow of a sort of power station, as was, hence its name. But tales of sort of food and notebooks, reporters' notebooks, being covered in a sort of fine grit generated by the power station. No longer there, of course, the power station. But the ground certainly is, and as I said, it was one of Leicestershire's various headquarters.
They played at Hinckley and they
the
played
years.
at Colville as well.
Correct. Both counts. I think something like 13 places they've played throughout the county, one way or another. But now it's just obviously Grace Road. Occasional games at Oakham, and now here, which is great.
Yeah, wasn't it? Les Taylor, I think, was from Colville, wasn't he? Was he from Colville, Les Taylor?
May well have been.
Yeah.
I would have to check on that.
Got a caught and bowled, which was the last delivery of the 1985 Ashes at the Oval. Moustache bristling in the South London sunshine. Mr. Gooch and Mr. Gower both made hay in that game, I seem to recall.
Why are we having the break now?
Yeah,
after
we are.
24.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be after 25? Have they taken
Have we lost an over somewhere?
2 overs off or something? I mean, we started bang on time, didn't we? So I see no reason at all why we should have lost any overs or time. Perhaps it's set in stone at a certain time rather than after a certain number of overs. I don't know.
I thought it was always at 25 though.
We will try and find out for you, but welcome break as far as Leicestershire are concerned. I would imagine Lewis Hill exhorting his troops, perhaps to. There's a lot of serious faces among the Leicestershire faithful listening to Hill, who is animated.
Is he a tub thumper? Does he get the boys going, or is he quiet?
I think he's quiet. He's quietly intense, but quietly so. You know, in his own way. So he's much respected as a captain.
So is Harry Swindles going to join you on air at some point?
He may have been joking a bit, a little bit there. He's not overly fond of microphones, Harry, from as far as I'm aware. Most of the players are pretty happy. Roman Walker's outstanding commentator.
Yeah.
And has a future if he works on his Welsh as well. In particular, BBC Wales' budget being what it is. They'd be delighted, I suspect.
He's from Wrexham or somewhere like that. He's North Wales, isn't he?
North Walian,
yeah.
North Welshman, North Walian, I'm not sure what
yeah.
the exact term
They call
is.
them gogs, don't they, South Welsh people, for some reason. I don't know what that's about. But
South Welsh people call North Welsh people
yeah, they call them gogs, yeah.
Travaskis is in and bowls a full toss that is smashed out of the ground by Ryan Patel into the black screen, the sight screen directly behind him. It was a absolute gimme from Travaskis, who shakes his left hand as though it had just slipped out there. But if Hill was hoping for a little bit of a squeeze, that's not the great start to the very first ball. Straight full toss that Patel just hits straight back over his head for 6. In goes Travaskis, bowls down the leg side. This is not a good start to the over and is signalled wide.
I tell you what, I'm rather pleased that side screen's there, Richard, because my automobile is parked right behind that.
It would have pinged off a few, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Potentially. Travaskis is in again to Patel, who's turning that one to mid-wicket, so a dot ball. 7 from the first 2 legitimate deliveries, though, of the over. Travaskis is in. Patel is down the track, getting to the pitch of the ball, working it out towards long on. Scriven comes into field 1, is taken. So he's just opened a little bit of a gap now, Ryan Patel, with that 6. He's moved on to 62. Sibley has 55. That is as big a gap as there's been between them in the innings so far, curiously. Travaskis bowls, Sibley goes back, steers it neatly out through the gap in the covers, out towards Hanscom. He'll be on first name terms with everybody on that boundary now, I suspect. Takes his 1. Travaskis in. Bowls. Back goes Patel, and he's careful, cautious, suspicious of that one. It stayed arguably a little bit low. It might have been just pushed through a little bit more quickly, pushed out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Travaskis in again, gets through his overs quickly, and forward goes Patel, getting to the pitch of it and just wristily punching it out on the front foot, out towards Scriven at long on, and taking 1, another successful over for the visitors. 125 without loss, and we are now at the 25 over point.
Yeah, Surrey rattling on exactly 5 and over, and this has been a really good partnership between Dominic Sibley. He's got Metro Bank fever, Sibley, after his 149 at rugby school. He's already on 56. Ryan Patel as well on 63. And it's been a really good start. But Surrey have put the foundations in. Can they now build an imposing house as that's down the leg side from Samwood? Hanscom is, he's getting on very well with that lot in the crowd. You'll have gone from PSP Hanscom to call me Pete.
That won't have taken long to that stage. It really won't.
Is he like? He's a good guy. It has got very murky again here as Wood comes round the wicket. Patel drives pleasantly. Wood parries it, and quite possibly stops 4 runs there. Patel timed that one decently enough. Surrey's 12th man here. Another one who's come into the squad in recent games. Seb Stewart Reckling, left armour.
Great name.
Yeah. Wood. That's off the pad of Ryan Patel. Dribbles through to Ben Cox. No run.
The only appeal was Travaskis, who's at point. Well, on principle, I think Liam appeals if it hits the pad.
Yeah. Wood. Oh, that's a little bit of extra nip, bit of extra lift. And Patel just drops the hands on that. A few Surrey members in the crowd down underneath the scoreboard.
Taking the opportunity to tick off another ground.
Yeah, underneath at the Paul Abbott end. Sure, they've probably rechristened it the Sean Abbott end over there, but they're enjoying themselves.
Near the coffee stand as well. That's a good place.
Oh, that's well bowled. Somebody with something a little bit stronger than a coffee in his hand there, walking past.
Almost the first time we've seen a bowler sort of lift his hands, hasn't it? You know, so that was close.
I like the look of this lad. He's got a little bit about him. He's quite consistent where he's bowling, and he's got a nice action. And he's a big old boy as well. He's got to be 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah.
And he's getting a little bit of lift, and that's fine from Patel, the finest of flicks, and that runs away. Hanscom can't stop that one.
Nice shot. Yeah, just lost his line a bit there, Sam Wood.
Yeah,
you don't expect consistency as such necessarily, do you, from a young man making his debut, but he's clearly got promise.
Hanscom's been moved from the far side over there, probably for talking to the crowd too much. He's got a few new people to have a chat with. Wood in, Patel drives, thick inside edge. Don't think that went where Ryan Patel meant, but no collateral damage done, and he ambles through for the most languid of singles. 130 without loss, Patel's 68. Or 131 without loss, Patel's on 68. Dominic Sibley on 56. Surrey looking to build an imposing total here at Kibworth.
Well, it's beginning to be so already almost, isn't it? 131 off 26. We really are looking at the score well into the 300s at the moment. Travaskis then is in over the wicket, down the pitch, gone the full. Ryan Patel gets to it, chips it just over Travaskis, who jumped into the air and looks askance back down the pitch as Patel completes his single. The ball rolls slowly out to Scriven, who is at long on. Down the pitch comes Sibley just to do a spot of gardening, a spot of prodding. 69 now to Ryan Patel. Again, it goes cold as the darker cloud comes overhead. Travaskis round the wicket to Sibley, who waits for it and tries to turn it through the leg side, doesn't quite time it and hits it down into the ground, bounces quite nicely for Hill. Running across, Hill is now at mid-wicket rather than mid-on because there's a long gone. In goes Travaskis, quicker delivery, reverse sweep, attempted by Sibley but not timed, rather bottom of the bat, and it goes slowly down towards short third. Chris Wright is on the edge of the circle there. Sol Buddinger's at backward point. Not too much distance between them. Travaskis is in, back goes Sibley and stylishly forces it out through the offside. Out there at the moment is Walker. So somebody else for the crowd down there to get to know.
It is raining. I've just had a little look out the back. No, you
nothing. Standing out of the marquee as in goes Travaskis, bowls, big swing and a miss from Patel, who raises his eyes to the heavens and whacks his bat against his pads. Cox, as is the way with keepers these days, automatically took off the bails, but Patel's back foot was anchored firmly enough. That could have put your car in danger if he got hold of it. In goes Travaskis, bowls, an attempted sweep, slog sweep really by Patel, doesn't get it, comes off the pad, and there's a squawked appeal from Travaskis that is turned down by umpire Pratt. Nothing at all from the keeper, Ben Cox. End of the over, 133 without loss. So in the end, there was a lot of activity in that over, but just the two singles from it, 133 of 27.
I've always liked Ben Cox's hands. You know, even when he was at Worcestershire as a youngster, you could see In London cricket, I think we've been very lucky to have Ben Foakes and John Simpson, two of the finest exponents of glove work in the country in recent years. Jamie Smith's got a very good pair of hands. I mean, he's not, you know, a batter who dons the gloves. He's a genuine keeper and batter.
Yeah, it looks like he could be playing for England for a long time, doesn't he, Jamie Smith?
Yeah, he's... I'll come on to Jamie Smith after this ball from Sam Wood, which is just gets a little bit big on Sibley, and he just shovels it around the corner for a single. Jamie Smith for England, because he's had to marshal the tail, he seems a lot more leg side dominant than the way I've seen him play for Surrey, where his cover driving and down the ground have been an absolute joy to watch. They really have been. Be interesting to see, you know, how his career develops with England, but he's got a big future, and he's a lovely lad as well. He really is. That's hoiked by Patel. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way for 4. No, it's hauled in very well by Ian Holland and keeps them down to 2. Sibley sends Ryan Patel back, and that's great work on the boundary. Gets a round of applause from Hanscom as well. Yeah, Jamie Smith, he's a lovely lad. Watched the England game when I stayed with the side on one of the away games at Worcester at the end of June. That's turned round the corner by Patel to Hanscom, who juggles it and finally gets the ball into Cox. Yeah, he's a big football fan as well. He's a big West Ham fan, Jamie Smith.
He's one of those who's very good at it as well, football. You know, he's one of these all-round athletes.
He's not bad. I mean, I watch a lot of sides warm up because they all warm up with the football these days, don't they? As Wood comes in, Sibley pushes him into the offside single. And there is nobody, let me tell you, with a worse first touch than Marshawn DeLunger at Gloucestershire.
I can believe that. That I can believe.
It's like he's got a Toblerone foot. With the ball going off here, all angles. Other chocolate bars are available, of course, here on the BBC. Wood. Nice, smooth, rhythmical approach to the crease. Oh, that's hit Ryan Patel, and he's hit wicket. He's hit wicket.
I think the ball went onto the stumps.
Has it?
I think it came
off his bat?
And trickled onto the stumps.
Let's see if we can have another look at this on the replay.
Yeah, let's see what it hit him on the...
It's hit him on the shoulder.
And then it trickled onto the stumps, I think. We'll have a look and see. Either way, it's a first wicket for Sam Wood in one-day cricket.
Here's the replay. Oh yeah, it's the ball has gone onto the stumps and not Patel hit wicket. So it will go down as bowled Wood. And I tell you what, I think he deserves that. I think he's you know, he's bustled in and he's kept his line and length, and it's a very good innings from Ryan Patel. 8 fours, 1 6, 92 balls for that 72, and 138 for the opening stand. It's been a pleasure to watch from those Surrey fans who've made the journey up here, up the M1.
I just wonder whether he almost did him for a little bit of pace. It was on him a little bit more quicker than I think he thought it was going to be, and he was leaning backwards when it hit him on the shoulder. He went for the hook and fell back down onto the stump. So unlucky in a way, but again, the bowler made it happen.
Brings Ben Geddes. Yeah, brings Ben Geddes to the crease. He batted very well with Sibley at rugby the other day, got 60 balls, 62. Also got his first professional wicket as Richard Ray reaches for the sweater. I thought he was rather extravagantly dressed for the cooler air as Geddes just works that one into mid-wicket. 138 for 1 at the end of the 28th.
Not sure my dress has ever been described as extravagant before, but sloppy perhaps. Careless, yes, too. There you go. As I say, just under the dark cloud, it goes sort of markedly cooler, doesn't it? But
and I think it was all, we're feeling it because it's dropped so much after the recent humid weather, and the cooler air now has filtered in.
We are promised sun later this afternoon, but it's taking its time to appear. Travaskis, left arm spin from the pavilion end, bowls to Dom Sibley, who drives the ball back past the bowler out towards long off and takes 1. So what will change now? Geddes takes his time, just makes his mark, takes his guard with umpire Pratt. Looks around him. No real change to the field for the new batsman. And the rain is in the air again, but just so very fine. Umpires with their wide-brimmed black Panamas, not feeling it clearly, as Travaskis round the wicket to the right-handed Geddes, who looks though he might have been off the mark straight away, played it firmly through mid-on, but Hanscom had been brought in by Hill to the edge of the circle, and it got to him quickly, so no single to be taken. Travaskis in, bowls. Geddes a little bit flat-footed as he looks to drive, ends up pushing it firmly back on the bounce down the pitch to Travaskis. 14 on his back, Ben Geddes waits, crouching almost in his stance as Travaskis is in, bowls quickly. Geddes is using his feet though and gets to the ball on the full, drives it out towards long off, gets off the mark. The throw bounces through Travaskis, but backing up is Lewis Hill, the skipper, so no extra runs as a result. 140 as Geddes gets off the mark. Travaskis steps in, bowls forward, goes Sibley, drives it firmly. No great follow through, but he's clearly a very strong man, Dom Sibley. Nice piece of timing out to long off for 1.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He's 6 foot, got to be 6'4", I reckon.
Broad of shoulder as well as Travaskis steps in and bowls. Geddes is clipping it away on the on drive through mid-on, this time down towards long on. Hanscom, having gone back from mid-on to long on, means there is a single on this occasion. 142 for 1. Leicestershire head coach Alfonso Thomas passes in front of us, heads back to the pavilion, having taken a drink to Sam Wood, and perhaps a word of congratulation as well in between overs.
Yeah, Alfonso Thomas was at Somerset for a number of years, wasn't he, as a player? Good bowler.
Yeah, very canny.
Yeah.
Very particularly effective in one-day cricket, Thomas, but well, in both really. But
had a very good slower ball, I seem to remember. Well disguised. Here's Wood searching for another wicket. Drilled off a drive there from Geddes. Goes out to Lewis Hill though. Times it nicely, Geddes. ...123 runs from 5 innings in this tournament. But Dominic Sibley, Geddes just opens the face, runs it down to Hanscom, comes back for a second, and he makes it quite comfortably. So moves on to 4. It's Dominic Sibley though, who's the king of the outground. 149, 72, 149 at Rugby, 72 at Guildford, and 61 not out here. He doesn't mind roughing it away from the confines of the oval. Geddes defends, well bowled by Wood.
Flat track bully. No, it's good that the outgrounds have produced great pitches then, really.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
that's not to say that he wouldn't have got runs on difficult pitches as well, but no, they've been they've justified their places on the calendar, haven't they?
Oh, without a doubt, and I'd like to see more cricket played at them. It's only the cost, isn't it, taking them out to...
That's the issue, isn't it? Yeah.
Wood comes in to Geddes, who shows in the full face of the bat, goes out to Lewis Hill and mid-off. I think it keeps it down. If you have it like here where, you know, you're on deck chairs, etc., that helps. It's when you have to start putting up temporary stands. Stewards aren't cheap, are they?
I think it's a fairly straightforward arrangement between Leicestershire and Kibworth as well. I think there's sort of, as far as I'm aware, it's a sort of flat fee involved, and then the club gets on with it, and then they sort of take everything else.
Yeah. Oh, that's a little bit of extra zip from Wood. He's got the odd one in him, hasn't he? He just bends his back, and we saw it when he got Ryan Patel bowled off his shoulder. And we just saw that one there, which lifted.
I'd say he certainly looks the quickest of the bowlers we've seen so far, doesn't he? Don't know whether you'd agree.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably he's getting that extra bit.
Yeah,
of something
with his height as well. I mean, obviously you're missing Josh Hull. He's with 100, isn't he? He gets that little bit of extra. Oh, that's a beamer, and Geddes has dispatched that halfway up the fence, and it's a no ball. And Geddes got onto that one very quickly because they're never pleasant. It's probably chest high, I'd say. It probably wasn't, you know, at the nose.
Official warning.
Yeah,
has been given,
yeah,
and a free hit. So this is be very expensive.
Yeah, next one he's off, so he's got to be a little bit careful here. Don't want to see that.
So that's 8 from the ball so far, and it's still to be bowled, is that right?
Yes. Here is the free hit. That's another beamer. That's gone straight up in the air, but it's not going to be out, even though it's been dropped. And
now,
2.
Is it another signal?
Is it another one?
It was just low enough. Got away.
Just about. Dicing with danger, though, Wood. Hopefully, you know, we don't want to see a young lad, you know, making his first appearance in this, taking out the attack, do you?
So we are at the 30 over stage, and 154 for, after praising Wood, not to the skies, and he's still deserving of just that last ball went horribly long. It basically resulted in 10 runs being added to the Surrey score. 154 for 1 after 30, double it after 30. Some people say that.
Yeah, I'm not an advocate of that.
I don't think it always works.
No,
in this, but it does suggest certainly a total of over 300, so it should be.
Yeah, I think they're looking at about 293, something like that.
I think they'll be ambitious to get over that 3.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a psychological thing, isn't it? But
well, it'd be what, 146 off 20 with 9 in the bank. I think they'd want 300 from here.
Very much so. Wright's back in the attack for Leicestershire. So Travaskis has come to an end of his spell for now. He has bowled 5 overs and he's conceded 26 runs. Liam Travaskis. Chris Wright, 23 from his first 4. Let us see what he can do with the next couple. Possibly looking to bowl them in 3 spells. Wright is in, bowls, nicely driven, and driven for 4 by Dom Sibley. Here's that extra height on Sibley, a nice big stride from him, and it's pitched up enough for Sibley to drive away, and Leicestershire in trouble here, really. 158 now for 1, Sibley on to 65. Geddes already on 12. Ben Mike on the boundary, in civvies of course, having a chat to Peter Hanscom as Wright is in. Again, Sibley walks forward, but it's a straighter delivery, and he can only punch it back down the pitch to Wright, who stops the ball in his follow-through.
Well, this is where David Gower started his career, and I think David Gower would have been proud of that cover drive from Dominic Sibley just then. It was glorious, wasn't it?
It was a lovely shot. Probably no shots that are more pleasing, really, aesthetically, than the correctly executed cover drive. Right is in, bowl. Sibley gets a delivery that he plays off the back foot, really, steering it out into the covers where it's a comfortable stop for Tom Scriven. 158 for 1. Remains the score. They can play around Sibley to a certain extent now. If we've got someone at the top of the order, he can just keep playing the same way, try and run a ball, something like that. And everybody else goes hard, in goes right and bowls. Sibley leans forward, angles the bat, deflects it down to third man.
Sibley anchors it, doesn't he? What he does, he sets his stall out to bat for the 50. His 100 last week at rugby school came off 116 balls, so he'll go one a ball roughly, and then he'll step the pace up.
Exactly that. Update coming, I think, for BBC Radio Leicester, 159 for 1. Right turns. Runs in and bowls, blocked firmly out into the offside, but scrambling to his left, Hill makes a stop, and Sibley and Geddes decide not, I beg your pardon, Geddes and Sibley decide not to take the 1. And there is an update. Here we go. They've remembered. They're in a spot of bother here at Kibworth because Surrey, having been put in, as you say, are 159 for 1. Just the one wicket to fall, that of Ryan Patel, who was bowled by the young debutant Sam Wood for a fine 72, 138 for 1 at that stage. We've had now 31 overs, so just 19 left in the Surrey innings, but they'll be looking for a total of more than 300 here, which could take some getting. The Foxes do need to win this one. Surrey going well, though, 159 for 1. That is the end of the 31st over. 159 for 1 is the score.
Got to be said, Rich, you keep a very neat book here. It's very, very tidy, very good.
Bit of a scribble.
Certainly far better than my scrawl here.
Change of bowling again.
Yeah, is it Holland
coming back on?
Yeah, so do you think we'll probably just see two and three
probably
from these
like
two,
that.
from Wright and Holland? That's just, I think that's off the hip actually, it might be off the thigh pad, and it goes away for 4. It's wide. It's not off nothing.
Well,
it's off the, I think it's off the gloves perhaps of Cox.
Wide is standing. No, it's signalled wide. So
yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, so down the leg side, but off the gloves of Cox. Yeah.
Standing up though, it's always a risk, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trying to keep Sibley in his crease, perhaps starting to go out of his crease a little bit.
But I do like to see keepers standing up because I'll come on to it after this ball, as that's just run off the face, angled down by Sibley. Adds another one to his 66, moves on to 67. What I'd see, because not only does it bring the stumping into play, but it also brings LBW into play, because batters are trapped in their crease. They can't just walk down the wicket to a bowler. Holland. That's again worked backward of point on the offside. Buttinger doing the fielding. Holland currently none for 13 off, or none for, well, he's now none for 17 or 18, 19 even. None for 19. We'll settle on that one off 5.3. Geddes punches that one into the offside. We need to find a Jinkya Rahane. Been very popular, hasn't he, signing for Leicestershire. Settled in well, and he's loved here by all and sundry. Holland, Geddes turns that one into the onside No need to pick out mid-wicket. It's got a little bit lighter now.
No sign of the sunshine that we were promised yet, but it is a little early still.
Oh, that's in the air, just short of Budinger at backward point. And Geddes comes round. Sorry, Geddes comes back for a second as Wood comes round and feels the ball. But that wasn't far away from Sol Budinger. Tantalisingly short. Just a little bit of a thick outside edge from Geddes. Holland to Geddes, who turns that one into the onside. He wants two, and they get back. Geddes is quick. Sibley a little bit slower now. He's been batting out there for the best part of 2 hours and 10 minutes, so you can excuse Dominic for being a little bit slower, but he's still no slouch between the wickets. So at the end of the 32nd, 169 for one. Good start here from the visitors.
Yeah, very 10 off the over. I like Geddes' Benedict Brodie Albert Geddes.
Yes, great name, isn't it?
That's a name.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good friends with Jamie Smith.
Yeah, they're both Epsom lads.
They spent a winter together in Sydney before Geddes signed for Surrey, which he said helped him through his first few years as a pro. A little bit of a delay because Ben Cox is getting some treatment from Lloyd Hanley, the Leicestershire physio.
Yeah, the other one I like in this competition for Surrey is Josh Blake, the keeper. He's not had many opportunities, but he's been donning the gloves in this, and seeing folks at mid-wicket is bizarre.
Right in from the pavilion end, bowls Fullish, driven out into the offside by Dom Sibley. Hill scrambles to his left and makes the stop at a wide-ish mid-off, and so as he often does, once he's done his fielding, he throws the ball into the air with his left hand. Still got changes to the field to make. He's going to send his short fine back to the boundary and bring long on into mid on. Right is into Geddes, who is turning it off his legs, or attempting to do so. Thick inside edge. Might have been a bit of pad involved because it's going slowly out to Wood, who comes in and throws on the bounce. Doesn't do Cox too many favours there, but Cox manages to make the stop cleanly enough. Puff of dust as the ball hits one of the cut pitches before the actual pitch. 172 for one now. Right. Turns. Runs in. Bowls. Might just have held that back a bit. It's a straightish delivery and slightly inside part of the bat from... Yeah, he just indicates to his companion, Dom Sibley, that was held back a touch and maybe just rolled his fingers across the seam, but he managed to work it out towards long on. Hanscom goes back to long on for Sibley, comes into mid on for Geddes. Right is in, bowls, Geddes firmly into the offside, slightly wide of Hill, who throws at the stumps at the striker's end. As a consequence, Sibley, sort of seeing what he was doing, just accelerated a little bit, but made his ground comfortably enough, and the throw missed anyway, stopped by Cox.
Talking of acceleration, do you think Surrey have made a conscious decision to just put their foot on the pedal a little bit here?
Seems so, and 9 wickets in hand, why not? 18, sort of 17 and a half overs to go.
Yeah,
batting to come, might as well. They might feel they need sort of 330-ish if they can. In goes right and bowls, clipped wristily back down the pitch to him by Geddes, trying to work it, I think, down towards long on, but by Sibley, I beg your pardon. But they're very similar in stature, these two, and obviously both being right-handed. They're not dissimilar in style, actually, as well.
No.
So that's a feeble excuse for misidentifying. Apologies. In goes right and bowls, and just held back perhaps a bit. It's going to have to hurry a bit there. Is Geddes, so the throw was by Hill, but he threw at the non-striker's end. It was probably the right call. Well, Sibley apologises to Geddes, who was slightly startled to see his teammate thundering towards him, but responded and made his ground.
Yeah, I just think that they're taking slightly more riskier singles, perhaps.
Yeah.
And I just think that they're looking to get on with it.
Now, if you are a little bit hungry, there is a food village at the 4 Apples end. Everything from burgers and chips to ice cream.
Holland just turned off the sort of hip by Sibley. 72 he's on now. It's been a very good innings. Big hello to Kim Barlow, who's listening in from her holidays in Cornwall, Surrey member. She's down in Cornwall on her holidays, and
I hope the sun is shining for her, which it isn't here.
it certainly isn't, no. Turned away by Sibley, just one this time. They quite happy just to take the one to Chris Wright.
That said, it is getting starting to get lighter. And I think that's where the weather's coming from.
I think it's coming from behind us, yeah.
All the waves sort of behind that side of the ground. They're sort of south, what's that, southwest, I suppose. It is getting lighter.
Geddes pushes this into the offside. Just the one, though, as Wood comes in off the cover boundary. Throws it in, one bounce into Cox. Yeah, it's got to be said, I'm not cold, but it's the first time I probably haven't been sweating at a cricket ground for a month. As that's defended cautiously, studiously by Dominic Sibley.
Holland has been the most economical of the Leicestershire bowlers so far. He's the only one who's under fives in terms of conceding runs per over. Everybody else over fives or more.
Yeah, Wood has been going at close on 7, but Sibley turns that one down to right at long leg, but he had his figures skewed and ruined somewhat with that 8 off 1 ball, a no ball beamer that was dispatched almost into the houses by Ben Geddes.
Yeah, we should say there's a net in front of the houses, a very tall, sort of 20 foot high net.
And I bet the residents were quite grateful for it with that, as Geddes times this one up to mid-on. That completes the 34th over, 179 for 1. Geddes on 19, Sibley on 74. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Richard Ray here at a very pleasant Kibworth.
5 off the over from Holland, 16 to go. They'll be looking with 9 wickets in hand, Surrey at sort of 8 or even 10 runs and over, surely, and that would get them up to that 330, 340 level. Geddes and Sibley came together when Ryan Patel was bowled off his body, off his shoulder by Sam Wood for 72, 138 for 1 at that stage. So they've added 41 already for the second wicket. Wright is in, looking to drive, but getting a thick inside edge is Dom Sibley. Just wonder whether this is sort of slightly one of. Does he have that extra sort of fifth gear in him?
Yeah, he does.
You know.
Yeah, he does.
When he does have to chase it, just sometimes. Let us see. We will see.
We saw it at rugby last week. Once he'd gone past 100, he was in a run chase, and he started to whack sixes down the ground.
Right is in, bowls to him. He blocks it carefully through mid-on, out towards long on, takes his one. He doesn't need to go big at this stage. He can look to Geddes, and maybe with 10 overs to go, something like that. He will really look to go after everyone, every ball. But Surrey in very good shape here to really press on. 180 is up now.
Yeah, I think he'll go one a ball up until 100, and then that'll probably take him through to about 8 overs to go in the innings.
And then spectators, be aware. Ball could really start flying around. Right is into Geddes, who's advancing down the pitch, smashing it back at right, who 2 hands up, manages to, well, it burst through his hands. It would have been a miracle catch, really, had he been able to somehow hang on to that one.
Yeah, he's okay. After, you know, what happened with Luke Fletcher the other year, where he's got smashed straight back into his head. It's always a little bit of a concern.
I think he'd managed to sort of duck his sort of head out of the way as he put up his 2 hands. In goes right, bowls again. Geddes is hitting it high into the air, just short of the wide long on boundary for 4. It was only a couple of feet short, but really did get hold of that one. Whether right, slightly unsettled with what happened to the previous ball, but banged it in a little bit, and Geddes seized gleefully on it and clubbed it away to the wide long on boundary, very nearly for 6. Looks very threatening as far as Leicestershire are concerned, very promising as far as Surrey are concerned in this innings. Ben Geddes on to 23 now. Wright, who's been taking a lot of punishment, is in, bowls, on driven by Geddes, but checks the shot slightly, makes sure he gets on top of the bounce, takes one as Hanscom fields. Right, proving expensive, not for the first time in this competition. And having missed so much cricket in the early part of the season for, well, obvious reasons, suspended after failing the drugs test for 6 months, in he goes and bowls. Geddes drives in the air again. Good stop, diving stop to his right by the captain, Lewis Hill, on the bounce. That wide mid-off means it's just a single to Ben Geddes, but it just looks to me, Chris Wright, as though he's still just struggling for a little bit of rhythm.
Yeah, he's. Although saying that, you know, this is a very good wicket, fast outfield, and I think this is. Yeah, it was 9 months he got.
Not 6.
9 months he got, yeah.
But, well,
a backdated 9-month ban he got. That's been smashed by Geddes. That's gone over the fence.
that's into somebody's garden.
That's in the gardens, yeah.
Definitely say the acceleration is underway now, but beautiful pick up by Geddes. Quick hands, wasn't it? Quick wrists, and it was perfectly bowled in for that shot. But goodness me, he clubbed it cleanly. And I mentioned the netting fence, and it is 20 feet high, and it cleared that.
Yeah, I think with Wright he was a little bit unfortunate. He admitted the chance. He had also inadvertently and unknowingly taken Osterine, which is contained in a bilberry food supplement which he bought online, and he's been using a fruit supplement for years, and yeah.
191 for 1. 6 off the first ball of the over. Delay while the nuclear codes come out. Also, it kind of looks that way, doesn't it? That Leicestershire keep their spare balls in this sort of metal-lined box, and it looks as though he's carrying some sort of secret.
It does, yeah. He's
opens it, and you press a button, and the world explodes.
It's like something, out of James Bond, isn't it?
Sunshine, look, we see blue sky away to the
Richard.
right. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming.
I can see the cricket jumper coming off in a second. Holland in, pushed into the offside. Man known universally as Dutchy. Had some very good seasons at Hampshire in Holland.
Be hoping to have more as well.
Yeah. But again, he opened the batting. Pushed into the offside for 1 by Geddes, who's moved on to 31. The umpire there, ball coming in from Wood on the double bounce into Cox, just with the signal of keep it up there from Neil Pratt. They don't mind 1 bounce, 2 bounces tends to get them to raise their eyebrows.
Holland is in and pushed by Sibley out towards mid-on. Sneezes happen when you're commentating outside.
I do apologise, Richard. Thank you for taking that over. Just as the wrong time there. If he's at the end of his mark, I could have pulled that one off. Holland in. Oh, that's a bit of extra lift. He's just lifting, and it's at this end that it's doing so, isn't it? Just a little bit of extra nip, a little bit of a tennis ball bounce, perhaps.
He dropped his hands well at that one, but nightmare for Ben Cox, but he did well.
Yeah, Cox did do well. Sibley again. That hits the splice this time. So
End of the third.
7 off the over.
6th, yeah, 192 for 1. Sibley, just looking at his scoring rate, he's now on 75 off 94 balls, I think. So his strike rate is around about 80%. Geddes 31 off 29, 106. So maybe he'll be the one to really take the initiative. 14 to go. Got to be looking at 10 and over.
Yeah, I think so.
Look, that sort of area, which would get that 320, 330. Tom Scriven's coming back on. Scriven, 6 overs, none for 30. Walker, 5 overs, none for 27. He has options here, Hill, but Wright's been expensive. 7 overs, none for 39 now. Scriven. Athletic run is in and bowls on towards the legs of Geddes, who turns it out through the vacant square leg area, out to Wood on the boundary. 1 is taken. Geddes indicates to his partner, probably doesn't need it, doesn't need telling exactly what Scriven's bowling. Sibley having seen rather more of him than Geddes.
Cox standing up.
Big ask, isn't it? Because it's like lively stuff from Scriven. He is in and bowled, driving away, a little bit late in diving across to that one. Travasky's got his left hand to it at backward point. It doesn't cost Leicestershire anything. There's always going to be one there, and it went a few yards behind him. And he picked himself up quickly, got his throw away, and it was just 1.
Yeah, he's done well.
Sibley.
He's done well there, Travaskis, I think. I think he's saved 4 runs.
Sibley on to 76 now. 32 to Geddes. Scriven turns. Runs in and bowls down the leg side. Beautifully taken by Cox as Geddes tried to turn it away. Offers the ball to the stumps, but doesn't take off the bails because obviously Geddes was deepish in his crease, or back foot was deepish in his crease. Wide signalled, of course, though. Have to be bowled again. The delivery, 195 for 1 as Scriven turns. Past umpire Pratt bowls. That one is managed to be worked out through backward square by Ben Geddes, but not cleanly. Oh, the throw comes in. There's going to be overthrows as well because it hits the stumps and evades Ben Cox as a consequence. Roman Walker has to run around the offside boundary and one becomes two. Cox, slightly resentful look at Sam Wood, who apologises. There was always one there. It was just a little bit too sort of close to the stumps and it stayed low and clipped the stumps and ran out past the backer upper. In goes the young right armour and bowls Scriven, and it's worked out off the back foot this time by Geddes out towards Walker on the offside boundary, and one is taken. 198 for one. Still, it's a good over. No boundaries conceded in an over is a good over at this stage of an innings when things are going as well for the batting side as they have been. Scriven is in. Bowls goes past the outside edge. Ball just moves away from a disconcerted Dom Sibley, who looks back down the pitch and, well, not much he could do about that one, beaten on the outside edge. He won't.
Looked a good delivery, didn't it, from here?
Yeah, in as much as we could tell from here. We're at the mid-wicket boundary. Dom Sibley when the bowling is from the pavilion end. But he was squared up and beaten on the outside edge by Tom Scriven there, who is running in and bowling, and walking forward into the defensive push is Sibley, but it's a push for one because there is no mid-on, and if he gets it away through mid-on, there is always going to be one. Hanscom comes into field, one is taken, bit of 10cc, who is it? Status quo. Of course it is. Should know that. 199 for one at the end of the 37th over, so almost at the 200 mark, but they will want to pick it up from here, I think. Sorry, here they don't want to be sort of finishing at 270, 280, do they? They'll want to get past 300 and go well past it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, here it's Kibworth, Dominic Sibley, rocking all over the world. Rocked all over rugby school, he rocked all over Guildford, and now he's rocking all over Kibworth.
Change the bowler from the ball out of there, number 80, the
Travaskis is going to come in from the Paul Abbott end. Just walks into the crease as Sibley turns that one to mid-wicket. Talking of music, Richard, I think it might be time. That's punched out to long off to Rahane. It might be time, like the Manic Street Preachers told us back in the 90s, where everything must go. 13 overs left.
For me, that.
12 and a half overs left with, that's a 200 up as well. Driven out to Rahane again. I don't think Leicestershire will mind ones at this stage. What they don't want is, you know, an over of 15 plus, or 2 or 3 overs of 15 plus. That's gone straight up in the air. Chris Wright's under it and spills it. Ooh, they'll be disappointed with that. Geddes fights again.
Well, yes, it was high, but it wasn't the most difficult skyer, was it?
Sometimes they spin, don't they, in that area, round the corner. Travaskis. Again, the ball goes out for a single, out to Rahane.
He dropped one off the no ball, didn't he? It wasn't a catch because it was the no ball. It was after the Beamer, but almost in the same place, but from the other end. Dropped one.
Short, and Sibley puts that away. It got what it deserved, really. You can't bowl there. You can't bowl half trackers. And Travaskis a little bit frustrated. Should have had a wicket in that over. And 207. Sibley's into the 80s as well. He's on 84. Geddes on 36. 37. 207 it is, actually. The scoreboard's a little bit behind. 207 for one. Sibley on 83. Geddes on 37.
8 off the over.
38 goes in, and Surrey are 207 for 1.
They haven't quite looked on it, Leicestershire, in this game at the moment. In goes Tom Scriven, and bowls looking to hit it our way, I suspect. There is Ben Geddes, thick inside edge onto the pad, and it rolls gently out towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that Kibworth, I mean, they've made a lovely effort here and they've done well, but I'm not so pleased that they've decided in a white ball competition to put the commentary position down at Cow Corner.
we do have a sort of marquee over us, but I expect you to catch everything, Dan, if that's all right. In goes Scriven, and bowls whipped out into the onside by Ben Geddes, slightly inside edgy, and it rolls out towards Sam Wood at a deep square. He takes one, moves on to 38, 208 for one.
Well,
go on.
The guys from the club can save their own monitor if the ball comes this way. I'll save the BBC equipment, all right? Is that a deal?
Which is worth more. It's not the BBC stuff. In goes Scriven, and bowls ramp down to the finest of fine legs for 4. Nice shot by Dom Sibley. A little bit of innovation from the England opener. I won't say former. 212 for 187 now to Sibley. Takes off his helmet, mops his brow. Because the sun, as I say, has come out. The cloud has finally broken. The worst of the dark cloud is heading off to the east. And
yeah, it's quite pleasant,
warmer.
Isn't it? Yeah.
It is markedly warmer now. Thank goodness for that. 212 for 1. Scriven turns, runs in, bowls, bounces a little bit on Sibley, who manages on the back foot to block it out towards point. Twitches a bit as that little bit of extra bounce and wanders forward, prods at the pitch.
I've even put the sunnies on, Richard. I mean, there you go.
Isn't exactly blazing, but it is it is pleasant now. Pleasant. The worst is over. Isn't as far as Leicestershire is concerned, though, with 12 overs or 11 point, I think 2 balls left in this over to go. They could be chasing leather for the next, certainly half hour or so. Maybe best part of an hour, if they are. Scriven is in and bowls. Sibley just leans forward and turns his wrists on the defensive push. The ball runs out towards Jinkya Rahana at mid-wicket.
It's a lovely hum here, isn't there? Just crowd taking it all in, enjoying cricket coming out to an outground.
Scriven bowls. Again, a little bit of bounce off the thick outside edge for Sibley, who taking his bottom hand off the bat as he came forward at that one. It runs down towards short third man, where right is the fielder. End of the over. 213 for 1, so 5.
Plays that out to long on. First ball of Travaskis is over. 214 now, Sibley on 88. That's 4. Over the top of mid-wicket, 1 bounce, and Geddes using his feet, nifty footwork, and I think they're going to target Travaskis. Overs left after this, 218 for 1. Surrey put in Decent foundations. The ground floor's coming on nicely. What's the upper floor going to look like? Can Travaskis make it a bungalow? Here he comes around the wicket. Where's that gone? It's gone out through covers. Rahane can't cut that one off. And that's sheer timing there from Geddes. He's cracking on with it. Geddes. Here's Travaskis to him. Oh, he's gone reversing, and they'll pick up one. Sibley calls him through. And Geddes moves on to 47. So that's 39 balls, I think. Travaskis just adjusting his field, actually bringing Wood in to the discs and sending Lewis Hill out to deep mid-wicket. So he's got no cover on the offside, so I think he'll be looking to angle it into Sibley's legs. We're going to see the reverse. No. Sibley can't get that one away. He's going to fire it into Dominic Sibley's pads here. With the field set like this, he's got 4 inside the discs on the offside. He's got Chris Wright round the corner on the 45. He's got a long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket. Sibley times that one, and Hill just about cuts it off. And they get 2, but Sibley looking in the mood here. So 10 overs left, 225 for 1. Sibley moving into the 90s with that brace. And from a Surrey point of view, this is going rather swimmingly.
Very much so. Need wickets for every possible reason here, Leicestershire, including to slow this scoring rate down. Roman Walker is going to have a go from the pavilion end as the blue skies appear away to our right, and a pleasant sight it is now too.
Pavilion end, number 49, Roman Walker.
Hill talking to his bowler. Got long on, mid-wicket, square leg. Looking around, I can see extra cover and third man. Those are the 5 boundary fielders. Plenty of ones to be had on the leg side as Walker is in to Sibley, who's clubbing the delivery out towards mid-wicket. It's Ajinkya Rahane running around in front of us, gets there before Peter Hanscom, but even so, still 2 runs comfortably taken. 91 now, or was that 93? 93.
Geddes, who's Geddes?
Beg your pardon, Geddes on to 49
They
now.
do look similar. I was getting them confused at rugby last week. They as you say, they bat in quite a similar style.
Walker into Geddes, who is going back and turning it out towards mid-wicket. Takes his first one quickly. He's interested in the possibility of a second. Sibley never was. 50 though to Ben Geddes. Well batted, and the applause you hear from the Surrey benches in front of this splendid new pavilion here at Kibworth. It's 50. That's come up better than a runner ball. Much better as in goes Walker and bowls to Sibley, and everything has been hit towards mid-wicket at the moment. He's bowling very straight, is Walker. He's not exactly banging it in, but it's just short of a good length, and at the moment it's proving hard to sort of muscle away to the boundary. There are singles to be taken on the leg side pretty much every time, but plenty of cover out there for Walker. 2-2-9 for 1. Geddes now on strike as Walker is in. Bowls to him, slightly short of a length, clubbed over extra cover out towards the extra cover boundary, but good work down there by Tom Scriven. Means that it is 2 rather than 4. Geddes on to 52 now. I was about to give you his figures. I think he's 50. I'm waiting for the scoreboard to update. Came off 41 balls.
Yeah, it did.
3 4s and 2 6s. Waits, knees bent, bat raised as Walker's in, bowls to him, hits it high into the leg side. Wood was going for it, couldn't get there. It bounced in front of him, bounced over his sliding body. Rahane trying to cover behind, couldn't get there, and it is 4 to Geddes, who waves at his teammates. Say any chance of a little drink and perhaps a towel off, but Leicestershire will be disappointed. Wood sort of tried to go for the catch there when perhaps he might just have been better at accepting not defeat but just making the block as much as anything, but tried to get in position to take the catch. Geddes on to 56, 235 for 1. Walker is in. Geddes steps away, tries to club it away. It misses, I think, everything. Was there a bottom edge? It was a bottom edge, and Walker can't believe it. He's got his hands on his hips because it can't have missed the stumps by much. It evaded Cox behind them. It runs to the boundary. So consecutive boundaries for Geddes, and he really has picked up the pace now. He's moved on to 60, 239 for 1, still 9 overs to go.
Yeah, Ben Geddes there showing why it's called the Surrey cut.
Is it?
Or the Harrow cut.
Yes.
Yeah, but
was it known as a Chinese cut when I was at school?
yeah, Chinese cut, Harrow cut, Surrey cut. Yeah, but
14 off the over.
I'm just waiting for the days when the BBC we can wave at somebody and call for a drink and a towel off. I mean, why don't we get that, Richard?
Not long until lunch when we'll be royally looked after, I am sure.
I'm sure we will. We've been looked after very nicely so far here at Kibworth.
239 for 1. 9 overs to go. Well,
Yeah.
90 gives 330.
It's bizarre because in the distance it looks so gloomy, yet we're bathed in sunshine and we're about to get the nicer weather for the afternoon. Travaskis in, Sibley drives back, Travaskis scrambling across, cuts off the single. Weatherman Whiting has told you we're about to get the nicer weather.
That's glorious now.
Yeah. Travaskis with this minimalist run up. Sibley plays him through, long on, where he'll come back for 2. What Sibley's very good at is, yes, he's good at rotating the strike, yes, he's good at scoring boundaries, but he also gets the ball into the pockets for 2. He gets the score moving on as he cuts away. Wood's in pursuit, and again 2 more. Another one into the pocket there from Dominic Sibley. 243 now. Sibley on to 96. He's gone past 300 runs in this competition as well. Travaskis aiming at his legs, firing into leg stump. Sibley works him into mid-wicket for 1. .97 now, 244 for 1. 8 and a bit left. Or 7, yeah, 8 and a bit left. Geddes crunches that one into the offside, picks out Wood on the cover boundary. Just a single. Some very pleasant flora around us here at Kibworth. Some nice berries on this bush behind it. I don't know what type of bush it is, Richard. What are your horticultural skills like?
About on a par with yours from the sound of it, I have to say.
Gardener's world can wait another year, can't it, for us? As Travaskis comes in and Sibley, is that 4? Yes, it is. There's his 100 and 200s at 2 outgrounds. Dominic Sibley enjoying life on the road at these grounds. Scores another 100 following his 149 at Rugby School last week. Follows it up with an undefeated 101 here at Kibworth, and very well compiled. What are stats on that, Richard?
115 balls was the announcement. 10 runs off the over, so 24 off the last 2 overs, 9 off the previous one, so 33 off 3, so scoring it better than 10 and over. Now the visitors in bright sunshine. The ground looks an absolute picture now. Outfield lush and green, but very, very fast. 2:49 for 1, 8 overs to go. Walker from the pavilion end runs in and bowls back, hitting our way up into the air. Rahana is underneath it and makes the catch at mid-wicket. There is a slightly ironic cheer from the Leicestershire supporters. One catch already having been dropped, but very, very well batted by Geddes. He goes for 61, caught Rahana, bowled Walker to 49 for 2 in the end. It banged it in a bit there, Walker, but slightly short of a good length. Tried to pull it away. Thick bottom edge, flew up into the air, but did a good job for his side.
Certainly did, gave the innings some impetus. 111 those two put on. Geddes with 61 of those, and really put his foot on the accelerator pedal when Surrey just needed it. But yeah, very good innings, and it brings Rory Burns to the crease for Surrey. Burns been a little bit out of touch in this competition, but
You're a bit surprised. Would maybe send somebody else in to have a sticking to the lineup.
Yeah, but Rory can work the ball around as well. You know, he's like Sir Thomas More. He's a man for all seasons.
So, left-hander. Also, I think we probably do have to say Rory Burns, formerly of England, Sibley may not be thinking about it, but could still be in the back of his mind. He's just 28, isn't he, Dom Sibley? He's plenty of time left.
Yeah, he has.
You would think in that respect, and all by no means lost. Rory Burns, his international day is probably done, but plenty to offer at club level. Walker is in to him. He drives very pleasantly, but only as far as Hanscom, who's come up from long off to mid off for the new batsman.
I do like Rory Burns' captaincy, though. I think I've been very impressed with his captaincy watching Surrey all season. He's innovative, he thinks outside the box, and yeah, I really like the way he skippers the side.
Walker, having picked up his first wicket, runs in, bowls and punched in the air, back past him, but again by Burns only as far as Hanscom at mid-off. So he timed both the shots fairly nicely, but yet to beat the infield. Burns Wood just warming up again, or bowling a loosener or two on the boundary on the offside, so he might be about to be entrusted with some bowling at the death, which again will be excellent experience for the youngster. Walker is in round the wicket and bowls. Oh, huge mow from Burns, and he somehow evades mid-wicket. Hanscom, no, can't be Hanscom because he's at mid-off. Budinger, it was there, and made something of a hash of his fielding. The ball bounced sort of through his hands and down towards Hill at mid-on, and as a consequence, Burns can get off the mark and does with a single. 250 up for Surrey. But it's been a good over so far from Roman Walker.
Yeah, it certainly has been.
Hard to get away, and he's picked up a wicket in it. In he comes and bowls to Sibley, who is calmly forward, pushing the ball through the gap in the covers out towards Scriven, who is on the offside boundary, and one is taken. I thought that was over, but there's one to come.
Yeah, I thought that was over.
One to come, it would appear.
It's good to see me being a ECB ACO qualified level 2 umpire that I'm struggling to count to 6 at my age, Richard, but there you go.
Walker decides to send his extra cover, sorry, his mid-wicket for the left-handed Burns back to the boundary, having seen him try to wipe it over there off just his third delivery. A couple of balls ago, Walker is in, Burns just stabs him out into the offside, off stump, down towards point. Travaskis fields, Burns takes one. End of a successful over for Roman Walker, one that Leicestershire needed. Just in the end, 3 runs from it and a wicket.
Yeah, very good from Walker, just putting the brake on. And Swindles is going to come on as 12thers for Peter Hanscom. Swindles, the star of the final last year. Got himself a new deal, didn't he? Got himself a new contract off the back of that. And he's a very pleasant lad. He's been around us most of the morning, hasn't he? And he's quite a chirpy fellow. Full of energy, full of beans. So 252 for 2 at the delightful Kibworth. Is this Wood back in, isn't it? Back into the attack. Burns flails away at that and misses it. And the ball thumps into the gloves of Ben Cox.
Oh, Scriven, I beg your pardon.
Sorry, it's... yeah.
It really is.
It is Scriven. It is Scriven. They're quite similar in stature as well.
Well, definitely the taller of those two, isn't he?
Yeah. But Scriven's...
But
really,
yeah, fair head.
Yeah. Burns just tickles one. Out to... That is Wood. Out a deep square. It's not Scriven.
Yes, thankfully. There is a lot of differences between Burns and Sibley.
Yeah.
There we really don't have any excuses.
Yeah, noticeably a
left-hander versus tall, elegant right-hander.
Yeah. Bit more cloud moving in. A little bit of cloud moving in from behind us to our right-hand side as Scriven comes in, and that's going to be a wide. Sibley reaching for that one. Got a big reach as well, Dominic.
.6'3", Dominic Sibley.
Okay.
And he's known apparently as Frocko, F-R-O-C-K-O.
I'll ask him about that later. That's another wide. Scriven trying to aim just inside that blue line. You can see there on your screens.
Because I think he was trying to sort of ramp it, and Scriven tried to follow him, and He's arguing that he kind of moved across a bit there, but umpire O'Shaughnessy, as ever, unimpressed.
Yeah, this stage of the innings, they try and bowl one side of the wicket or the other, don't they? Sibley plays that one out into the offside, out to Wood for a single. Yeah, they try and bowl one side of the wicket or the other, don't they? They don't sort of tend to bowl both sides because that's very hard to set a field to.
Tell you something else about Dom Sibley, he's half French.
Ah, well, this innings has been formidable.
Clearly you are as well. Practically bilingual.
Burns avec le cover drive. For a single.
Both products of Whitgift.
Yeah.
These two.
Yeah, Surrey haven't played there for a number of years. Oh, that's smashed straight down the ground, ricocheting off the stumps. Or was that off Burns? No, it was off the stumps. Yeah, Surrey haven't played at Whitgift, where, like here, there's some wonderful flora and fauna. There's peacocks wandering around the grounds there, and I think they've got Mara, which you don't get many of them wandering around the outskirts of Croydon, let me tell you. Scriven is out.
Golden.
Bowled him. Burns goes across too far, and thought that'd come off the back of the bat there, but yeah, Burns just goes across too far and trying to innovate, loses wicket, and Scriven strikes Rory Burns, going for just 4, 258 for 3. But Burns, team man, you know, going along in the pursuit of team runs there, and loses his wicket. Cameron Steele has been promoted up the order, so it's an interesting choice. Conor McCurr's the one you want. He got a career best 72 the other day. He doesn't tend to hang about for too long. But Cam Steele will nudge Nurdle. He's a thief of a run, as Clive Radley was once christened.
I watched him make 224 against Leicestershire for Durham at Grace Road 7 years ago now, Cameron Steele. His parents were there, curiously. I say curiously because he's American born, isn't he? And,
Californian born.
They'd come a long way to see him.
And he grew up in Western Australia. Yeah, he's played all his first class cricket here at Middlesex, Durham, and now Surrey, and he's an absolute gent. He really is. He's one of the nicest blokes in the whole of the first class game.
6 overs to go, the first of which will be bowled by Roman Walker from the pavilion end. In bowls, Sibley drives in the air just short of Lewis Hill at mid-off on the edge of the circle. Thought Hill might just got his hands underneath that.
It'd have been a very good catch.
It would, falling forward, and he wasn't quite able
I think more to the
to
point.
get underneath it. It was sort of almost on the half volley, wasn't it?
Yeah, more to the point, he saved 4 runs though as well.
Almost got a mouthful.
Yeah.
Ball as well. Can lose a tooth or two in that respect. Walker in and bowls outside off stump, looking to cut really, sort of square drive is Cameron Steele. Thick bottom edge, bounces down towards Travaskis.
Yeah, dentists love a, you know, one dropping a couple of feet short of a fielder, don't they? Means they've got a bit of work to do.
Hill talks to Hanscom, brains trust if you like. Hanscom captained Leicestershire throughout the T20, but Hill, the club captain, resuming the job in this competition. Walker is in. turned off the back foot by Steele, but only as far as mid-wicket. We're seeing the effects of the wicket falling here in terms of the scoring rate, just slowing things down because very difficult for the new batsman to time it from the off. 259 for 3, just the single. Gentleman standing up or walking behind the sight screens. He's happy now, is Steele. Walker is in bowl. Steele is looking to turn it on the leg side. It's a big appeal for a leg before. The leg by is not taken. Steele is sent back into his ground. Travaskis throws that the stumps nonetheless. Turned down by Neil Pratt, the appeal. So, but another dot ball. Another good over so far.
This is good.
From Walker.
Yeah, really good from Walker. Thinks about it, doesn't he?
Making his case to stay in the side, and he's got a good case really as he goes in and bowls outside off stump, cut in the air. Well, just as we were saying that, he gave Steele a little bit of width, and the former Durham man took full advantage, cut it high over Travaskis down to the backward point boundary for 4. I say a good case, I mean not just because he's a good bowler, but because it looks as though Ben Mike is going to be out for a while. He's going to have a scan on his side injury, but he's not going to travel to Scarborough for the game on Thursday. Walker is in, short, pulled in the air, but round the corner. It's going to drop short of the fielder running round down there. It's Ian Holland, and 2 taken by Steele. Moves on to 6, 265 for 3, end of the 45th over. So, saying that, 265, yeah.
Yeah,
and
so
7 off it.
Yeah, so 40 off that block of 5 from Surrey, exactly 40 off the previous block of 5, 31 off the previous block of 5 before that. So Surrey are just moving through the gears here quite nicely, and I think that they'll want maybe 50, I think, maybe end up with 315.
Yeah. Would they be happy with that? Then they'll know it'd be competitive, but Leicestershire bat, that's their strength, is the batting. So they won't be intimidated by a score of 315, no. 320.
And it's a quick wicket, fast outfield as well. Yeah, I think it's got a good game of cricket on our hands here. Scriven in. Where's Sibley put that? That's going to be out. There, that completes Dominic Sibley's innings. He falls for 105 with a score on 265, and that's a really good innings from Dominic Sibley. He's anchored it. He's the king of the outground. 149 at Rugby, 72 at Guildford, and now 105 here at Kibworth. Well batted, Dominic Sibley.
I think the catch was Ian Holland. It's fairly straightforward. Hit up into the air. Holland took it two-handed in front of his chest, but yeah, well batted, Dom Sibley. He looks a little disconsolate as he walks off there, picks up his spare pairs of batting gloves that have been drying in front of the pavilion here. But just not petering out the innings, but it's just lost momentum, hasn't it? And
a little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
Suddenly it's 265 for 4 and 3 wickets in 4 overs.
Yeah, Scriven. Well, both these two are bowled with intelligence, actually. They varied it. They've gone into the pitch, and Walker especially has been excellent. I think Scriven's got 2 wickets and Walker 1, but there's Blake, the new batter, Josh Blake, man who's had the gloves in this competition, wicket keeper. Gets off the mark with 1 straight away. .266 for 4. Watery sunshine here. Kibworth. Scriven in, Steele tucks him into the onside, runs the first one quickly. They're going to look for two, but no. Is that Travaskis down there? He's in off that boundary very quickly. It's left-handed, whoever threw it.
That's Travaskis with the ball in his hand at the moment. So if it was him, 'twas him. He's got a slight sort of boxer's walk, a slightly aggressive walk, bow-legged, and
because he spent time in the northeast. That's why.
He is a northeasterner.
Yeah. Scriven around the wicket. That's gone through Blake. Well bowled. I came through Market Harbour on the way here. That's a pleasant part of the world, a pleasant town, isn't it?
Yes, quite posh Market Harbour.
Well, I expect nothing less on my travels up here, Richard. But yeah, no, very nice, very nice town. Melton Mowbray, that's not far away, is it?
Not too far, no. Different sort of place to Market Harbour or Oakham.
Crunch through the offside by Blake, but can't get it past. Buddinger at backward point. Same with the pork pie, isn't it, Melton Mowbray?
It is.
Yeah.
Yes. Stilton as well.
Okay.
A lot of dairies around there. Long Clawson. A few famous Stilton dairies.
Okay.
But yes, the Melton Mowbray pork pie is probably its primary claim to fame. It has a big festival.
That's slower ball there. Takes the pace off Scriven. That's a really good over at this stage of the innings. 267 for 3 with just 4 left. Can Surrey get to the magical 300?
Yeah. 2 runs and a wicket from the over.
Sorry, 267 for 4.
For 4 down, yeah.
Yeah.
So 320 is actually looking a long way off at the moment. Really,
they're not going to get
4 overs to go. 300 might be a bit of a stretch. We shall see. Glorious sunshine now here at Kibworth. Oh, that's interesting. Walker's coming off. He's impressed me. Walker by and large, and Ian Holland. 8 overs, none for 35. Coming back to see if he can pick up a wicket or 2 at the end of the innings. In he comes from the pavilion end and bowls. Back goes Cameron Steele, tries to turn it into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. It's the slower ball, bounces past the outside edge down towards Ben Cox. And there's no run. Another docked ball. Jinkironis stretches off his quads in front of us as Holland, up on his toes, runs in and bowls an attempted ramp, and it's a successful attempted ramp by the batsman. Steele stepped right across, telegraphed his intentions, but Holland bowled the same ball, went for the stumps and lifted neatly by Steele down to fine leg for 4. Fine leg and third man both being on the edge of the circle. Played by Steele, moves on to 11. In goes Holland, bowls to him, shortish, slower ball, tries to pull it, cloths it slightly, rolls slowly out towards mid-wicket. Rahana is the fielder, has to run into field, does so, just the one taken. Steele on to 12, 272 for 4, rehearses a violent pull. Brings young Blake down on strike. Londoner, well, Carshalton counters London, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, officially it's
South London, I suppose.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Officially it's Surrey, but...
In goes Holland, bowls to him, he's dancing down, gets a top edge, and he's caught at point. Well, a little bit, he saw him coming there, he did very much signify what he was going to try and do. He came dancing down at Holland, who dragged his length right back, banged it in, tried to deflect it out through the offside. It came off the sort of top edge and lobbed to Travaskis for the simplest of catches at point, and a bit of a procession now. And Surrey got to be careful a little bit that this innings doesn't really collapse, because that's 4 wickets in 5 overs.
Yeah, he's just bowled out the back of the hand there, Holland, I think. And just get a little bit of extra bounce as foxed, pardon the pun, up here in Leicestershire, Josh Blake.
First wicket of the innings for Ian Holland. Blake goes without scoring. 272 now for 5.
Here's the replay. Let's have a look. Holland just rolling his fingers over that and a little bit of extra bounce and goes out to backward point. Is that Budinger with a catch?
Was it Budinger or was it Travasky? Usually Travasky's there, but it could have been Budinger.
No, it is Travasky's, sorry. It is Travasky's. Which brings young Ollie Sykes.
On debut. So
On debut, yeah.
just nip out there and whack us a quick 30, Ollie, and we'll be very happy with your efforts. He's going to be facing Ian Holland. Long on has been posted. Sweepers on both sides of the pitch, of course, and third man has gone back now for the Foxes. Holland wants his mid-wicket in. He says, no, come on in. We'll have a deep square instead, and mid-wicket on the edge of the circle. We'll get closer, says Holland. And he says to his fine leg right to go to sort of long leg, that little bit wider. Runs in and bowls. Sykes gets a first ball that's slightly short of a good length. He gets up on his toes and blocks it back down the pitch on the offside. Rahana, he doesn't expend unnecessary energy, Ajinkya Rahana. He just walks into it. Does everything in a sort of measured way. You'll see when he bats, if he's there for any length of time. Everything about him is sort of economical. Very rarely does anything to excess, it would appear. Except score runs in international cricket. In goes Holland and bowls Fuller this time, rather jammed out by Sykes. The ball runs out to Hanscom at mid-off. And it is the end of the over, another successful one as far as the Foxes are concerned. 5 runs from it with that 4 off the first ball, ramped by Steele, but he wasn't able really to get on strike after picking up 1 off the next ball. So 4 dot balls under wicket to finish the over from Ian Holland. He's got 1 for 40 now from 9 overs as a consequence at the end of the 47th. Surrey 272 for 5.
Yeah, Ollie Sykes come from Tunbridge School, home of the Cowdrey family. Zach Crawley went there as well, didn't he? I think.
Walker, change of ends for him.
Produced a lot of fine cricketers over the years.
1 for 51 for Walker from his 8 so far.
He's bowled better than that suggests, actually. That's driven handsomely by Steele. Can only pick out Sam Wood on the cover boundary. Yeah, he's bowled better than his figures suggest, I'd say, Walker. And he's had to bowl what they call the dirty overs at the back end of the innings. Here he comes to Ollie Sykes around the wicket. Sykes clips that one nicely into mid-wicket. Rahane fields and shies at the stumps at the non-strikers end where Cameron Steele's backing up. But Steele gets back. It wasn't far away there.
Yeah, and he was with his left hand as well. It was clever. And what if he's a bit ambidextrous? Probably.
I am, Richard.
Oh, yeah.
I am. Yeah, I can drink red or white wine.
Okay. I asked for that.
Here's Roman Walker. Sykes flashes outside the off stump. No run.
This has been a really good last few overs from Leicestershire.
Yeah.
249 for 1 after 42. Surrey now 273 for 5.
They've dragged themselves. Yeah, they've dragged themselves into contention here. And Walker and Scriven have been the catalysts as Sykes gets off the mark in professional cricket. That will be the first run of many in his career, I would suggest, with one out to mid-on.
I wonder why he's chosen 54 as his number. There'll be a story behind it, there usually is.
Yeah. Short, Steele pulls into deep square, just for a single. Yeah, Steele's very popular. When he was leading the wicket takers, I think by sort of early May, something like that in the season. I think he went to about 20 quite quickly, and a lot of people it's in the county championship, and a lot of people were that's just heaved away by Sykes, but no run. That's another really good over, though, from Walker.
Outstanding at this stage, really.
Yeah, and a lot of people were sort of commenting from Durham, you know, great on you, Cam, you know, and being very popular, even though he'd left Durham, 4 years ago, still very popular in that neck of the woods, and that's a testament to the bloke that he is.
So Holland will bowl the penultimate over. I would imagine Walker will bowl the last. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Steele will be on strike. It's the right man as far as Surrey are concerned. In goes Holland, bowls to him. Attempted slog sweep. It mostly pad, I think, as it runs quite slowly down to fine leg. Watching umpire Pratt, no signal from him, so there was a bit of bat involved. Steele takes one, moves on to 16, 276 for 5. Yeah, Steele's on top of the bowling averages for Surrey in this comp.
Yeah, he's picked up wickets. He's been a little bit expensive, but he's picked up wickets. Has he got 10? Something like that? 9.
McCurr has 10, otherwise those two at the top of the Surrey bowling averages. In goes Holland, bowls, slogged out towards long on by young Sykes, baseball style. Did well, got it away. Taken on the bounce down there by Hill. Just a single to Sykes, rehearses the shot. Thumped around chest high. Moves on to 277 for 5. 10 legitimate balls left in the innings.
Leicestershire won't mind singles.
Absolutely. Holland is in. Steele attempted slog sweep, didn't get anything on it, taken by Cox, but it's down the leg side, or it trickles down just the leg side, and so it wasn't a legitimate delivery. It will have to be bowled again by Ian Holland, who jogs back to his mark. I can't believe with the speed Travaskis bowls his overs, Leicester in danger of missing the cut-off. It's usually about 230, isn't it? In goes Holland and bowls again down towards the leg side. It came off the bottom of Steele's pad. He tried to sweep it away, didn't get anything on it. Running out from behind the stumps, Cox makes the stop at sort of short fine, but the leg bye is taken by Messrs Steele and Sykes. 279 for 5. 3 balls, I think, left in the over with the wide earlier. No boundaries being scored at the moment. There has been a really good squeeze by the Foxes towards the end of the innings. Holland is in. Sykes has got hold of that one, though. That's not squeezed. That has been hit for a 6 into the car park. Actually hit a tree. A few leaves flutter disconsolately down, but well hit by Ollie Sykes. His first maximum in Surrey colours, and a concerned Dan Whiting stands up and looks out for his car. Is yours the one with that big dent in it, Dan?
Do you know any panel beaters around this area, Richard?
There was no tinkling noises. It just adds to your collection. In goes Holland, bowls, and again Sykes has got hold of it, but it's going to be caught at long on, and was a little bit flatter. Lewis Hill took the catch. Sykes tried to repeat the dose, but wasn't quite able to get the height this time. Holland picks up his second wicket. Sykes' brief cameo comes to an end. He goes, caught Hill, bowled Holland for 8, 285 for 6.
Yeah, but there's Plenty there with Ollie Sykes that makes you suggest what a clean strike of a ball he is. And I think he's got a big career ahead of him. Talking of clean strikers of a ball, here walks Conor McCurr.
Hasn't got much time left to clobber a few. 285 for 6. And he won't. Oh, he will be on strike because these days they don't.
They don't cross, do they? The crossing law's obsolete.
They do cross, but they have to go back.
Yeah. I don't know really what to make of that. I'm not really sure if I was a fan of it or not. I think it was
the problem was that some were sacrificing, knowing they'd be caught. You know,
yeah.
But I can only think that's the only possible reason. It was in force, that rule, forever, wasn't it, really?
Yeah. There was always a row, wasn't there? Did they cross? You know?
Yeah, maybe that had something to do with arguments in that respect.
Yeah, and putting the onus on square leg, who should be watching the ball, really, as opposed to watching the batters.
In goes Ian Holland, bowls and blocked by McCurr. Back down the wicket, there's confusion. There's a throw at the stumps from Holland. He wasn't sure which way to throw it. It went through with the single in the end. The Holland throw missed and one is taken. Welcome to listeners to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra online who is listening to us. Apologies from Kibworth, where Leicestershire are playing Surrey. We now realise you are with us. We are coming to the end of the Surrey innings. 286 for 6 after 49 overs. It looked like at one stage it was going to be an awful lot more than that. There were 249 for 1 after 42 with Dom Sibley, an unbeaten century to his name. But wickets have tumbled in the last 6 or 7 overs. 6 down now. 5 wickets have fallen in the space of 6 overs. And there is just one to go. Dan Whiting of BBC Radio London, myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators, and Dan will take you through the final over.
Yeah, and part of the reason why Leicestershire have clawed their way back into the game has been the excellent bowling of Roman Walker, who has the ball in his hands now from the Paul Abbott end here, the delightful setting of Kibworth. Outground cricket alive and well. That's drop catch there. It's gone into the ground, had it? Sorry, I was blocked by Ian Holland here at backward point. So Walker hasn't done much wrong today, so maybe I've done him a disservice there. But for those just joining us, Surrey had a very strong start, a partnership of 138 between Dominic Sibley and Ryan Patel. Slower ball. McCurr biffs it out to long on for the single. Yeah, partnership of 138 between Ryan Patel and Dominic Sibley. Patel finally going, bowled by Sam Wood for 72. Dominic Sibley making his second century in a week at an outground on his travels. After his 149 at rugby school last week, he got 105. Ben Geddes also chipped in with 61 off 50 balls. And then in the pursuit of quick runs, Surrey have fallen away somewhat. Rory Burns going for 4, Josh Blake for 2, Ollie Sykes on debut for 8, which leaves Cameron Steele, who's got 15 at the moment, who's about to face this delivery from Roman Walker and tries to work that one down to fine leg, but Walker taking the pace off and just Steele can't get it away. 287.
Can they get it up to 300?
Yeah,
but struggling a little bit, as you say.
They are struggling a little bit. They'll be disappointed. They were looking at getting north of 300 at one point as Walker comes in. Slower ball. Steele picks that and crashes it over the top of mid-off and dribbles away up to the Paul Abbott end for 4.
Well, still might do it. A few more deliveries like that.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a pie. He's bowled pretty well here.
Yes. Didn't come out quite right for Roman on that occasion.
Long on, going back. As that's quicker from Walker. Well bowled. And Steele just tucks him into the onside for one. But this is quite an experienced Surrey team. Sibley, Patel, Burns and Steele really being the ones who'll play in their county championship side, and Patel's been on the fringes. That's been smashed by McCurr and goes away for 4 runs. Takes it to 296, and that's what Surrey will end up on. So 296 for 6. Connor McCurr ends up on 6. Cameron Steele ends up on 20. And Graham Thorpe, with his coaching hat on, would be very pleased looking down on that Surrey batting performance.
Yeah, they will feel they're very much in the game, and of course you are with a score of 300. But just to emphasise, for those unfamiliar with Kibworth, it's a very good pitch. It's a very flat and fast outfield. Leicestershire's batting is strong, and they will be reasonably confident of getting close, if not past, this score. It should be a really entertaining afternoon. Very much the star of the Surrey innings then was Dom Sibley, not for the first time in this competition. He made his 105 off 120 balls, and he hit 11 fours. Ryan Patel rode his luck at the beginning, but hit some cracking shots as well. He made 72 off 93 balls, hit 8 fours and 1 6. Ben Geddes really gave the innings momentum, batted very powerfully, made 61 off just 46 balls, hit 5 fours and 2 sixes. Otherwise, with the exception of Steele, nobody passed double figures. Steele's 20 not out at the end came off 16 balls. Foxes just about held it together with the ball. Chris Wright, 7 overs, none for 39. Ian Holland picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 50 from 10. Tom Scriven, almost the same, 2 for 51 from 10. Roman Walker, 1 for 64 from 10. Liam Travaskis came in for a little bit of punishment, none for 56 off 8. And young Sam Wood on one-day debut managed to pick up a wicket, took 1 for 34 from 5. It is a nicely balanced game here at Kibworth, and we'll be back with you on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London, BBC Online, of course, as well, in around about 25 minutes' time. See if Leicestershire can chase this down. first victory. In it, the Surrey innings of 296 for 6, built around a fine century from Dom Sibley, and very good contributions at the top of the order as well from Ben Geddes, who hit a rumbustious 62, and Ryan Patel, who hit equally impressively positive 71, I think it was in the end. But the innings did rather peter out, just 71 off the last 10 overs and 5 wickets to the Leicestershire cause. So the Foxes, on a good club pitch, on a very, very flat and fast outfield, will be reasonably confident of chasing this down. 2 umpires are out there in the middle now, Neil Pratt and Steve O'Shaughnessy. The Leicestershire openers, Sol Budinger and Ian Holland, are with them, as of course all in black are the Surrey side. And Dan, as you correctly predicted the opening bowler, who is?
No, it's going to be Ryan Patel.
Oh, it isn't.
It's going to be, yeah, which is quite surprising. In club cricket, he'd be known as skipper's mate, opening the batting, opening the bowling. So, yeah, but 296 was Surrey's total, and speaking to a few of the Surrey fans, and I have to be in agreement, I feel that they probably left 20 or 30 runs in the locker there, really. But we'll see what happens, because we saw a few examples of the ball just sticking in the wicket a little bit, or lifting if you're batting at the pavilion end.
Are we going to lose the music? Oh, we are, thank goodness for that. Patel then is in, outside off stump. Holland steers it classily away down towards backward point and takes the single.
Yeah, Nathan Barnwell, the boundary rider out there. He's tended to do that job. On the other side is Ben Geddes, I think that is.
We are set very fair here now. It is a beautiful afternoon in the East Midlands. Not too hot, nicely sunny. White cloud around the dark clouds of the morning are but a memory. In goes Patel and bowls to the left-handed Sol Budinger, who defends studiously on the back foot. Patel stops it with his foot and then ignores the ball, leaves it to the fielder to pick up. Budinger has, well, form in this competition, obviously this season, but particularly form on this ground. Made a very fine century here against Essex last season, and he does have 100 to his name already this season in the competition, and 250s in his 4 innings, 297 runs at 74 for Sol Budinger.
He's an Aussie originally, isn't he? Or UK qualified Aussie.
In goes Patel and bowls. Budinger cuts him down towards backward point and takes 1. Well, he was brought up in Australia, that's for sure, but Colchester born, believe it or not. So when we were at Chelmsford a few days ago, all the family came
very nice
to watch him, and he wanted to impress, and did, with another very fine century. He's up and running with a single.
Yeah, he's destructive, I'll give him that.
But yes, as you say, very much brought up in Australia. Patel is in. Holland gets a fullish delivery, steps out and drives, but doesn't put his weight into the shot. Hits it hard down into the ground, bounces out to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, Ryan Patel has been used to fiddle a few overs in this competition. He's bowled sort of 3s and 4s, but he hasn't opened.
Briskish medium pacer, outside off stump, cut in the air, bounces just a couple of times. Holland picks up 1 as Barnwell fields down there at point, on the boundary that is. He obviously one of the 2 men out, the other square of the wicket on the leg side. Sometimes it's a sort of long leg and point, or a 3rd man and deep square, isn't it? But Surrey outriders for the power play on either side of the wicket. Patel is in to the left-handed Budinger, just waits for it, dabs it down to point, hesitates for a second, but there was always going to be a single there, and it is duly taken. So 4 from the first over. No risks taken by the Foxes openers, who put together a very good partnership last time out together against Sussex. Gave them the basis for a good score. 4 without loss after 1.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be James Taylor from the Paul Abbott end.
You were desperate to say Russ, weren't you? I was waiting for it. I thought, shall I say? No, I'm going to let him say it.
I didn't come out as Sean or even
No,
Kyle.
he didn't. I was hoping to hear it.
James Taylor's been very good this season, though. I like the look of him. Very polite lad as well. Played his first game of the season at Worcester in the county championship. Here he comes, and that's got a little bit big on Budinger. There's that lift again, isn't there, from if you're batting at the pavilion end.
Yeah, came off the leading edge, popped up in the air to sort of silly point.
Yeah, he's quicker than he looks, Taylor.
No chance for any of the fielders to get there, but it popped up above head high.
Yeah.
Budinger's leading edge.
I think he didn't know where that was for a bit. I've seen those spin back onto the stumps as well. I reckon Budinger might be targeting the scoreboard area here as Taylor comes into him and just... Again, not really sure where that went.
Sort of oddly squared up, wasn't he there, Budinger? Can be just occasionally troubled. A bit of extra bounce, or well, any batsman can, of course, have extra bounce and pace, but some sort of handle it better than others, and he just tends to sometimes look a little bit nonplussed by it.
We had Roland Butcher as third voice a couple of times at the Oval. He brought back memories of him facing Sylvester Clarke. That's just tickle round the corner and Sykes can't get there. That's going to be the first boundary. Budinger just playing that nicely, playing the ball under his head, allowing it to come onto him, and just getting it fine enough of Ollie Sykes on debut on the 45 round the corner.
Delighted young man went with his green Leicestershire cap, went chasing back into the car park to pick it up. Chuffed to bits he is with that.
Tell you what, everyone's very polite here at Leicestershire. It's very nice. It's, you know, been very well looked after here at Kibworth. So credit to everyone at the club. Even Srikanth on the screen next to me he's being very nice to me, you know. So Taylor in and pushing Budinger back into his crease.
Known in these parts, as you say, as Tom's brother. Well, not really.
Tom ran him out at Worcester. We've seen a little bit of brotherly love this year. We've had Craig and Jamie Overton going at each other. And then we're going to have Jordan and Graham Clark in the Durham game.
You can see the familial resemblance in the action, really.
Oh, that's kept low. That snaked along the ground a little bit. Josh Blake did very well. He made that look quite tidy. But that's the first one we've seen really stay low. I don't know if Taylor's rolled his fingers over that perhaps, but it's sort of shot along the deck a little bit.
He's certainly quicker than Tom from this angle, for sure.
Yeah. In he comes past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. That's lifted on Budinger, but no harm done as it goes out to Nathan Barnwell at backward point. But that's a probing opening over from James Taylor.
Yeah, he definitely made Budinger uncomfortable on at least 3 occasions in that over. Budinger has a chat to Ian Holland. Wasn't quite what he expected. A bit of extra, definitely quicker than he expected, I suspect, there, Taylor, and food for thought for Saul Budinger, who refastens in his gloves and watches as up to the stumps again comes the young keeper.
But I reckon James Taylor is probably mid-80s.
Yeah, definitely. Patel isn't. goes in, bowls two. That said, that jumped on Holland a little bit.
Yeah.
Holland took his bottom hand off the bat there. It fell back to a roundabout short leg. Blake came out from behind the stumps to field the ball, but he's finding a little bit extra at the moment with a hard new ball. These two.
I wouldn't say Taylor's in the league of Gus Atkinson, say, or Jamie Overton, for instance, but he's sharp enough.
He is. He's a sort of, half a yard above your average medium pace. That is for sure. In goes Patella and bowls. Holland drives expansively and correctly and rather attractively from an aesthetics point of view, past extra cover, past mid-off to the boundary for 4. Nice shot from Holland.
Yeah, very nice, very pleasant, very pleasing on the eye.
He's looked a slightly different player since he came back from America, whether he enjoyed the break there or got in a bit of extra practice. Patel is in. Holland goes for the big drive. Blake takes it, misses it. Blake takes it really nicely and whips off the bails. Inquires of umpire. Oh, have they stayed at the same end?
Yeah, so Shaughnessy.
So Shaughnessy at square leg,
Yeah.
as to whether that might have been out. Umpire Shaughnessy. Umpire.
Sharp hands.
Oh, Shaughnessy says no, but yeah, beautifully taken. Because again, there was that little bit of lift. Patel in, bowls. Back goes Holland, attempts to turn it to the leg side. Patel turns in appeal, which is quickly choked off because it isn't echoed from behind the stumps by Blake. It was going down the leg side, one suspects. Not easy to tell from this angle.
Yeah, more of a polite inquiry, wasn't it?
12 without loss as we go into the third over. The Foxes. Patel is in, outside off stump, cut in the air again by Holland, out towards the sweeper on the point boundary. One is taken. Barnwell makes this. Barnwell. Third attempt.
Nathan Barnwell, yeah.
What do we call him? Blackwell, Barnwell. Nathan Barnwell makes the stop anyway. And it is just one. Spiders appear to have gone. When we had the rain, there were loads and loads of little money spiders. In goes Patel and bowls. Helped on its way by Budinger down to the long leg boundary. I think it was short, but umpire Pratt is waiting for the crowd to confirm, for it was wristily whipped around the corner, helped on its way by Sol Budinger. And be cross about that, Ryan Patel, because it wasn't a bad over up to that point. But just that little bit of misdirection. Budinger helped himself. 17 without loss after 3.
Yeah, I'm going to do the lottery tonight, having been in this little gazebo that we're in. All the amount of money spiders in here. Don't know if it'll do me any good, Richard, but...
There's still a few around. He says picking one off. They must go into the marquee before it's when it's folded up or something.
Yeah.
I've no idea. Otherwise. See what Ian Holland makes of James Taylor's extra little bit of pace and bounce. Standing quite a long way back is Blake. He's sharp.
Yeah, just the one slip. Dominic Sibley is Taylor. Holland crashes him into the floor, only picking out Connor McCurr in the covers. So Surrey have got Burns at mid-off, Patel's at mid-on, Connor McCurr, extra cover, Geddes is backward point, Sibley at slip, Ollie Sykes at third. Josh Blake with the gloves. Yusuf Majid is just around the corner on the 45. That's beaten Holland. This is good from James Taylor. Cameron Steele's in at mid-wicket. And then out deep backward square is Nathan Barnwell.
He's played all 5 games, well, all 6 now, James Taylor, in this competition. Came into it having taken 7 wickets at 34 with an economy rate of 6.46, which for a young bowler is not bad at all.
No, especially when he does the... That's just run off the face deliberately from Holland down to Sykes. No, especially when he's bowling at the top of the innings in the power play and at the back end of the innings as well. So he's doing what we described earlier as the dirty overs. And he takes responsibility, but Gareth Batty's a good coach and he gives the young players that responsibility. You know, he'll give that to them. Taylor to Budinger. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Budinger having a huge heave. Crowd. Look at that crowd there on your screen. Fantastic to see.
Yeah, it's 4 or 5 rows strong at one point, if you're listening.
Yeah.
Online or on the radio. It's well over 1,000.
Taylor. Budinger plays that into the onside up to Ryan Patel at mid-on. And scampers through for the single.
So these two put on 129 for the opening partnership at Hove last time out. Holland made 65, Budinger 84, both at better than a runner ball. That really was the foundation of Leicestershire's win there.
Can Surrey make an early breakthrough as Holland flashes at that one, and look at the carry there through to Josh Blake, takes that above his head. Really good carry. There's the ice cream van. I should imagine that's doing quite a good trade.
Will be now, won't it?
Yeah. Well, Adam's going to come on in a minute. I might take a little stroll over there.
Oh, good idea.
Holland plays that into the offside to Conor McCurr. No run.
You've got the coffee bar next to it. You could do an affogato or something.
I would bring one back, Richard, but I think it might melt by the time I get it over.
I suspect it'd be eaten by the time it's right on the other side of the ground.
Yeah, I think it might be a day for a flake, possibly some sprinkles.
We're talking 99s over here. Are they still called 99s?
I think so, yeah. Other ice creams are available.
I don't know whether that's sort of a copyright. I don't think it is. I think that's just a sort of...
It's the patent as opposed to the trademark.
It began as a copyright, but it's become a sort of generic thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Patel then is in and bowls, and Budinger defends. Pushes the ball back down the pitch on the offside, and there is no run. 20 without loss after 4.1. The Foxes, 297 is their target to make it 4 wins out of 5 in the competition, and then up to Scarborough for a huge clash against the Yorkies. Up there, in goes Patel and bowls, just tucks up Budinger a fraction, but he still manages to work it out towards point, and having to move around to field from sort of wideish extra cover.
Yeah,
is Youssef Majid.
Yorkshire were good in the game against Surrey, and there was a lot of their youngsters as well. Will Luxton got 83 in that. James Wharton is a wonderful fielder.
They've been around a while, those two, really.
Yeah. George Hill got 50.
Yeah.
Matt Reeves 36.
In goes Patel and bowls, stretching forward and looking perhaps to deflect it down to third man is Holland. Not getting anything on it, taken by Blake and whips off a bail, but Holland stayed in his crease. They've got a lot of depth, as you'd expect.
Yeah.
Yorkshire, and you know, those 3 names are actually fairly experienced names now for all that they're.
Wharton's fielding is a joy to behold.
In goes Patel and bowls, driven off the front foot without getting to the pitch of the ball by Holland, so the ball goes square out towards the point boundary. Barnwell the fielder, so just the single. There'll be a good crowd, you would anticipate, at Scarborough.
Barbados.
If the weather's any good.
You going up on the Saturday?
We're going up tomorrow. We're playing on Thursday.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I don't know what day of the week it is. The games are coming so thick and fast.
They absolutely do. Patel into the left-handed Budinger, who looks to drive, gets it away through extra cover. Sweeper runs across the field. Ben Geddes gets away his sidearm throw, and again it's just a single for Budinger.
Yeah, it'll be very pleasant. Very nice.
Hopefully, looking forward to that. Patel to finish the over into Holland, who is cutting outside off stump. It's crisply hit. He's busy out there, Manuel, at the moment.
Yeah.
And he just drops a little bit short and wide, which he does once or twice and over in his first 3 overs, Patel, and he takes his cap from umpire Pratt a little unhappily. He's cross with himself. End of the over, 24 without loss after 5. Dan, as he mentioned, is going to take a little wander, have a little wander around the ground, and I'm going to be joined for a few overs by BBC Radio Leicester sports editor and fellow commentator during the T20s, Adam Whitty.
Hello, Richard.
You were here before, weren't you?
I was,
we
yeah.
did some of the game last season. All looks wonderfully familiar and pleasing to the eye.
And it is Holland to face the first ball, the 6 over, and that ball's jumped up. We've seen quite a few of those in the start of this chase, and it sort of hits Holland's gloves and bounces out into the leg side. There is no run.
He's sharp, Taylor. He's no question about it. He's quick-ish. Mid, maybe even to late 80s when he gets it right, and he's getting bounce. And he's troubled both batsmen with short balls.
It's a glorious day today. I've come overdressed. I've got a thick shirt on, judging by the early morning weather.
There's something of the lumberjack about you, I have to say.
Yeah, I've come as a...
chopping down a few trees.
Yeah. In he comes, he bowls and defended by Holland. There is no run out into the offside.
Just saying that Holland looks as though he's got much more confidence now. He's back from America. Didn't play much in the major league over there, but just struggled really to have an impact and had a few injuries and was in and out of the side earlier this season for Leicester. But he played really well down at home with both bat and ball. And he looks like the player that they hoped they'd signed on loan for the rest of the season.
Taylor it is, running in towards us. Tall man, is up to the wicket, he bowls, and back goes Holland and cuts. Now there's going to be a chase on for third man. He will win the race, and Sykes right in front of us. We're at sort of a wide third man position at the moment as we see it, and so the score moves on to 24 for no loss.
Leicestershire had a player called Jamie Sykes when I first began commentating, and he too was red-haired, curiously, and Ollie Sykes says perhaps it's... I don't think they're related. He went on to become a hairdresser.
Did he really?
Sykes.
What's one of them?
Yeah, sorry.
Taylor it is. Again, running in towards us, the Leicestershire Hills in the background. In he comes, bowls full, and a thick inside edge from Budinger, who drove, I should say, uppishly. That wasn't a handsome stroke. Fielded by Geddes out here. So Leicestershire in pursuit of 297, 25 for no loss now. Holland on to 14, Budinger on 11. I mean, it sounds like he's an incredibly experienced county player, Holland. But I suppose I was slightly surprised to see him opening, even though I guess he's a batting all-rounder, isn't he? Is how you describe him. He waits. Past the umpire now comes Taylor. Bowls, driven beautifully, straight, but straight at mid-on. There is no run.
Yeah, his bowling's been... It's been hugely important. They've gone into the first few games with just 5 bowlers, really, the Foxes, and Sol Budinger to try and fiddle a few extra overs if they've needed them. But Holland coming back in was very important at home, where Chris Wright picked up an ankle injury, and Ben Mike bowled with an injury that has caused him a real issue. He's missing this game. He'll miss Scarborough, and, well, depending on the scan, it might be a long-term problem.
Here's Holland who waits, bat raised, and now tries to flick this away on the legs. That was a bit too quick for him. Tried to flick it off his pads, but he'll get a leg by over towards square leg, and that is the end of the over. The 6th, 26 for no loss is the score in pursuit of 297. So they need 270 to win. That'll be the last time you hear me do the mental maths, unless it's got a 7 in the because we haven't got a countdown, have we, over at Kibworth, it being an outground.
There could be, but we can't see the bottom row of the scoreboard there's 2 numbers down there, but even people sitting down are obscuring it. But we mustn't complain, because otherwise the facility is absolutely outstanding, really, for a club ground. Ryan Patel is in from the pavilion end. Bowls. Holland drives thick inside edge, just misses the stumps. It's going to run down towards shortish fine leg. Dom Sibley runs back from slip to field, and 1 is taken.
Yeah, I mean, this, along with Rothley, if you're a Surrey supporter, this is the best club ground alongside Rothley probably in the county, isn't it?
Have you played here? Because
no, I haven't. No,
your club cricket in the Leicestershire
I
leagues?
wish I was good enough to have played here.
Quorn,
Yes, Quorn Cricket Club's my club. I think there are quite a few divisions above us. We're the 4th division.
Patel over the wicket to Budinger, who hits high and straight, and 1 bounce for thumps very hard into the sight screen behind the advertising hoardings, the Metrobank advertising hoardings, and he really did get hold of that. He has been a different player in this competition, Sol Budinger. He is one of the top scorers in it, and may now be close to, although Sibley will be right up there as well. He's gone well past 300 now. Patel is in, bowls to him. He tries to pull him away. There's an appeal for leg before. You would have thought, from the way he played it, have pitched outside leg. Tried to pull it away, down towards backward square. Didn't get anything on it. Stayed a fraction low. Thumped into the pad.
It's interesting why Budinger's picked up so much. He did so well last year, didn't he, too?
In this competition. Just seems to temper his sometimes excessive attacking instincts. In goes Patel, bowls to him. He waits for it, guides it really cleverly down to 3rd man for 4. It was slightly short of a length outside off stump, and you would think in T20 he might have tried to sort of flog that through point or something like that, but he just waited for it, dabbed it down, realising that there wasn't a 3rd man, and picks up a consecutive 4.
Okay, well, that's potentially what you're talking about. That was a perfect illustration of what you were talking about, Richard, which was that in a T20 game you might try and club that over towards cow corner, whereas if he plays it a little bit delicately, the gaps are there and you can get 4 runs for it.
22, he's moved on to now 36 without loss, the Foxes, as Patel is in, and he's got hold of that one. Is it going to go over mid-on? Just over mid-on, diving backwards. He went running back, stretched out his left hand, couldn't quite get there, Conor McCurt. And, well, he was fortunate on that occasion. Budinger just clothed it a little bit high up in the back, perhaps a little bit of extra bounce. And he just had enough on it to clear the quite tall McCurt, who went scrambling back, dived, stuck out his left hand, couldn't get there. Budinger picks up 2, moves on to 24-10 off the last 3 balls, but the last 2 slightly fortuitous as Patel is in and bowls, and Budinger wisely perhaps decides, I'm going to block that one, defend that good line and length, delivery back out into the offside. End of the 7th over. 11 runs from it, I should say, and Leicestershire have moved on to 38 without loss.
It's a beautiful day now. I was slightly fearful when I woke up this morning that the rain could affect it. There's no sort of rerunning of these things, and it's a great day for Kibworth. Great day for them to make a little bit of extra money. Always lovely to get out from Grace Road. Grace Road's a great ground, but to be able to come in more into the community and get so many crowd fans here. It's that Taylor continuing over on the far side, and he comes. Oh, and Holland's hit that up in the air. I think he's going to be caught. Is he? Yes. Caught at the deep backward square leg boundary. There was a slight fumble by the fielder out at deep backward square leg, and he tumbled backwards. It was a slight misjudgment, but he never looked comfortable. It was a bit of a airy shot from Holland, trying to clip it away on the leg side. He went aerial and picked the fielder out. So the first wicket falls. That's Barnwell who's caught it. Is it out there? Nathan Barnwell. So the first wicket falls. Holland for 12.
That was a pretty good catch, really, by Barnwell. As you say, it was slightly difficult to judge. He got plenty of it in Holland, and it certainly would have gone for 6. I think it would have dropped over the boundary, but Barnwell was perfectly positioned. It was sort of spinning a little bit through the air, Took it two-handed and, as you say, staggered back. Looked down at his feet to make sure he wasn't going to cross the ropes. He didn't, so an important early breakthrough, relatively speaking, for the visitors. I'll be pleased with that, because Holland is a man, or was a man, in form. 38 for 1.
38 for 1. Chasing 297. Out comes Lewis Hill now. Just looking at the stats down to my left here, you printed them out, Richard. 139 runs, 81 of them scored in one innings. He's struggled a bit, hasn't he, in this competition so far? It's not been his season, really, has it?
He's had a few starts. Well, he's sort of had starts, but yeah, 81 in the first innings off 68 against Notts, 9 off 20 against Warwickshire, 42 off 35 at Essex, and 7 off 9 down at Hove. He's looked busy and he's looked confident. So perhaps today, on a ground with which I'm sure he's fairly familiar.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have played here for Lutterworth.
Indeed.
And it was interesting, he was very philosophical about it, and this is the first season he's struggled in quite a few years at all. He's been one of the informed batsmen across all three formats for the Foxes. And he surveys the ground, surveys the fielders, and this field set. As Taylor runs in towards us now. Up to the wicket he bowls, and Hill defends, pushing it out into the offside. There is no run. So there's a deep backward square leg. The difficulty is the Surrey players are in black, so they sort of blend into the background. And I think they've just got the one man out, haven't they? Oh no, they haven't. They've got a man here.
Yeah.
I was going to say it was
just
just two.
Well.
They've got the third man. I missed him. He faded into the side screen. As we were saying, yeah. Big old battle in the Premier Division in Leicestershire between Rothley and Kibworth. It's often between those two. One of the main sponsors of Leicestershire is the man who owns Rothley. As Taylor's in, back goes Hill, and that's a lovely shot. Actually timed that perfectly. A back foot push behind square, and it was hit straight at the fielder there. And a sort of, I don't know what you call it, it's a fly gully, I suppose, is it?
Yeah, sort of. Not quite on the edge of the circle. You kind of think he's there for the edged drive in the air with the extra pace of Taylor. Good diving stop away to his right by Cameron Steele, the American-born former Durham player.
And he comes again, Taylor. He's up to the wicket, he bowls. Back goes Hill. That's a lovely shot, and he's found the gap. Square of the wicket, that back foot push again, but he timed it better, was onto it more quickly, and it races away for 4 runs. So Hill off the mark. Leicestershire into the 40s. They're 40 for 1, chasing 297.
Definitely his favourite shot. Hill, but he played it really nicely there, didn't he? Got right on top of the bounce.
It's one of the nicest shots, that I think, that back foot push. We talk about the cover drive so much, or the off or on drive, but I really love that shot. So much more control needed. In comes Taylor again. There is the cover drive, and that's found the gap. I'm not sure that's going to run away for 4. The fielder at mid-off is chasing it. It's going to go right up towards the boundary rope, and he's going to have to make a diving stop. But he gets about 6 feet within the boundary rope and drags the ball back in. So 3 more to Hill. Well run. Budinger just looked a little bit taller than, well, he is a little bit taller than Lewis Hill. So 45 for 1 is the score. Hill on to 7. It's been a busy start for him. He's got that sort of Joe Root sensibility, hasn't he, Hill, as in the fact that he's always busy, moving at the crease, looking for quick singles, looking to get things going. Budinger, more the aggressor, and he waits now and goes back and just fends a ball away into the offside, where Barnwell waits, and that is the end of the over. 45 for 1. So pretty, despite the wicket, the runs kept going, and in pursuit of 297. The Foxes, who need to win this game, don't they, Richard,
really.
To continue in this competition.
Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire both going well. The other game in the group involves Yorkshire up at Scarborough, where Leicestershire will be in 48 hours' time. Essex made 243 for 9. Their 50, Yorkshire in reply. Well, it's not going brilliantly for them. They're 30 for 2 after 9.4 overs.
Leicestershire will put themselves in prime position for third spot. They'll have Warwickshire and Glamorgan in their sights, absolutely, but they can go up to 8 points. At the moment they're on 6, 4 points behind Glamorgan and Warwickshire, who are in first and second, but they've played a game fewer.
Glamorgan, the visitors to Grace Road on Sunday. That could be a big one if Leicestershire can win this. Change of bowling. McCurr is in, bowls a bouncer, and Hill drops his hands, lets it go through. Tall man.
The pavilion end, number 3, Conor McCurr.
Conor McCurr. Slightly slingy action, not quite as smooth to the crease as James Taylor, but again, that little bit of extra pace compared to some of the Leicestershire seamers. And there is something in this pitch. When the ball has been pushed through, the seam hit, they've got to respond, so these runs might not be that easy to get for the Foxes. 45 for 1 after 8.1. McCurr, tall man, stoops a little in his run-up, bowls foolish and quickish to Hill, who defends out into the offside. Carefully pushing it out into the offside. The first chant of Leicestershire, la la la, from Stench et al. They're at the on the square leg boundary when the bowling is from the pavilion end. The far end, incidentally, Adam, has been named the Paul Abbott end.
Oh, nice.
Why, or who is Paul Abbott? We do not know. They haven't told us. I think there was some sort of auction or sponsorship thing. In goes McCurr, bowls, and Hill just drops his hands, and as it goes through quickly outside off stump and indicates to Budinger. There's a little bit of movement there for Conor McCurr. South African born, of course, McCurr. 3 for 78 against Nottinghamshire in Surrey's previous appearance in the competition. It's hard to imagine why they haven't actually, to have lost all their games so far. A little bit surprising, although yes, they're blooding youngsters. That plenty of experience as well, and talent out there. McCurr is in. Hill gets a ball that he takes the outside edge, and he's gone. Might have just to flick the glove as well, and bounce and movement for McCurr, and Leicestershire in a spot of bother here again. Rose up at him. Hill, who managed to drop his hands at a couple, couldn't get his hands out of the way of that one, and it's taken the outside edge. The Foxes' good start is becoming an issue because all of a sudden they're 45 for 2.
Yeah, Hill looked a little bemused by that. He stood in his crease for some moments after that. I'm not sure whether, I presume he wasn't unhappy with the decision. It seemed pretty obvious from where we were sat, but I think that tells you a couple of things. Just that the scores haven't quite gone his way in the past few innings, but also the pitch has uneven bounce, doesn't it? We've seen quite a few spit up off the pitch. If you're for Surrey now, you'd be thinking, here we go, we've made inroads. Who's coming out now? Who's that? Oh, it's the India international, Ajinkya Rahane. Wonderful.
He's got a big job on there here, because as you say, there's for the quicker, taller bowlers, there's something there now. And he's going to have to use all his skills, I think, to get through. He and Hanscom batted beautifully together at Hove. But this is going to be a serious challenge for the India international.
Long way this from the Narendra Modi Stadium or the MCG or whatever. I would imagine he enjoys it thoroughly. He's one of the superstars of world cricket. He'd be sort of strangely inconspicuous here, wouldn't he? If he sort of wander around and wonder what he makes of English village life, which is what he's experiencing at the moment. But he has. I mean, him and Hanscom have been vital, haven't they, in this competition so far for the Foxes in the middle order.
And that bounces nastily. Is it me from this end or is it you? Not quite sure, sorry. But it bounced nastily at Rahane, who took his bottom hand off the bat and thumped in to right at the top of the bat. This extra pace is making a difference, isn't it? Yeah. From McCurr and Taylor.
Because that's it's the uneven bounce. Therefore, it makes it even more difficult to handle. It's really zipping up off the surface. You see the way that Rahane just sort of brought his hands away after that. Surprised at that.
McCurr is in and bowls down the leg side. Tries to help it on its way. I think he came off the thigh pad, and a good diving stop away to his left by young Josh Blake. So, very good over from McCurr. In fact, a wicket maiden. The 9th over, and that swings the pendulum just slightly for me in favour of the visitors, who are looking to defend 296 after 9 overs. Leicestershire 45 for 2.
Look around the crowd, lots of pastel colours, sunglasses and hats. 3-4 deep in places, it's fabulous, isn't it? I don't know how many they were expecting, but getting up towards 1,000. Richard?
Yeah, they certainly sold the best part of 600 plus tickets online, and there'll be a lot of come once they realise the weather was okay.
So it is Budinger who waits and cuts the first ball of the over. And he's got 4 for that. He has. Apologies, I thought there was a fielder out there, which is why my voice was quite relaxed. I thought there was a fielder out in the deep in the offside, but there wasn't. Cut shot from Budinger off the back foot and crunch forward of square for 4 runs. And Taylor's first delivery is dispatched. So 49 for 2 is the score in pursuit of 297.
Yeah, they moved him down to 3rd man with Taylor's extra pace, but that wasn't a quick delivery. It just, I don't know whether just a bit of a early opener.
Taylor up to the wicket, bowls, and Budinger this time plays more circumspectly and rocks back onto his back foot and plays it behind square where Barnwell fields. It's just there's some smoke in the background. I think beyond the practice pitch is all the second pitch at Kibworth. I presume that's in the farmers' fields.
Hope so. It's not the farmer's house. It's coming from fairly low down, isn't it? So yeah, maybe somebody's garden over there.
It looks like a bonfire. Taylor up to the wicket now. He bowls. Oh, and that's a big appeal for leg before wicket. But the problem is, if you've got a right-armer over the wicket bowling to a left-hander, you're always going to struggle for the angle. See how close that was, but the likelihood is it's going to pitch outside off stump. There was quite a big appeal though. Sorry, outside leg stump.
Yeah, impossible to tell without a camera right behind the bowler's arm, isn't it? But you're right. But O'Shaughnessy shook his head.
It's Taylor who turns. Runs in now, holds the ball close to his chest. He's up to the wicket. He bowls, full delivery, Yorker, which Budinger digs out well. Plays it to mid-on. There is no run. See John Mallet there, the club photographer in front of the side screen. He's got his Leicestershire bucket hat on. The fashion icon that is the bucket hat.
Yeah, it's a sought-after item.
Jack Rafferty got one, I think he does, doesn't he, from the one-day cup final. That was really where they took off last year. Leicestershire beat Hampshire. Taylor it is. Running in towards us, he bowls, back goes Budinger, clips it away on the leg side. Again, you can just see the bounce. It's zipping off the surface and spitting. And it's played to mid-wicket, where McCurr waits in a floppy hat. It's a brown floppy hat. It looks sort of very outbacky, that.
Yeah, it seems to have lost a certain amount of elasticity,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
It's very wavy on
brown
the
caps,
on the rim.
of course, sorry. Mostly wearing black baseball caps.
Up to the wicket now, Taylor. He bowls, and that's a flash drive, and it's a thick inside edge onto the pad, and so the ball, I'm not even sure, has left the pitch there. End of the over, 49 for 2. Is the score. We've had 10 overs, so 4 off it, but I mean, to tell you, Leicestershire were 45 for 1 at the end of the 8, so the run rate has completely dropped.
Surrey were 51 without loss after 10, so Leicestershire have lost a couple of early wickets in comparison. They are behind.
Are you heading off, Richard? No, you go. And I'll swap. I need to swap, won't I? I'm moving crossbow with this at the moment. Dan's coming back. I've moved on to a different microphone. As in comes the new bowler from this end. It's 4, first ball from Rahane. Beautiful shot. He's off the mark with a back foot cut for 4. I think it is McCurr bowling from the pavilion end here. It's a gorgeous shot. He's a tall man, so he's going to get a lot of bounce. And Rahane's not the tallest. He rocked back. That's about head height, horizontal, and 4 runs. So 53-4-2 is the score. I haven't filled out your book. I've just realised I've embarrassed myself.
Absolutely disgraceful behaviour. I'm not happy. No, I'm joking.
I promised you I would, didn't I? McCurr it is. Fair hair, tall man. He's up to the wicket. He bowls. Back goes Rahane. And again, almost placed that off his gloves. It was towards the handle of the bat. And the ball just runs away into the leg side. They'll scamper through for a single. Rahane 179 runs in his 4 innings so far. 250s for the India international.
I saw Barnwell's catch on the boundary.
Yeah.
Through a crowd of people, so I didn't have the best view, but it looked quite a good one.
It was a good catch, actually. So it must be difficult to pick the ball up in this sort of environment.
Yeah.
It's a very sort of multicoloured environment.
Yeah.
And he misjudged it at first, didn't he? Took a few steps forward, and then I was worried he might rock back over the boundary rope, but I think he was far enough in on the far side of the ground.
Yeah, he wasn't that far short of the rope. He did well. Did very well.
McCurr it is, right arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Budinger. He comes in now, bowls, it's flashed, and he misses it, does Budinger. I think he's coming round the wicket, actually, isn't he, McCurr? Apologies. And Budinger flashed at that. Through it went to the wicket-keeper. There is no run.
And did Holland end up with, do you know?
I think it was about 12.
12.
Got Richard's got the scoreboard in front of him here. Run rate just over 5 at the moment. They need to be going at 6, but they're okay. They're not doing too badly at all. He got 12, yes he did. McCurr it is. Arms outstretched, he's in, and Budinger's trying onto this quickly, and he doesn't time that at all. He clothed that. It's a attempted pull shot, and I think he was far too early on it, and it dropped, fortunately, between mid-wicket that's quite close in and mid-on. And there's a single added, but Budinger living a charmed life at the moment.
I do hope that's a barbecue in the distance and not...
Well, we were talking about this. I think it's a bonfire. There's Farmers Fields behind the. There's a second pitch behind there, and I think there's Farmers. I'm not a farming expert. I doubt that will surprise you to learn, but I think this is around the time where there's a lot of activity, isn't there?
Me even less so. We didn't get many in Wood Green when I was growing up.
I think it's around harvest time, isn't it? Harvest time, August and September. Farmers on their tractors right now listening to us screaming at us. McCurr in, bowls. Oh, and Rahane's dropped onto that far too quickly, and he flashed at it, and it was carved to cover. There's a diving stop. Not quite sure who the fielder is.
I think it's Cameron Steele. It's a great effort.
Yeah, it's a difficult chance. In many ways, it probably feel like he stopped 4 more than dropped to catch. But Rahane survives.
Steele or Sibley, maybe.
56-2 the score, and we're into the 11th over. Sunny skies around, a few white clouds above, but it's a lovely day in the south of Leicestershire, sort of halfway between Leicester and Market Harborough. McCurr in, bowls, and this time defended by Budinger, and he sends back his partner Rahane at the non-striker's end. That is the end of the over. I'm going to do right by Richard here and fill in his book, so we're on 56-2.
Yeah, it was Cameron Steele. I've seen him take those as well. He's a wonderful fielder. He's somebody who does all aspects of the game very well, Cameron Steele. And yeah, I've seen him take those, but I mean, if he'd have taken that, it would have been an absolute worldie,
yeah,
wouldn't
it? Would have been superb. Is he brother of Scott, former Leicestershire?
No.
He's not? Just happened to be 2. I trust your judgment.
I don't know, actually.
They're both from Durham. Both came from Durham.
Yeah, no, Cameron Steele was born in California, grew up in Western Australia.
Yes, they're definitely not. Scott Steele was a Geordie through and through, so yes,
okay.
That's just a coincidence.
But James Taylor, brother of Tom Taylor, once of this parish. Here he comes from the Russ Abbott end, as we've called it. as that's drilled out to mid-on. It's a lovely venue. I've just done a circuit of the ground. It's everything out ground cricket should be. There's a few kids having a little hit out the back. The ice cream van's doing a roaring trade. Beer tent's not far behind it.
Well, absolutely. I remember coming here last year, and there were certainly some gentlemen who had enjoyed themselves. I remember.
Yeah. As that's just pushed into the offside by Rahane.
What I like as well, I think you're right, was just sort of driving up the amount of activity sort of on the road outside.
Yeah.
Lots of people, I think, have decided once the sun's come out that they'll pop down. That I think the village has really got behind this. A lot of effort's gone in from the club.
Yeah, certainly has.
Organisation, this.
Certainly has, and they deserve their day in the sun. There's a few gentlemen over to the right there who I think had a good go on the beer tent too. The cry of Leicestershire went up a few moments ago. Taylor, oh, that's got lift. That goes past the outside edge of Buddinger's bat. It's a good contest this between these two.
If you've got pace, then it causes problems. That's what we've learned so far.
He hits the seam, James Taylor. Speaking of Jack Brooks, and Jack Brooks who's here as a bowling consultant or bowling coach with Surrey, and he's saying James Taylor hits the seam. That's his big weapon. Here he comes. Nice, smooth, rhythmical approach to the crease. Buddinger just tickles that one round onto the leg side into Ben Geddes. Geddes and Sykes converging on the ball.
It's not have they spoken about the fact they're playing in black? Is it not hot on days like this?
Certainly was when it was 31 degrees at the Oval against Gloucestershire last Tuesday.
I suppose they were very
Both sides were in
things.
black. Both sides were in black. Yeah, Gloucestershire have got a black kit. Here is Taylor past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Rahane just a little late on that. Chops it down to Dominic Sibley at backward point.
Let's just sort of, it's the upside down strawberry, isn't it, I think? Bright green trousers and then a red top.
Yeah.
They've got, I don't know whether is it different kits for different competitions, like Leicestershire have. Leicestershire are all in green for the T20.
Yeah, Surrey are in like a teal blue for their T20. Oh, it's sort of been described as turquoise, teal. As Taylor comes in, Rahane plays that one pleasantly, hits the stumps, gun barrel straight there.
Yes, I remember now. I saw Sam Curran's 100.
Yes.
Just penultimate T20.
Yeah, against Hampshire. 25,000 in the Oval that evening.
Wow.
And treated to Sam Curran's first T20 100.
Is that right? In all
competitions,
how much he plays abroad?
Considering he's been around the world, yeah, it was his first T20 100, and he didn't keep me waiting that long for an interview after it either. He was out pretty sharpish, which is even better.
I think what you often find is that athletes and sports people will come out quickly if they've got something else afterwards. That was probably what it was. He wants to enjoy and celebrate. Got to you quickly so that he could head off and have a few beers, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
They wait a long. It's a long wait if they're being told off. That's been my experience. So then, start of the 13th over. In comes McCurr. He bowls. There's a flashing drive from Budinger, and he's edged it. It's a thick edge and a wonderful stop on the boundary from third man. And they take. Is that just a single?
Yeah, it's great work from James Taylor. Saved 3 runs there.
I'm surprised they only ran one between Budinger and Rahane. 59 for 2 and pursued of 297. There's McCurr bowling from the pavilion end. We're at the moment, our view sort of we're at cow corner.
Yeah.
Or a wide mid-on, a wide long on, I should say. McCurr charges in now. He's up to the wicket. He bowls a Yorker and Rahane digs it out and clips it into the leg side behind square. He'll get a single out towards number 14, it's Geddes. He's done a lot of the boundary work so far in this innings.
Rahane looks like he's just setting his stall out here, doesn't
Yeah.
he? Looks like he's getting into the mood.
But he's been so impressive already. Real superstar for Leicestershire to be able to have. And to bring to the city. Obviously, it's a city with such a massive Asian population.
Yeah.
To have somebody like that is fantastic.
It's a real sort of talisman for the kids, isn't it?
In comes McKay. He's up to the wicket. He bowls, defended by Budinger. Line and length delivery.
You know, if you're a 10-year-old kid from, you know, say Indian heritage, and no doubt you probably watched the IPL, etc. And then to have Rahane there to be able to go and see in the flesh, I think is fantastic.
Yeah.
And credit to those at Leicestershire. I've just had a chat with your CEO,
Oh,
John
yes.
Thorpe.
Yeah, he's the chairman.
Chairman,
Yes.
sorry, John Thorpe. Yeah, who's a very nice guy, and he's very proud of the Kibworth and this venue.
McKay in past the umpire, leg side delivery. I'd say leg stump delivery. And it's guided behind square, just off the hips from Budinger. He moves on to 32. Can he get 2 big scores in a row here at Kibworth? He won the game against Essex last year with a century. Can he do the same again? But yet, you're absolutely right. And Leicestershire have done, you know, over the past 15, 20 years, it's been this sort of key issue of why, with such a massive population that's mad for cricket, they're not all down at the Upton Steel County Ground. McKay is in. He bowls and defended by Rahane. It's the thick inside edge that goes out into the leg side. They'll scamper through for single. And Leicestershire, I think they would admit themselves now, just weren't doing enough to try and get that community involved. But they've done a load of work over the past 5 years to change that, and they've been successful. It certainly doesn't hurt when you've got an England international with Pakistani heritage like Rahan Ahmed, and
Yeah.
you get Rahane in here. Patel, of course, is the same, but they've done so well in terms of their community work to try and engage that community more. McKay in, bowls, has driven, that was a pretty ugly shot by Budinger, it has to be said, left-handed. He's got a very open stance. His front leg, his right leg is way over, almost facing back down the wicket. And when he drives like that with minimal foot movement, he's going to go in the air, and that did. Fortunately, it landed safe of cover. But that is the end of the 13th over. 62 for 2 is the score. Leicestershire chasing down 297.
And there are plans for the redevelopment of the ground as well, I believe.
Yeah, they're trying to raise funds for a huge expansion and growth of the ground to make it sort of more like a bowl is the idea. It's ambitious. It's in sort of trying to make phase 1 of that at the moment.
I think it's, you know, the biggest playing surface of the 18 counties,
Yeah.
isn't it? I think if you square the wicket especially, you know, you have to bring the boundaries in quite a bit on both sides normally at Leicestershire.
Yeah, they've got the space. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
The issue is always going to be, you know, it's right in the middle of a residential area, but it's ambitious. If it comes off, it'd be fantastic.
Yeah, Nathan Barnwell into the attack, and Rahane gets onto the hook straight away, and Yusuf Majid on the boundary cannot cut that off. That absolutely came out the screws. Really good shot. Emma Verdi's on as 12thers. I don't know who's gone off. I think it might be James Taylor, actually.
That was a gimme, wasn't it? Real
Yeah,
loose,
it was. Here is Barnwell. To Rahane, they scamper through for a quick single, and Sibley can't pick it up cleanly. They get home comfortably. 67 for 2 now in the 14th.
Yeah, it's start of the 14th. Yeah.
So they're up with the run rate. It's just how crucial will those 2 wickets that they've lost be?
Well, they've got batting to come. They do bat
Yeah.
deep. You've got former Australian Test opener to come, and Rahane and Hanscom have done a lot of the work in the middle overs. They've picked up Leicestershire when they've been struggling a few times already in this competition.
Barnwell Coming around the wicket to left-handed Budinger. That snakes along the ground. That stayed low. I think this is a good cricket wicket, this. I mean, obviously Surrey have got 296 on it. But I think there's a little bit in it for the bowlers as well. I think there's a little bit in it for both, and I think it's a good cricket wicket. Look at that crowd there, showing the load of people there in front of the ice cream van, which I've just visited. That's sliced over backward point, and Budinger's going to get 4.
It's the thing with Budinger, he'll throw his hands at things, and more often than not, they'll probably come off. If you really go for it, there's enough gaps in the outfield, and as long as you don't time it straight to the fielder, then...
Yeah, the ball flies off at strange angles off his bat, doesn't he? He's got such bat speed.
And it's the stance as well. He's got such an open stance that the way the bat comes away from his body, it's not exactly how you would, if you're a coach, I'm not sure it's exactly how you'd describe it. What ice cream did you have?
I don't know, 99 flake. You're allowed to say this on the BBC.
I think it's
a
99
patent,
a brand name. I think you're all
it's
right.
It's a patent, not a trademark, I think, isn't it? So, yeah, I had a 99 flake with lime sauce, no sprinkles. Barnwell in, and that's hoiked across the line by Budinger. It's not pretty, but it's effective as it goes over the rope at mid-wicket for 4 runs. 12 off this Barnwell over. And Budinger looks like he's targeting the young quick.
Well, the first 4 was deserved. The other 2 have been pretty fortunate from a Leicestershire perspective. I think that one was at the toe end of his bat. I'd be surprised if that didn't actually hit the not even the toe end, the actual bottom of his bat. It was very fortunate.
What's Barnwell got in response? That's tickled round the corner from Budinger. They're going to come back for 2. It's got to be quick. Oh, a better throw from Geddes there. And Budinger was bang in trouble.
It's confused running there. Rahane definitely did not think there was a second one. And actually, the problem was Budinger sort of thought, I don't think he thought there was. And then on the turn to look around where the ball was, decided, having jogged the first bit. So he was lucky. They've ridden their luck this over, haven't they, Leicestershire?
Yeah, but they've got 14 of him.
Yeah.
Budinger. It's destructive though, isn't he? Short from Barnwell. Is that dropped? Is that finished short of Rory Burns there, or?
I think it was dropped. Yeah, I
dropped.
think I saw the ball sort of in his hands and then roll along the floor. So it's a difficult chance. It's there to be hit, but I would imagine, I'm not sure quite who that was.
Burns.
Burns. Rory Burns.
Mm.
Would have expected to take that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard because it's hard to pick it up when you know, Budinger's aiming over mid-wicket. It's come onto him quite quickly and it's ended up at mid-off. But yeah, they're often difficult, but yeah. But Rory,
I'm hearing that song all over the place at the moment. That's the song the BBC are using for the Olympics highlights. I'm looking at Jack Rafferty, music expert, to see if he knows who that is. I don't think he does. McCurr it is to bowl to Rahane, who defends 79 for 2. They've used that song in the all the review packages for the Olympics. I don't know how much you've been watching. Have you watched much?
Yeah, I've watched a little bit. Yeah, I've watched bits and pieces when I can. Obviously, I tend to spend my life more in motorway service stations than I do.
Yes, I know the feeling.
You know. Have you got a favourite motorway service station?
I do, absolutely.
Go on.
Gloucester.
What, the farm shop?
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
very expensive.
It is quite expensive,
Yeah.
but I prefer the homegrown products. Here is McCurr, past the umpire, he bowls. Oh, and he's beaten Rahane outside his off stump. They've dangled the bat there, and there is no run. 79 for 2 in pursuit of 297. The other job that I do as part of this is to cover Leicester Tigers.
Okay.
And of course, a lot of the rugby union teams are down in the southwest.
Yeah.
And so we'll go to what I mean, there used to be more when Worcester were playing, but you'll go to Exeter, Gloucester, Bristol, Bath down there, and so I regularly frequent Gloucester. Don't mind I don't mind the one not far from. It's probably in Surrey, Chorley.
Chertsey.
Is it Chertsey? There's a very big one. As McCurr comes in, he's up to the wicket and bowls. Back goes Rahane, plays that right down into the ground. There's no run. So there's one that's got an extra. It's on the M25 near the M23.
Near the M23, Cobham.
That's the one. I like that one.
Yeah, that's quite nice.
And here is McCurr then. He bowls. That's clipped into the leg side. There will be no run. It's fielded by Sykes on the other strips.
Yeah, lovely ambience here.
It is lovely. It's such a sort of gorgeous day. It's the atmosphere, the weather, the take-up that an occasion like this deserved. McCurr it is. I think this is the final ball of the over. He's running away from us now at the pavilion end. He's up to the wicket. He bowls. Back goes Rahane, and the ball sort of spurts behind. There's another run-out possibility. Ball went behind the stumps between the wickets and the wicket-keeper, and it was the wicket-keeper charging towards the ball. And Blake couldn't gather it cleanly, threw it at the stumps, and so they do get the single that they need. So there's one ball left in the overs there. 80 for 2 is the score in pursuit of 297. The men out at the moment. We've got a deep square leg, deep point. Is that it? I think so. Everybody fades into the background in an atmosphere like this. McCurr, it is tall man, fair head, up to the wicket he comes. Oh, and again, Budden just squared up by that. And that is the end of the over. 80 for 2 is the score. We've had 15 overs in this game. And the Foxes going along at the run rate they need. They just need to keep their wickets in hand. They need 217 from 35 overs in order to win this game. I shall hand over to Richard. So I think my allotted time is up, isn't it?
You're going to come back on in?
I will come back, don't you worry.
20 minutes, half an hour? So?
Yes, I would imagine so.
Yeah, at this stage, Surrey was 73 without loss. Adam Whitty departs the commentary gazebo here at Kibworth, which is bathed in glorious sunshine now. And very pleasant it is as well. It's lovely. Part of the world, lovely to be here. As Richard Ray, welcome back, Richard.
Beautiful stroll around the ground.
Yeah.
What a fine facility this is.
Oh,
really,
lovely.
for a club ground with the second pitch and a second pavilion, and really is a super place to, well, just to play cricket, but also to learn and bring through youngsters and women's team as well, and it gives you hope for the future.
Certainly does. Certainly does, and it's fantastic. Here's Nathan Barnwell coming in. That's been hiked by Rahane. I think it's one bounce 4, but too short from Barnwell, and Rahane, for the second time in 2 overs, latches onto a short ball and absolutely nails it through the leg side.
You could sort of tell when Rahane came in against the sort of the extra pace, that just extra beat of time that he seems to have.
Yeah. Barnwell in. Rahane's got hold of that one as well. He's got that's gone all the way over Yusuf Majid, a deep backward square. And I'm afraid Nathan Barnwell, you can't bowl there to this guy.
No.
3 balls he's bowled halfway down the pitch to him, and he's gone for 14 off those 3. Barnwell got in response? That's better. Better lengths. Rahane just covering up, circumspect, and just pushes it back to the bowler.
People sort of say, well, this is great experience, and it, of course it is, but it can also be
a chastening one.
Yeah, exactly that, you know, and you suddenly realise, jeepers, these boys are good. You know, these guys can I do this? And it's a different question.
It's Barnwell. Oh, that's driven beautifully. Unfortunately, from a Leicestershire point of view, it was at Conor McCurry. I thought Surrey were going to get Leicestershire in the Vitality Blast quarter-final. Well, they're going to get a home game. And there was even an omen in that game against Hampshire because a fox got onto the oval and was running across the pitch.
Very bold, those urban foxes these days in London, aren't they? They go everywhere.
Well, the PA announcer did ask that spectators are advised not to be on the pitch, not to enter the pitch at all times. Oh, I thought there was a little nick on that. Johnny had a little fiddle. Johnny? Rahane? Or Ajinkya?
Ajinkya Rahane.
Not Ajani. Ajinkya Rahane. There's the scene. Beautiful. What a venue. Barnwell, Rahane just pushes that to Dominic Sibley. Centurion today. 16 overs gone. The hosts 90 for 2. And a good start, Richard.
It's become so, hasn't it? I mean, 49 for 2 after 10 compared to 51 without loss. You know, they made the early breakthrough, Surrey, and, you know, they'll be saying to themselves, we're only one more wicket away here from, you know, having the two main batsmen at the crease in Rahane and Hanscom potentially, or one of them out in Rahane. I mean, I can see the Leicestershire physio doing spot of running repairs to some aspect of Rahane's. He's got his back to us, so we can't quite. Oh, it's his helmet. That's fine. You can fix
right
that.
if it's kit.
As long as nothing. Yeah, nothing.
If it's anatomy, then no.
I might have been concerned. But it's just the helmet.
These physios need everything now. They need like different types of scissors, don't they, and all sorts.
Screwdrivers, presumably for helmets and replacement visors and all that. So they've got to be mechanics as well as medical experts. But it's spin time.
Yusuf Majid is going to come into the attack, bowling his slow left armers. And
well,
how does Rahane play spin?
Tolerably well.
I can imagine.
From what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So we shall see if there's anything there for Majid. There wasn't much there for Trescothick, was there? Trescott, I've done it again, Travaskis. Just seems to happen once a game. Apologies, folks. That music. Well, I suppose that some of the crowd are doing all the dancing, so I suppose it's justified in that respect, but it's slightly annoying. That's enough of that.
I'm impressed you knew the moves there, Rich. I was very impressed there.
I think they form letters, don't they? But so Majid is round the wicket, interestingly, to the left-handed Budinger. Just goes back and nurdles it out to square leg for 1.
Yeah, he will vary it, but he's been opening the bowling quite a bit in this competition. 1 for 26 in the game against Yorkshire.
Which is pretty decent, depending on how many overs it was off. 3 wickets overall from his 34 overs.
1 for 59 off 10 against Gloucestershire, but that was a 300 game.
Looks around him. He's not afraid to order his fielders about. He sends McCurry back from mid on to long on. Just looking around to see if there's any other changes. In he goes and bowls. Back goes Rahane. Round the wicket to the right-hander. That makes a bit more sense. Didn't look to be any obvious turn for Majid, who is in and bowls a little bit flat. Back goes Rahana and cuts pleasantly. Sometimes there's no sound of the ball coming off the bat. It's so cleanly hit or so cleanly out of the middle. And he picks up 1.
Yusuf Majid has played his club cricket at Chesham in the Home Counties Premier League. He's produced a number of players first-class cricket, all at different counties. The lad at Northamptonshire, whose name escapes me, Dominic Goodman at Gloucestershire, and Tom Helm at Middlesex.
Good player. In goes Majid, back goes Budinger again, just working it calmly away through mid-wicket. You heard the brilliant soul. You may just have picked that up in the microphone. That was from the Leicestershire balcony. Pleased with the way, obviously they're pleased with the way Budinger's playing in the competition, but also with the restraint that he's showing. They've played around him a little bit in the way that Surrey did when Sibley's century. That leapt from Majid and just dropped his hands and looked askance at that one. Ajinkya Rahane, but absolutely spat at him from short of a length, but there's definitely something there, isn't there?
He's played that really well.
In goes Majid, bowls. Again, there's a little bit of extra bounce, but Ajinkya Rahane gets up on his toes and calmly, it does everything calmly. You can take that as read. Strokes it out to Barnwell, who's out there on the cover boundary, end of the over, the 17th. 94 for 2, so just the 4 runs from it. Leicestershire content to have a look, and well, that one absolutely leapt it.
Yeah,
Rahane,
Blake taking that one at head height, and what Rahane did so well was it got big and he just dropped his hands. He just thought, I'm not even attempting to play that. And to do that in that split second is...
just think of the panic that would have ensued with any club batsman.
It'd hit me in the face. I'd be halfway at the dentist by now, Richard.
Spin from both ends, or just standing up? No, it's just standing up.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan Patel's going to come back in to the attack from the Russ Abbott end. Sorry, Paul Abbott, who's probably been a fine servant of Kibworth Cricket Club, and we're using your name in vain. I do apologise. It's the Paul Abbott end, not the Russ Abbott end. Although I do love a cricket ground with a happy atmosphere. Here's Ryan Patel hoping to make it happier from a Surrey point of view. That's a dot ball. Played out to mid-on. So Amir Verdi on the pitch again. Who's gone off this time? Barnwell, perhaps? Barnwell on the pitch. I can't see him. Patel almost cut into the hands of James Taylor at short third. But he just checked his shot, didn't he? He didn't go through with it. If he'd have gone through with it, I think that would have carried to Taylor. But he's just checked his shot there. Ajinkya Rahane. Got 2 men back with a point on the offside. Within the disc, you've got James Taylor, who's the more fine at short third, and Connor McCurr at like a deep gully, and Rahane's gone. Ryan Patel strikes, Yusuf Majid with the catch, and Surrey needed that.
Just stopped on him a touch, as 1 or 2 deliveries have, and looking to turn his wrists on it was too early and chipped the simplest of catches to mid-wicket. And that is a huge, huge blow struck by Ryan Patel and by Surrey. He was looking so good. He always looks so good, but unfortunately for Leicestershire, he's gone, dismissed for 27, just 27. They needed probably 127. Peter Hanscom, Leicestershire's other international overseas test batsman, comes to the crease, but that is a huge blow, huge blow.
Yeah, Ryan Patel bowling is getting more influential in this competition though. He's just varying his pace, bowling wicket to wicket, and he looks innocuous, and those guys can often be quite dangerous. But Surrey needed that one. It's game on here.
Yeah, very much so. It was the catcher at mid-wicket.
Yusuf Majid.
Majid, well, they made no mistake. He would have been disappointed to have dropped that one in every possible sense.
Yeah, he would have been. Yeah, I'd have been disappointed to drop that one.
But who it was, state of the game, the simplicity of the catch.
Yeah.
But particularly who it was.
Ryan Patel, 72 with a bat, and now he's winkled out. Rahane, and he comes to Hanscom, who he's a fiddler at the crease, isn't he? He's got that little sort of nervous tick where he just puts his bat with an open face outside off stump as the bowler's running in. Yeah, here we go, strange grip and quite an open face. Let's have a look at him, what he does here with the bat. Just played into the onside. I think he did it there actually. Oh, he did do it. He did do it. So he can, our man here next to me. Here we go. For those who haven't seen Hanscom, there's his setup. There it goes. Patel in, and Hanscom looking to just run that one off the face. That's a really good over from Ryan Patel. I think just one off it, and the wicket of Ajinkya Rahane.
I make that a wicket maiden, actually.
And Kibworth Cricket Club, a huge thank you for
Is it
your
wicket maiden?
Yeah.
It's a wicket maiden.
It
Oh,
was.
it's wicket maiden.
The
Sorry,
second.
I've done you a
of the
disservice,
innings.
Ryan. I do apologise.
Conor McCurr bowled one, the
So a
ninth.
huge thank you for your attendance today.
And now Ryan Patel. Was that the announcement of the crowd figure? Didn't quite catch it, but walking round, I think it was certainly into four figures.
Oh yeah, I'd say probably 2.5 here.
That many?
Well, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
A little bit, but certainly well worth coming out. In goes Majid, bowls to Sol Budinger, who just waits for it and guides it really sweetly down to the third man boundary. A good diving, tumbling stop by the pursuing fielder, and Budinger has to settle for 3, so run saved. 97 for 3.
The gentlemen seem to have been at the beer tent enjoying themselves. Why not? Beats going to work, doesn't it?
They're always here. They don't go to work very often to join the cricket season. Bless them.
Quite right. Quite right. Just call in sick, watch the cricket.
Budinger on to 47 now.
That's my advice. Not career advice, but my advice.
Better than a runner ball, 47 off 45, 7 fours to Sol Budinger. Majid is in, forward goes Hanscom, just dropping it out into the offside. Budinger thought there might be one, but Hanscom just made no move whatsoever, played his forward defensive and held up his hand to Sol Budinger. Majid is in, quickish, flattish delivery outside off stump, bit short as well. Hanscom stepped back, tried to dab it down to the vacant third man area, didn't get anything on it taken by Blake, who offered it to the stumps, but Hanscom was back in his ground. Majid is in, back goes Hanscom, cuts nicely out towards Barnwell on the point boundary. 1 taken. Off the mark for Peter Hanscom. As I say, made 119 last time out. That was at Hove. And Leicestershire may well need something of similar proportions from him this time. They are still well short. In fact, exactly, well, not quite exactly 200 runs, 199 runs short. That's a lot of runs, as that one is turned by Budinger to square leg, directly to square leg, and there is a square leg, so no run. It is in over the wicket. Budinger waits for it outside off stump, dabs it down to third man, and a good grab down low to his right by James Taylor. Good work by Taylor, because had that gone through, that would have probably gone to the boundary. Single to Budinger. Bit of Jeff Beck. Budinger on to 48.99 for 3 after 19.
Yeah,
5
I think
from it.
what I'd like to see Surrey do is to make Budinger play some big shots, cut those singles off. I'm sure they'll be content for Budinger just to have ones at the moment, but try and force him into playing a big shot and making a mistake.
Change the bowler at the full Albert and number 26, Ryan Patel.
It's not a change of bowling. He was bowling.
Yeah, he bowled the last
previously from that
over.
end.
Yeah, he bowled the last over. Ollie Sykes just down in front of us, making his debut. Down a deep backward square. Patel around the wicket. Budinger defends. The gentleman looks like he's been to a similar hairdresser to Ollie Sykes, just walked past us actually. Here's Ryan Patel coming in past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. That's tickle round the corner. Sykes in pursuit. Gets down and keeps it down to 1. Good fielding. Gets the applause. There's 100 up for Leicestershire in the 20th over. So they're going along nicely with the rate. It's just those 3 wickets. Back in the pavilion. Will that come back to haunt the Foxes? Patel in, and that's deft by Hanscom. Innovation at its finest. Lovely shot, deliberately played, the latest of late cuts.
So delicate.
I mean, it was so late, it was almost tomorrow when he played that, wasn't it?
There was a sort of groan of pleasure from the Leicestershire balcony.
Yeah.
I could hear, oh, they went, oh.
Yeah. Patel, oh, that's boxed. Hanscom. That's one way to get your own back for someone late cutting you with such a nice shot, isn't it? Well, hitting them in the unmentionables. I think that might have hurt Mr. Hanscom more than he's letting on there. Patel. Driven. Out to long on. Just for 1 though. Sibley doing the work out there. Near the food stalls.
Seen the Surrey shirt has actually sort of got a white pin, or greyish pinstripe on it.
Yeah, half of it has. Budinger plays that into point where Majid does the fielding. 105 for 3 at the end of 20. And at this stage Surrey had 94, but they hadn't lost any wickets. I think this is pretty much even Stevens.
On Duckworth Lewis, Leicestershire would be behind, wouldn't they, with the effect of the wickets?
They would.
But, Duckworth Lewis is not going to be a factor, folks. I can tell you there's acres of blue sky now. A few nice white fluffy jobs, and we are set very fair for the rest of the day. The game is going to go the distance. Surrey impressive, their first victory of the season, and it would be a hammer blow to Leicestershire's hopes of qualifying for a quarter-final. Majid round the wicket to Hanscom, who leans forward, bat in front of Pad as he blocks that one out. Down the pitch on the offside, picked up by the bowler himself in his follow-through. Spins the ball from hand to hand, then steps in and bowls. Hanscom again just leans forward, gets more or less to the pitch of the ball, pushes it out towards extra cover. Little slightly sloppy piece of work at extra cover. Ball flicked towards Majid out of the back of the hand and not taken cleanly, and Sykes has to back up. In goes Majid, bowls a quick flat delivery that is cut off the back foot by Hanscom, but a good sort of semi-diving stop away to his left at extra cover means there is no run.
Yeah, I think that's Sibley in there.
The big man no longer at slip, but he did well to get down to that. He's a longer reach, 6'3". We looked it up, didn't we? And
yeah,
he looks almost bigger than that. In goes Majid and forward goes Hanscom, thick inside part of the bat as he defends that one out towards mid-wicket. And Sykes has a bit of room, well, a bit more than a bit of room really to get to make up to get to the ball. And so Hanscom and Budinger complete one. 106 for 3. We'll have to retrench a little bit these two while Hanscom gets in. He was very slow in his first 25 balls really against Sussex as Majid goes over the wicket and beats Budinger outside his off stump, reached forward, perhaps playing for a bit of spin that wasn't there. Perhaps it was the arm ball. Either way, beaten on the outside edge. Tidily taken by Blake, looks a
yeah, he's a good keeper.
Isn't he?
Yeah.
Goes Majid and bowls, swung over backward square 2, I think the backward square boundary. Oh, great work out there, running around from wide long leg to deep backward square. Brilliant piece of fielding, saves 2 runs, but that is 2 to Budinger and brings up his 50, his well, 4th in 5 innings in the competition this season. And again, it's been vital to the Leicestershire cause. It's come off 51 balls and includes 7 fours.
Yeah, good from Budinger, good fielding, and a good over from Yusuf Majid. Just 3 off him, and he's actually putting the squeeze on Leicestershire a little bit. It's a good contest, this. It's good cricket. And the crowd here, Kibworth, being treated. Some real superstars on the pitch. Some stars of the present, some stars of the past, and no doubt some stars of the future. Patel in, and Hanscom cuts that. Ben Geddes in pursuit, keeps it down to 2. He's quick across the ground, Geddes. Is that a car horn in appreciation?
He used to have a Vuvuzela stench, but now he's got, I'm assuming it's stench, there's something else there now. The Vuvuzela, I don't know whether it gave up the ghost or it, yeah, that's his nickname, yeah.
Patel.
Shot.
Hanscom off the legs. Barnwell. Ooh. That was Budinger had to hurry up there, but gets back for a second. So you used to have a Vuvuzela. I mean, that was pleasant to listen to all day.
It only ever really tooted if there was a genuine achievement. It didn't play it. It did annoy some, I know, but I must admit I didn't mind it really too much.
Patel rolls his fingers over that. Conor McCurr can't get round to it. Geddes with a throw. And again, Hanscom gets back. He's getting the ball into the pockets nicely, Peter Hanscom.
Puffing a bit. Adjusting his equipment. The old soldier, playing for a bit of time perhaps.
Having that fiddle. As the ball goes out into the covers, Ollie Sykes doing the fielding. Sure, they all remember where they made their first class debut, or well, List A debut in this case, but they all remember where they made their professional debut, don't they? And Ollie Sykes will remember this day for the rest of his career. There's one there, goes out to Benedict Geddes.
He'll remember it even more fondly if Surrey go on to win, and there's nothing in the game at the moment. They'll feel they've got a very good chance. 3 Leicestershire wickets taken, 115 for 3.
Patel. Oh, that's a big appeal. I think he thinks that might be... Well, I thought it came off the bat, but I think he thinks it might be pad first.
It certainly hit the bat. I think it may hit the sort of toe as well at roughly the same time. And
one of those where everything happens, puff of dust a lot.
7 from it.
Yeah, 115 for 3 at the end of 22. Game on.
Majid is in, bowls, forward goes Hanscom, plays it firmly through the vacant mid-off area and takes 1. Just been told by the club that if you're in the vicinity and you'd like to come down and see some high quality cricket, entry is now free. So you would be most welcome to make your way to Kibworth Cricket Club, and you can just walk in and catch the last 30 overs. The game 70 overs old out of the 100. 71 now, in fact. As Majid is in, back goes Sol Budinger, blocks it out into the offside. Hanscom scurries through for the, in the end, reasonably comfortable single as Sykes fields. 117 for 3.
Yeah, nice touch by the club. You can really feel, I get a sense Leicestershire are a club really in tune with its own community.
Majid is in and bowls and is driven again by Hanscom calmly out through the vacant mid-off area down towards McCurr at long off, and again 1 is taken. I say the decisions for this game I think are essentially being taken by the Kibworth club. Leicestershire,
Okay.
I think the arrangement is that they paid Leicestershire a fee to stage the game.
Okay.
And if they can make a profit from it, having paid the fee, then that's theirs.
Right.
And if the weather's on their side, as Majid is in, Budinger tries to help it on down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, and it is signalled wide.
But they'd have had it insured, I should imagine.
Well, you would think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I don't know how much a policy like that would cost, but, well, their gamble has paid off. In goes Majid and bowls. There's appeal for leg before. The most optimistic of appeals hit him quite high up on the pad, possibly even above the knee roll as he stretched forward there, Budinger. But they had fortune last year with the weather and the game, and they are having it this year as well. Majid is in, swept by Budinger, slightly bottom edge. That could go all the way for 4. It won't, because Longleg makes his way round. Is that Geddes down there?
I think it's Steele.
Steele, Cameron Steele gets there and cuts it off in time to save 2 runs. So 2 more to Budinger, moves on to 54. Bottom edge that, but nearly picked up 4 as a consequence. Majid bowls and waits for it, and then square drives it off the front foot. Budinger out through point, doesn't really get all of it, and that is Geddes coming in off the point ropes to field, and 1 is taken. Budinger keeps the strike, moves on to 55, 122 for 3, so 7 from the over. They've just managed to start to milk the bowling slightly more effectively, these two. if that's the right term. They're picking up 6s and 7s instead of 3s and 4s all of a sudden, and it makes a difference.
Certainly does. We're going to see Cameron Steele into the attack. Bowling his leg breaks. Got a lovely googly on him.
Is he?
Yeah, it's hard to pick. That's certainly waking up the locals, isn't it?
Number 44, Cameron Steele.
Rate required is now 6.5 or 6.48 to be precise. So that's just ticked up, isn't it?
Yeah. Here is Steele. Budinger tickles that one around the corner. James Taylor does the fielding.
Current rate 5.3, required rate 6.48.
Yeah, Surrey can just squeeze a couple of tight ones in. All of a sudden that starts to go up to 7.5, 8. That's, well, that's how to play the limited overs cricket. Hanscom won't allow that though, as he manufactures something there, just giving himself a bit of room, cutting into the offside. Hanscom won't allow that. He's too experienced a cricketer. He won't allow it to go up to 7.5, 8, 9, because he knows then he's putting not only himself but people behind him in the order under pressure. Budinger puts that into the offside. Is he going to be in trouble? Majid, direct hit. I think Budinger might have been struggling then. It was a rocket throw from Yusuf Majid.
Well back top. Almost on the boundary.
Steele. That's a good stop from Sykes. Sorry, it's Geddes actually. Sykes is out here on the boundary. They've swapped places, haven't they?
They have.
The cheeky old scamps, confusing us commentators. So just a little bit of a field change. Yusuf Majid has gone a little square, and Ryan Patel's just come around the corner. Full toss by Steele, which is played out to Barnwell at deep mid wicket. Steele probably won't want to be milked for ones though. I think he enjoys, like most leg spinners, people try to take you on, and that's how they get wickets. That's why they're such prolific wicket takers, but they can be expensive as well. So that's just round the corner, and that's a good over, just 4 off it. So 126 for 3 at the end of the 24th. At the end of the 25th, Surrey were 125 without loss. I think this game could be going down to the wire, Richard Ray.
Certainly impossible to say one side's very much on top at the moment. I still think, sorry, with those 3 wickets, they're only sort of one more breakthrough away from the all-rounders, really. Cox, Travaskis come in next. Good players, not, you would say, necessarily frontline batsmen. Majid is going to continue from the pavilion end, bowls to Peter Hanscom. Hanscom goes back, cuts in the air, but he steered it wide of backward point. Barnwell runs across, fumbles, but there was always going to be 2 anyway, and gets his throw away. So Hanscom takes his 2, moves on to 20, 128 for 3. Is in and bowls, brings Hanscom forward. He turns it past the diving mid-wicket. Geddes can't, beg your pardon. Sykes, they've swapped again. Sykes can't quite get there. Geddes comes into field. And 1 is taken. He comes in off the ropes to field.
Hanscom, though, experienced pro that he is, what he's doing is just getting inside into a position, isn't he?
He is. Plenty of work still to do, though, as Majid goes in. A quick, flat delivery. Back goes Sol Budinger, plays it out into the onside, to mid-wicket. There's no run. Majid is in and bowls. That was held back a fraction. Again, Budinger went back. No real turn for him. Turned it around the corner, but only as far as Dom Sibley, who's at backward square to the left-handed Budinger, just backward of square. Majid bowls, slog swept over mid-wicket for a one bounce, I think, for waiting for the signal from the umpire. I don't think that
six.
carried. Did it go all the way?
Yeah, I think Cameron Steele, deep backward square, has signalled 6, which is very
Still
sporting
checking.
of him.
Yeah, well done, Surrey. Well done, Steele. Said it carried. Well, I guess if you've got spectators within a few few inches of where it landed, you're not probably going to get away with it, are you? If you're saying, "Oh, I don't think so," I'm not sure. But there's plenty of players who would have said, "I don't know," in those circumstances.
Yeah.
Majid is in to Budinger, who goes back and just guides it off the back foot out towards Ben Geddes, who's on the offside boundary, sweeping and takes his single. So 130, so 10 off that over. With the 6 makes a heck of a difference. And Leicestershire's chase begins just to gather a little bit of pace, a little bit of momentum after 25 overs. Surrey, well, they were still going nicely. They were 125 without loss. So Leicestershire ahead in terms of runs scored by 11, but well behind in terms of wickets lost, 3-0 in those terms. Nicely balanced, Adams back.
It is indeed. Imagine what Duckworth Lewis would probably have them about level, would they?
They'd be behind Leicestershire.
Would they?
Because of the 3 wickets.
I wondered whether the...
It does make a heck of a difference.
No, it's 125, sorry, I thought you...
So I think they'd be well behind, but happily, DLS isn't going to be a factor. It's a gorgeous late afternoon in the East Midlands.
And you've got a nice match between these two. You've got Budinger, who's being aggressive, 64 not out, on course for his 2nd consecutive century at Kibworth. And the perfect person for this run chase, Peter Hanscom. Calm, considered, scored a quick enough run rate, just able to just go at the run rate required. Sort of an ideal scenario for him. Sorry, they need to get Hanscom out, don't they? And I think if they do get Hanscom out, they'll fancy themselves.
They will, because they'll be into the all-rounders then. Without Ben Mike, Cox, Travaskis. Good batsman, busy batsman, but not necessarily sort of front-line batsman. So they'll want Hanscom to take this 230, 240 region, add at least another 100 in partnership, ideally from Leicestershire's point of view, with Budinger. And Budinger, who we haven't really talked about, 450s in 5 innings for him, including a century. He may need to get another 3-figure score if the Foxes are going to chase this down, and they have to chase it down up in Scarborough in 2 days' time, 48 hours' time.
Be interesting to chat to him, won't it? I imagine no matter what happens, we'll have a chat to him after this. And if you're a Leicestershire fan, if you're a cricket fan, you want to hear more from Leicestershire, then the Talking Foxes podcast is the place to be. We'll chat to the Leicestershire camp after this as part of our latest episode, and we can ask him what it is about this competition. And you've already spoken about it's the way he bats and the fact that he can go that tiny bit more slowly. But you sort of sat there thinking, well, could you've utilised that in the T20s, really?
I had a chat to him after the game at Essex, when obviously got a good century there in front of his family, being an Essex boy, and he said pretty much something along those lines, really. Yeah, this is a better approach, and perhaps I should have done it in T20 as well, instead of trying to essentially hit every ball to the boundary from the start, which worked once, but not really thereafter. Bowlers hiding behind it. It will still be Cameron Steele.
Cameron Steele.
Leg spin.
Rolling leg spin from the, was it the
Paul Abbott.
Paul Abbott? Do you know, I got
Did you say
it was called Russ Abbott as a joke earlier, and I nearly called it the Russ Abbott end.
Fatal, that, isn't it? It gets in your mind and you've had it then.
So he will bowl, moving in towards us now. It's a quick action and it's a quick delivery. Really zipped through. It's too quick for Budinger, who tried to rock back and cut it off the back foot, but it goes through to the wicketkeeper. There is no run. 136 for 3, chasing 297.
Yeah, Budinger exactly around, well, 64 off 65 now.
Steele in. That's a good length delivery, that. And it forces him to come forward, although the fielder just tumbles right over that. And they'll come through for 2 as a result of it. Put the fielder under pressure by running the first quickly, but there's only ever a single there without the misfield. It was Taylor who got his knee stuck in the grass, didn't he? And so 136 for 3. Steele it is. Past the umpire now, tosses this one up. Budinger goes for it, doesn't time it perfectly, but he's going to get 4 from it, spinning away from a sort of long off position over towards a cover position. That just shows you he didn't really time it, but he threw his hands at it, got it over the infield. He was always going to get 4 for it. So 68 now. No, 70. Sorry, the scoreboard went 64 behind, straight up to 70. So that's what confused me. So 70 he's now on, 136 for 3.
Just sliced it slightly, didn't he? But he's still got more than enough of it.
And that's been a sort of marker of his innings, actually. He's Steele's in. He's got that one, certainly. It's in the air, though. There's a fielder out there and takes it. Deep backward square leg. He timed that perfectly, Budinger, but picked out the fielder with the slog sweep. And that could be a key wicket in this game. Surrey right back in it as Budinger goes for 70. And it's 136 for 4 now.
If there is still weaknesses about thinking, really, with Sol Budinger, it's having picked up a 4 off the previous ball, didn't need to hit that one in the air and got in and gone 270 and a real chance, and it would have been really important for Leicestershire for him to go on to another 3-figure score, but I'm afraid he's given it away. I mean, and that's a harsh thing to say about somebody who's scored 70 at a run a ball, but Leicestershire still have so much work to do in this innings, and he's tight-lipped as he goes off. He's shaking his head and hit it cleanly, didn't he? But absolutely picked out Geddes, who made no mistake, and Leicestershire are now down to the all-rounders, and they still have one heck of a lot of work left to do.
Yeah, 142 for 3 is the score. Apologies, I've just seen that we've got the stream to our left-hand side, which has the right one, but the scoreboard says 136 for 3. Apologies, that was what I was looking at. So I was slightly behind there. So now 142 for 4 is the score. And you're right. If you're going to go for that shot, and if you're going to go for the second boundary shot in the over, you've really got to, well, you've got to clear the ground, haven't you? And that would have gone for 6, but it would have gone for 6, what, a foot above the ground? That was caught at hip height.
Just having had the 4 with the ball before, just needed to nurdle it around a little bit more, and you'd have got your 8, 9 off the over.
Do you think about what would Pete do? It's a good mantra to live by, and he would have nudged it after that. It was difficult. It was there to be hit. It was tossed up on a half volley, but considering the game situation, that is where we are. So 142 for 4 is the score. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London. Coverage live from Kibworth in south-east Leicestershire. If you're not familiar with the area, right between Leicester and Market Harborough. I heard it on the train the other day. Market Harborough. In comes Steele, up to the wicket, he bowls. Oh, he beats Cox outside off stump. Went for the big flashing drive and went past his outside edge.
Cox in this competition, 29 off 20, 15 off 21, 21 off 17, and down at Hove, 2 off 3. So sort of 3 starts, yet to really go on.
In comes Steele. That one's a flatter delivery, and that's a nice shot from Cox. He rocks back on his heels and plays it out, punches it behind square on the offside. He is off the mark. The Fox is now 143 for 4.
So 350s in the T20 in the Blast, so form of sorts this season for Cox, but they badly need at least 50 from him here.
Yeah, it's not quite found the same form, has he?
No, he hasn't.
Best of 29. Still a gorgeous view. I was just chatting, Richard, between the commentary stints to Geoffrey Page-Morris, the chairman of Kibworth.
Very happy man.
Very happy man. We've got a few hundred more people in than they did last year.
Good.
Up to 1,300 come in the ground.
Brilliant. Well, they deserve it. They've
Yes.
been proactive in attracting Leicestershire. Yousef Majid is going to continue from the pavilion end. 5 overs, none for 29 for the young left armour thus far. He's going to go round the wicket at the right-handed Cox, who bobs at the knees, goes back and steers that one down towards backward point. Good falling rather than diving stop away to his right by the fielder means that there are no runs to be taken. 143 for 3. Majid is in. Cox is forward, pushing it just wide of point and taking his single camera and steal. The fielder had to run up to the ball.
8 people have put this together, the plans for it. 4 months of planning it's taken. He was telling me they've done, as you say, Richard, a very, very good job.
And they deserve the luck with the weather, basically, which they've had, as they had last year. It's good timing for the competition as well, sort of August, better chance of finer weather. Majid is in, bowls. Hanscom is forward. Calmness personified as he just pushes that one out towards Steele at point. Not yet halfway towards their target of 297, the Foxes, and they've lost, contrary to the scoreboard, 4 wickets, not 3. Majid bowls, quick-ish delivery, back goes Hanscom. Nice piece of timing from the Australian, but plays it more or less straight to extra cover, bounces up nicely, and there's no run. Majid bowls. A bit more air on that one, nicely, pleasantly driven by Hanscom, out towards wide-ish long off. McCurr quickly to the ball and gets his throw away equally quickly, makes sure that there's no chance of a second.
This is the key partnership now, isn't it? If you think, if there's 100 partnership here, Leicestershire have won, but the wicket falls cheaply, Surrey will feel they are right back in it.
Very much so. Remember, Leicestershire missing Ben Mike in this game as Majid is in and bowls. Back goes Cox and slightly uncertainly defends. Majid's hands went to his head and there was a sort of general ooh around the bat, but Cox managed to keep it out. End of the 27th over. 144 for 4 is the Foxes' score after 27 overs. I don't think Surrey had lost, still yet to lose a wicket. They were 133 without loss.
So we are finely balanced, nicely poised. I think we're going to go the distance, bar an incredibly aggressive outburst from somebody, although I can't see that with the batsmen that remain. Cox is busy, but not destructive.
Hanscom did it against Sussex. He went crazy, hit 5 consecutive boundaries at one stage.
Here is Hanscom, and it's driven just down the ground pleasantly. Leans forward and plays it down to long on. And a single is added to the total. The scoreboard has refreshed, so it's now 146 for 4. Well, it's not fully done it on the Kibworth Cricket Club official one. Fortunately, we've got the stream next to us.
His 100 at Hove 2 days ago came off just 70 balls. He hit 13 fours and 2 sixes, Hanscom. So
I was on holiday and was keeping up with the score and was surprised at the strike rate somewhat. Steele comes in, back goes Cox and tries to flash that, cut it, and it goes over the bat.
general intake of breath around the ground.
As here is Steele. Not the tallest man, but he's past the umpire now, and there's the sweep from Cox, and he's got 4 for that. It's a very understated reaction. Nobody moved at all because he found the gap perfectly. It's sort of square mid-wicket region, and it flew away to the boundary, perfectly in line with it here. And that's a boundary for Cox. And 150 for 4 is now the score, chasing 297 in the 28th over now.
Past halfway, just.
And he comes, tosses this one up. Oh, that was a bit of a gimme actually for Cox. He just takes the single, but perhaps wondering and having the man who he replaced in his mind, Richard, he may well have thought, I won't swipe at that one. I've got the boundary I need. So a single is added to the total out to deep square leg. 1-5-1 for 4. Steele just looks around. He's just checking out his field. You've got long on deep to the right-handed Hanscom. In comes Steele. Down the pitch comes Hanscom. He's chipped it up straight to cover. And he outfoxed Peter Hanscom. Hanscom started to come down the track and he bowled it full on a half volley length, and Hanscom sort of had to try and dig it out and just hit it straight to cover, caught it right in front of his face, and that's a key blow for Leicestershire, no doubt about that, in a vital game. Surrey look for a rare win in this competition. That's a good big blow for them. Big coup for them, I should say. 1-5-1 for 5 is the score.
Yeah, that's huge, I'm afraid. Grimaces Hanscom as he walks off. Travaskis sort of exudes belligerence as he goes out, but a huge job. Leicestershire only halfway to their target. And 5 wickets down, the 5 frontline batsmen. This is beginning to tilt, not quite yet decisively, but fairly firmly in Surrey's direction. Looks like it could be their first victory in the competition. And a bit of a hammer blow to Leicestershire's chances. Maybe the Foxes, if they were to finish third, probably the way the division is shaping, might not be able to afford to lose more than one more game. If they were to lose this one, that would be it.
And so it's Yorkshire, then Glamorgan, and is there any others?
Gloucestershire, Bristol. Just a few days before we play them at Bristol in the County Championship.
Remember, you stayed down there for the whole thing?
No. Not for an extra 4 or 5 days.
So, Travaskis faces his first delivery. Oh, and that's not the best shot. He comes forward to that. It's a big appeal for leg before wicket. The umpire's finger stays down at his hip. And so that is the end of the over. 1-5-1 for 5 is the score, and that was a successful over for Surrey. They've had a very successful couple of overs. 2 wickets have fallen in the last 3, and they are probably on top in this game at Kibworth. In pursuit of 297 they are, so 147 to win from 22 overs.
Yeah, the rate required isn't still too bad, relatively speaking, but that's at 6.5 still. But those 5 wickets are going to make life pretty tricky. Majid has got 2 new batsmen essentially to bowl at now. The right-handed Cox is facing as Majid is in. He's quite a quick, flat bowler. I'd like to see him give it a little bit more air. Cox goes back and just plays it firmly out towards Barnwell on the cover boundary and takes his single. 152 for 5. New batsman, the left-handed Liam Travaskis at the crease. Struggling with he's had a back problem for much of this season and missed a good 6 weeks of around and about the T20 for Leicestershire. In goes Majid and bowls and played down into the ground, and Blake rather niftily reaches out his left hand and stops it on the bounce. High, round about shoulder height. Looks a good young keeper, a good young prospect. Majid is in, staying round to the left-handed Travaskis, who drives, almost sort of yorks himself. Big puff of dust as bat and ball and ground come together at the same time. Ball squeezes through to Blake.
Not an easy task to be the 3rd choice wicketkeeper at Surrey, is it?
No. That said, as Majid is in, back goes Travaskis, works it around the corner, and Steele can't get there, diving away to his, I beg your pardon, Sibley can't get there, diving away to his right, and Travaskis takes one. One of them's always going to be with England, aren't they?
True.
True. And Folks, who's been playing in this competition but hasn't been keeping, so he's played as a bat. So
Has he?
That they've given Blake an opportunity behind the gloves, so although he's not playing in this game, Ben Folkes.
Jamie Smith, of course, for the other Surrey wicket keeper, who's the England first test choice now.
153 for 5. Cox bobs at the knees as Majid goes in, bowls to him on the legs, just calmly goes back, turns. It could be a second, but no, Sykes got in sufficiently quickly to the ball anyway to dissuade Cox and Travaskis potentially trying a second run. Travaskis in this competition with the bat. 3 not out, naught as Majid bowls to him. He looks to turn it off his legs. There's a big appeal for leg before, but it was both high and would have had to do straight and plenty, bowling from around the wicket. Just finish that 12 and 2. So no real track record in the competition for Travaskis with the bat as yet. Perhaps today will be that day. End of the 29th. Over 154 for 5. Surrey firmly on top at the moment.
The tune's blaring out. There's a few speakers just to our right hand side. So 154 for 5, chasing 297. Pivotal period of the game. I'm thinking of Liam Travaskis winning that T20 for Durham against Leicestershire at the Upton Steel County Ground. Was that 3-4 years ago in a similar situation where his team were under the pump and he batted with the lower order. He's not quite in that situation. Ben Cox is a very adept batsman, but he's shown he can do it under pressure. The steal to continue. It is from the Paul Abbott end. Past the umpire now, he bowls and back goes Cox and flicks it into the leg side, square of the wicket. Sorry, straight of the wicket, and a single is added. 155 for 5.
You have to give it a beat, the scoreboard. Getting into the rhythm. Sometimes it's 2 or 3 beats.
Very quick, very pacey run up for a spinner, and that's a flatter delivery. Just drags his length back a tiny bit there, does Steele, and there's a single as it's glanced away into the leg side. 156 for 5, and now into the 30th over.
We're having a little competition of how many bits and pieces of equipment we can run off a single plug. I think we're on about 18 at the moment.
In comes Steele, back goes Cox and pushes this through cover. And he'll pick up a single, so Leicestershire working in singles in this over. So we've got 4, well no, yes, hold on. How many is that? That's about 9 plugs coming out of 3 different extensions. I don't think we should say that,
going to one plug.
Yes, I don't think we should say that, should we?
Well,
fire safety's not going to be happy. Steele in, tosses it up. Oh, and goodness me, Travaskis went for the big heave there. He went for the same shot that Budinger was caught out by, and he's going to tempt that. He's got a deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket, aiming for those shots. If you time it, if you get a slog sweep correct, it's sailing, but if you don't get it quite right, you might pick out the fielder. Here is Steele to the left-handed Travaskis, and there's a beautiful leg for wicket again. His right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Travaskis. He's going to have to do a huge amount from that angle. He's going to have to pitch in line with the stumps, stay low, really straighten up. So it's a strangled appeal. 157.5. Sun's just dipped behind some clouds to our right-hand side as Steele is in. Back goes Travaskis. That's a pleasant cut shot. He's going to get 4 for it. Actually, it's a great chase, and it does go for 4 in the end. Fielder out there nearly crashes into some Kibworth locals, sat on their deck chairs, but everyone's safe and happy. Nobody even moved.
I was just thinking, yeah. Conor McCurr was a fairly hefty unit, isn't he?
Yeah.
Ended up absolutely lying at their feet. And they just sort of looked down and nobody sort of jumped out of the way or offered him a hand or...
It's always bemused me that. You see that in all sports, really. Whenever someone falls into the people just sit there and don't do anything.
So in the end, with that 4, it's slightly better over for Leicestershire. 7 runs off the over. And they needed something like that just to sort of get themselves going again, but one of these two, possibly both, although Tom Scriven is a pretty decent batsman. He's to come as well, but no Ben Mike. Majid is in, bowls. Cox is forward, carefully, stylishly actually, pushing it out into the offside.
I like the way he bats, Cox, always have done since he's joined.
Waits with bat raised. Majid bowls, drops a fraction shorter. He cuts and cuts finally down through the slips. That should have enough on it. Steele is in pursuit, but does drag it back. I thought that was going to have enough. As a consequence, he saves 2 runs. Good work by Cameron Steele, whose pursuit was enthusiastic in the extreme and justified that enthusiasm. 2 to Cox. Majid bowls. Cox leaves outside off stump, stepped forward but left his bat raised. Applause from one of the Leicestershire players on the balcony for the restraint shown. Majid is in, drifting down towards Midland leg and fullish, so turned by Cox out into the leg side. Ooh, that was a sort of angry throw from Sykes coming in there, and it was a little bit wide. Very, very good backing up, saved overthrows. Cox settles for 2. 165 for 5. 4 off the over so far. Majid bowls. Cox goes back, turns the ball into the offside. Slightly angled bat, but doesn't really time it as well as he would have liked. And Sibley can get across from backward point to make the stop. Majid bowls. Oh, very clever little paddle sweep, if you like, around the corner by Cox. Might not go. Again, it's chased down by the fielder running back from backward square boundary. And as a consequence, it is just the 2. James Taylor, the fielder. Good fielding by Surrey. They've pursued everything to the boundary. Speed of the outfield notwithstanding. 167 for 5, so 6 from that over from Yusuf Majid. 31 have now been bowled. And just a little bit of momentum been regained in the last couple of overs by the Foxes. What they have to do, Adam, is if they take it deep, you never know. As Sussex found a couple of days ago. Suddenly they got close. John Simpson, who has now scored 435 runs against Leicestershire for once out this season. For once out. Made another extraordinary innings.
He's more than capable of doing it. Steele will continue, and he bowls a delivery that crashes into the pad. Again, there's a very half-hearted appeal from Steele and nobody else because of the angles. It's right arm bowler over the wicket to the left-handed Liam Travaskis, number 80 on his back. Broad-shouldered Travaskis, not the tallest. His legs wide apart. Bat horizontal at about hip height as he waits now for Steele and now sweeps. Oh, I don't think he made any contact with that at all. It comes off the gloves of the wicketkeeper Blake and dribbles down towards short third man.
He would, as they say in Yorkshire, have trouble stopping a pig in a passage. Travaskis. Bow-legged stance.
Steele it is. With his leg spin, reverse sweep this time, and he picks out the man. There possibly was a single there, but it's not taken. He picks out the man at short third man again. Taylor, who's been quite busy in this game, he's done plenty of bowling. The ball's followed him around slightly. So the score remains 167 for 5 in the 32nd over. Steele, dark brown hair, makes his way in now. Crunches into the pad of Travaskis. They'll run a leg by that time, and so 1 more added to the total, 1 more off the chase. 297 the target, 167 for 5 is the score. 168 for 5 now, excuse me. Now the right-handed Cox waits, bat raised in red top, green trousers. And he goes back, pushes this with a nice arched blade behind square on the offside. He takes the single. And the score now 168 for 5. 169 for 5. Sorry, it's that extra beat. I will delay it more in future. 169 for 5. Settled down a bit now. The shadow's beginning to lengthen. It's still a glorious afternoon. Steele. Swept, and there's an appeal for low before wicket again. That's not going to be given for the same reason that all of the others haven't been given. And that is the end of the over. Steele is bowling very well indeed. And that means there's just 2 off the over there, Richard. So 169 for 5 is the score, with 297 the target. 33 overs gone.
The runs comparison remains reasonably close. But Surrey just 1 wicket down at this stage. Leicestershire 5. Needs to be a big stand. Dan's going to see if we can beat the record, extend it even further in it. If you hear a loud bang, you'll know what's happened, folks. Majid is in from the pavilion end, bowls to Ben Cox, who is forward, just pushing the ball into the offside, but more or less straight to the fielder, so no run. Cox steps away, just recomposes himself. On 18 at the moment, goes back, steers it towards point. Travaskis is momentarily interested in the possibility of a single, but Cox sees that Sibley is quickly on to the ball and sends his teammate back into his ground. Sun behind cloud, a bit of wind getting up at Kibworth as Majid is in. Back goes Cox, and this time does steer it into the gap. In the covers Barnwell, who's been all on his own out there on the boundary for much of this innings, when not bowling, obviously. Fields and Cox takes 1, moves on to 19, 170 for 5.
Game's become a little sedate.
Majid bowls. Back goes Travaskis, he's bowled him. Might just have turned back in a fraction. It was a wide stance again from Travaskis. I think he was trying to steer it into the offside. Turned back into him, and Travaskis is slightly tortured. Innings comes to an end. Managed just 6 in the end. Liam Travaskis, he faced 10 balls. He hit 1 for. Just struggling for a little bit of touch and form at the moment. Travaskis may be hampered slightly by this back injury that he seems to have been an issue for much of this season for him. Tom Scriven will replace him, and well, then Leicestershire down to the bowlers, and this really the last partnership that they can really hope for great things from. But they can hope for great things. Both these two are very competent batsmen.
So 1-2-7 to win. The run rate's fine.
Yeah, the overs in hand is good, you know, 17 after this one, but wickets in hand, not so good.
Yeah, and Scriven comes out. He has got a first-class 100, has he? But he's got a few first-class 50s now for Leicestershire. Batting as low as number 10 in what seemed laughable, but was actually a very good demonstration of just how deep Leicestershire's batting went in the county championship earlier this season. He could be a 7, Scriven, couldn't he?
He could, genuinely. He could. Yeah. You know, I think he could bat tops almost 6 really, but not going to get that opportunity for a while. Highest first-class score is 78. Highest list A score 42, and people will be going, "Oh, what are you talking about him, really?" But when you see him bat, he doesn't get many opportunities, and he's often sort of not out, and he looks very correct. Majid is in to him. Don't let me down now, Tom. Who's solidly forward, off stump, pushing the delivery out into the offside. He's scored nearly 1,200 first class runs. No, he hasn't. He's conceded them. 577 first class runs to his name. I thought that sounded an awful lot in a relatively short time. Majid is in. He's driving pleasantly. He should pick up a couple. Barnwell has a lot of ground to make up to the ball, and indeed Cox, who's running to the danger end, calls for the second. So Scriven off the mark with a couple, but a successful over for Yusuf Majid. He's picked up an important wicket in it. 174 now for 6 off 34 overs. Adams departing. And Dan Whiting's going to come back alongside. He's had a successful spell off the mic as far as Surrey are concerned. They've just tightened their grip on this game. And I would suggest now, Dan, they're 80% favourite, something like that, I would say, with Leicestershire having 6 wickets down.
Yeah, you think so? Yes, you'd think so, but, you know, this game has a funny habit of biting on the derriere at times. Steele in and swept very pleasantly away by Cox. He's a good sweeper, isn't he? Good.
Yes, he is.
Gets balls into where you don't expect them to go. What's Steele got in his armoury already? Has he got 3 wickets? Cut away by Cox. Just for one, goes out to Ollie Sykes. But the introduction of spin has been crucial. 170 for 6 now. So that's played into the covers. Tom Scriven, Berkshire lad.
Yes, went through the Hampshire system.
Yeah, I think he's Oxfordshire born, wasn't he? But
yes, he was, yeah.
played his club cricket, was it Ilsley or someone like that in Berkshire?
More known for its race horse training. There's a racehorse training centre, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Lambourne that way, isn't it? See, young Archie Bailey made the squad for Gloucestershire the other day, 18-year-old, son of Kim Bailey, the racehorse trainer. As that's just squirted out into the offside. They're going to come back for 2. They're going to take on Ollie Sykes. And that's well run. Scriven.
Now, Kim Bailey trained a winner at Cheltenham when I was horse racing correspondent of the Gloucestershire Echo, a festival when he wasn't the Isterbrack trainer, was it? Well, I think it was one of the, I think it was the Gold Cup winner.
Okay. That's just played into the onside. Who would that have been? When was that? Sort of a late
90s. It was the year Isterbrack won the hurdle, the champion hurdle.
Okay.
Isterbrack died the other day.
Did he?
Yeah, I remember reading it and saying, "Oh, well, he had a good old innings in the end."
If you got the black clear, registration WV14.
Just about 3 months in as horse racing correspondent of the Gloucestershire Echo, worked out which end was which horse. That was about as far as it got, but enjoyed the human aspect of it.
There was a few, I think Fergal O'Brien's up in that neck of the woods just outside Cheltenham as well, wasn't he?
Well, David Nicholson was the big local man.
Right.
Majid is in. Oh, I thought that was going to be a stumping chance. He fired it in outside off stump. Scriven had used his feet to come down the wicket, but Scriven adjusted brilliantly. That was really well bowled by Majid, who can't believe what's happened there, because Scriven dabbed it away. We had to reach for it. Blake was waiting with his gloves to whip off the bail. Scriven looked to be in real trouble, but he just got enough on it, squeezed it through slips, and it's, well, the slip area, and it's run down to third man for 4. Scriven on to 9 already. Majid is in, bowls to him. He goes back, works it out towards cover. Sibley moves to his left to field and gets his throw away, but it's slightly wide, and Cox, who's quick between the wickets, had made his ground.
Yep, Scriven winning Battle of the Berkshire Boys, because Yusuf Majid's a Slough lad originally.
Looks around him, happy enough with his field, it seems. No adjustments, goes in, bowls. Cox is forward very correctly, forward defensive, straight from the coaching manual. And he holds the pose, he's pleased with it.
Very
You got your photos, lads, he says.
textbook.
Majid bowls, little paddle sweep, beautifully timed, but his head goes down in disappointment because he's hit it straight to James Taylor, and it shot across the ground to him, yard or two either side. 4 runs. As it is, blob, nothing. In goes Majid and bowls, back goes Cox, works it out through the gap towards Barnwell, coming in from the offside sweeper position. Takes 1.
Just having a chat with Sean Jarvis whilst I was on off air, and he's very pleased with, you know, what Kibworth have done here, and hoping for a Leicestershire win in the last over.
In goes Majid, bowls down the wicket, goes Cox, and he's cleared, long gone. Beautiful shot. Well, I beg your pardon, Scriven. Beautiful shot from Scriven, who's been aggressive from the start. He moves on to 16, but, well, I'm quite pleased about this in that it justifies what we were saying about him as a potential sort of top 6 batsman. He's a ridiculous amount of potential as an all-rounder. And I do feel in the end that he's almost one of those who could become a batsman who bowls as much as a bowler. His role at Leicestershire has to be as a bowler almost, and he's a very effective one as well, but he is a genuine all-rounder.
I think you guys are missing Ben Mike here. He would be the man in this situation, wouldn't he?
He's a big hitter, Ben. That is for sure. But Scriven, as I say, is probably a more technically correct sort of batter, really.
Yeah.
But this is the partnership. You do feel it's these two who have to take them very close.
Steele. That's short and pulled by Cox out to long on, where Ryan Patel is patrolling. There's no long off, is there? Just got Sibley, is that? Or James Taylor, can't see. Just played into the offside through point. Is there a long off? I can't see long off down there. I can't see if there's no one down there.
It's just a mid-off.
Yeah. So I wonder if Steele is bowling a lot of googlies. That didn't look like it. That looked like a standard leg break. Or he's going into the pitch because he's got no protection out there. It's an interesting field. Steele. That's come off the back of the bat, hasn't it? Or off the pad.
Yeah, genuine edge.
It's going to be 1, whatever it is. But Cox looked like he was trying to turn that leg side. And ball dribbles away down to Taylor. There, that's the googly. Scriven picks it and pushes it out to Ollie Sykes for a single. It's a decent bonfire going away over there. It's been smoking away either there, or Phil Tufnell's lurking in the trees. 1 into the onside. So that completes the... Is that the 36th. So 197 for 6. 14 left.
36 overs.
100 to win.
We're 192 for 1. So,
yeah,
but there was a clatter in the last 10, wasn't there? So
yeah, and I thought this was at the stage where Surrey probably left a few runs out there as well.
I think I'd still very much rather be in Surrey's position here with wickets in hand, so to speak, rather than to the way around. But I'm wondering if we're going to go back to McCurr, who bowled his first 4 overs for just 12 runs, took a wicket and only 3 runs and over. now is probably one of the key moments one feels in the game. If he bowls as well as he did early on, it could all be over quite quickly. Tall South African-born McCurr runs in and bowls and hurries. Cox a little bit, gets a thick inside edge as he goes back and runs around the corner towards backwards square, sort of leg gully area. Blake comes up from, he's a long way back there, which is an indication of the speed at which McCurr's getting it through, but also it's a tribute to the pitch in a way.
Yeah.
You know, it's rewarded the quicker bowlers.
And yet the spinners have done the damage for Surrey. They've bowled them back into the game, haven't they?
McCurr leans forward, gets into his stride and bowls. Back goes Scriven, turns it out towards square leg. Good sliding piece of fielding by Ben Geddes, gets his throwaway, keeps them to 1.
I think it's been a very good cricket wicket. I mean,
cracking.
We've seen at the moment 500 runs for 12 wickets.
Yeah, pace in it is so important, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not flat. And it's not dead, but it's slightly responsive. McCurr is in, bowls full, very pleasant, firm defensive push with a really nice high left elbow from Ben Cox. Runs it out as far as mid-off. No run. I haven't mentioned Burns' name that often. He manages to sort of keep out of the fielding.
He often
flying
does.
A fire, doesn't he, somehow?
He often does. I mean, he's always at mid-off, but he just sort of goes under the radar.
Watches with his hands on his hips, then he walks in following McCurr, who is in and bowls, trying to whip him away through the leg side. He's gone, leg before wicket. Cox can't believe it, and pointedly and rather dangerously looks at his bat before having to head off. It was full and it was straight. He tried to clip it away through mid-wicket, and you do feel now that the writing very much on the wall as far as the Foxes are concerned. 199 now for 7.
Yeah, 29 for Ben Cox and Conor McCurr, who has been excellent in this tournament. Yeah, Ben Cox just needs to be a little bit careful, shaking his head as he's walking off. You can get a level, you can get a demerit point, can't you, for that? He's got to be a little bit careful these days. Not like the good old days, Richard.
Well, young Sam Wood comes to the crease. This will be his senior debut with the bat, because although he played in the T20s, I do not recall him batting. Let me just... No, he played in 2 T20s, but he didn't bat in either. He played against Derbyshire, bowled 1 over, bowled 4 good overs against, actually 4 overs against Derbyshire, and didn't bat in either that game or that against Notts. So this is new to me, as well as every other player out there.
You've seen him as often as I have, then, Richard.
Pretty well with the bat, yes.
Yes.
Left-hander. Well, he's coming in at 9, which is quite high. But it's not going to be easy.
Is he a local lad?
Yes.
Yeah.
McCurr pacey. And he goes, bowls, and Wood is beaten on the outside edge.
Good
Steps
carry.
bravely forward, but as you say, a little bit of bounce.
Even with the ball 36 overs old, there's still good carry in this wicket, isn't there?
Yeah, but 18 overs old, they're still new from each end, remember? So
of course, yeah.
They do
keep their firmness.
Yeah, it makes for a better game, I think.
Yeah, I do.
More of an even contest, bat and ball. Nothing left of the white balls after 30 overs, are they? They're bad enough after 20, really.
Yeah.
In goes McCurr, and bowls foolish, jammed out by Wood, and he's going to get his first senior run for the Foxes. Gets it past Geddes at cover. Sykes covers behind his teammate, but that is the run that brings up the Leicestershire 200, but still an awful lot to do with only three wickets in hand now after 37 overs. They're 200 for 7, needing another 97 off 13 overs.
Yeah, batter's just having a conflab mid-wicket. Look at that crowd, still keeping the beer tents busy, keeping the ice cream van busy.
I saw the ice cream van doing when I was over there, doing good trade, better than the food outlets, but it was mid-afternoon at that stage.
People have probably had their lunch by then, haven't
Exactly.
they? Yeah. James Taylor back into the attack, and does he play a shot there? Has that come
taking
off the
evasive
pad?
action though. He was trying to duck out the way. So no, he says no. I thought he was trying to move out the way there.
Yeah, he's given it not playing a shot. I think if it had come off his upper body, yes, but it sort of hit him.
Fair enough.
Pushed his derriere into it, didn't he? Somewhat.
He did rather. You have a nice bruise there to show off.
Yeah. Welcome to professional cricket. Here's Taylor, and Wood just plays that into the mid-wicket region. Ben Geddes doing the fielding.
Who's to come? Chris Wright would presumably come in next.
Wright can give it some long handle, can't he, or not?
Yeah, I think he's struggling a bit with his ankle, and we shall see.
Taylor. Wood just plays that into square leg where Geddes comes round, does the fielding. He's a good fielder, Ben Geddes. He's impressed me actually on the road. Rugby School 62 on Friday. Follows it up with a 61 here.
Yeah, he was good, wasn't he? I would have thought Roman Walker might come in before Chris Wright. Well, will do. He can give it a whack.
Taylor. That's run down off the face, down through the vacant slip region, and down to Conor McCurr down at third. Be nice for Leicester to have a dip here and give us a little bit of excitement, give the crowd some excitement. Here's Taylor. Played out into the offside. I can imagine the crowd here can get quite vocal, quite noisy when the Foxes are going well.
They're not too bad. It's not like being at Chelmsford or something.
No.
Right.
Chelmsford or Taunton.
Yeah.
Canterbury can be a bit lively on a Friday night. Taylor, and that's played through point where Barnwell comes in off the line and throws it in. End of the 38th, 202 for 7.
Yes, the Friday night footy crowds. But just 3 runs from the over in the end. Limping onwards. Can they take it deep? I mean, there's still 12 overs. 12 overs is a lot of cricket.
Yeah.
And if they can be together, these two, perhaps in another 4 or 5 overs' time, add another 30, who knows, 25.
It's almost a quarter of the innings.
Yeah, exactly. In goes McCurr, and Wood gets it away down to third man, plays it well. He's not jumping around in his crease, he's getting into line, he's playing well, he's looking to get on the front foot if he can.
Obviously I don't know what the T20 is like in the North Group, but I believe that Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire can get a little bit tribal perhaps.
Yeah, I mean Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire can certainly, because of obviously the
Yeah.
Odd relationship between the two. Yes, they can get lively.
Yeah.
McCurr leans forward, then he straightens up and bowls, but nicely played by Scriven out into the offside to Barnwell. On the boundary, takes 1. Scriven on to 21 now. And he's only faced 14 balls. And he's, as I say, looked pretty solid, pretty good.
Yeah, he does. He looks like he's got potential to be better than a 9, put it that way.
He is. I'm absolutely better than a 9 for sure now already. McCurr around the wicket to the left-handed Wood, who's again getting on the front foot, rather squirts the ball off the face of the bat. Good stop at backward point, means no run.
Yeah, Sibley
Just stretches his back a bit, Sibley. He's okay.
He's got through a lot of work in the last, well, less than a week. Last 5 days, 6 days. 330 runs.
McCurr bowls short. That's very high. That'll be a no ball on height. Wood sort of vaguely went to get in a position to hook it, but we had a sort of perfect view of that in a way, and it was a good 2 feet above his head.
Yeah.
High. Again, tribute to the pitch, really.
Yeah, definitely.
Good, hard, bouncy pitch. Probably startled McCurr a little bit, I would imagine. In he goes. And bowls slightly short on his toes is Wood. He wants one. He's going to have to hurry back. If the throw hits, he's gone. It didn't hit. Sibley had a lot of time there, but he had only one stump to aim at. He went chasing down the pitch, Wood. He was sent back, rightly sent back by Scriven, and, well, he was a yard short of his ground when Sibley's throw went past the stumps. No great reaction from the Surrey fielders.
No.
Get his hands on head for a while, but it's funny, isn't it? They know they're obviously out of the competition, Surrey, so in goes McCurr and bowls. Wood drives, thick outside edge, and it's going to go down to third man for 4.
Yeah, we can't put fielders everywhere.
Well, if Leicestershire are not bowled out, they're not going to be far away. But
No.
it's quite a big if, that, isn't it, when just 3 wickets remain. We've seen it so many times. Take it deep, you never know.
You never know.
McCurr in again to Wood bowls. Clipped down the leg side. He's going to have to hurry. Patel, he's going to get there, though. It must have been mostly thigh pad, I suspect, because it didn't go very quickly down towards fine leg. And indeed, umpire Pratt raises a right knee. Doesn't look to the scorers for confirmation that they've seen it, just assumes that they have. 2 is added to the score. So 213 for 7 off 39. 10 off the over.
Yeah.
11 off the over, actually. 11 off the over, so what's the equation now? Leicestershire need
84 off 11.
Yeah.
Where's your pocket
Scoreboard's
money,
ahead
Richard,
of the
right?
scoreboard's
Where's your
ahead,
pocket
yeah.
money? Still on Surrey?
Yeah, but yes, just.
James Taylor. So that's worked around the corner down to Yusuf Majid. Down at fine leg. Just for a single. Sorry, could do with just splitting this partnership. It's starting to, it's not ominous yet, but it's starting to become a little bit of a thorn in their side. Taylor to Wood, who plays that out to Dominic Sibley at mid-on. Crowd still enthralled here, aren't they?
Yeah, they know it's not quite over. 83 off 64. That's not a bad equation, but just with 3 wickets in hand.
Taylor. That's a bouncer. That's a good one.
It was, yeah. Well
Just
played,
keeping Wood honest. Not allowing him to walk down the wicket at him.
83 off 63.
Taylor. That's a pleasant shot out to Burns at mid-off. See, Rory does touch it occasionally, Richard.
He does. It's partly also, you get that impression because he's not particularly demonstrative in the field.
No, he's not. He's quite a quiet guy, actually.
Yeah.
But I think he's, I mean, you know, in the dressing room, the boys say he's a very good skipper. I like the way he skippers, especially in the county championship. And looks like he's going to be the first man since Brian Close to take his side to 3 in a row, as that's pushed into the offside by Scriven. Yeah, it's I mean, if he doesn't, then Surrey will be disappointed with a capital D.
Be harsh to sack him under those circumstances.
It would be. It would be. No, he's a popular guy. He's a nice guy. He's, you know, he's pretty quiet, but he's he. What do you say? He's not demonstrative. So that's drilled out to mid-on, and thought Sibley might have a shy there, but maybe lack of backing up means that he doesn't have a go. 216 for 7 at the end of 40.
So 80 off the last 10 with 3 wickets in hand. 80 off 60 balls.
Yeah, at this stage Surrey
Is
were
the equation?
225 for 1.
Still just 1 down, were they?
But as we said, we thought they left a few runs out there.
Could yet be close.
I think so. I think we've got a good finish lined up here.
80 off 60 balls. 8 and over. But just 3 wickets in hand. Had they 5 in hand or something like that, you'd be thinking, maybe. But
Leicestershire could do with some boundaries.
they could. Wood to face McCurr. Round the wicket goes McCurr. Driven hard down into the ground, but it bounces up nicely for Sibley at backward point to stop it round about. Head high to his left. And it bounced over him, but it would have needed a big bounce because Sibley's a big fella. In conversation with Steve O'Shaughnessy at the moment. Dom Sibley. They must become very familiar with each other, even if you're on the same, you know, the umpires and players against coming up against players they've played against many times before. McCurr is in, bowls a bouncer. Wood ducks it, looks kind of hopefully at umpire Pratt, but it was a little bit further pitched up this time, and he did duck it.
Well, I had a stage this season where I did Gloucestershire v Essex on the Thursday night. Jack Chantry was there. I did Glamorgan v Surrey on the Friday night. Jack Chantry was there. And then I did Surrey versus Kent at the Oval on the Sunday. So I saw Jack Chantry 3 times in 4 days. I think he was on the verge of taking out a restraining order on me.
McCurr bowls. Wood plays it nicely towards wide-ish mid-on. Barnwell has no, was it Patel out there? Has no great distance to make up to get to the ball. It's Patel who makes the stop. Wood takes 1. 79 off 57 is the equation for Leicestershire. 3 wickets is the equation for Surrey. Or squeeze. I think they prefer the 3 wickets.
I think they're happy to squeeze, and they'll pick up their wickets through Leicestershire frustration.
Where next for Surrey? Back home or?
Chelmsford Friday, not far.
Not too bad. McCurr back over the wicket to the right-handed Scriven. Bowl short, pulled around the corner by Scriven. He's got very quick hands, bounces up awkwardly for Sykes, and as a consequence Wood calls for the second. Scriven makes his ground with a great puff of dust as he runs his bat in to the crease.
Yep, and then on Sunday, the A23 derby. So a trip down to Hove, to good old Sussex by the sea.
Yeah, it's always a pleasant trip, isn't it?
Yeah.
See, Adrian?
Yeah, I like Hove.
You can't not. Everybody's favourite trip, I think, really, especially if you're there for 4 days. In goes McCurr, bowls, Scriven outside off stump, just making a little bit of room. It was full, wide, and he steered it away. Barnwell's throw is just wide enough to make the second safe. So 2 and 75 off 55.
Is that your favourite trip? Worcester's mine.
Yeah, it's definitely Hove.
Yeah.
Just, you know, for the outside entertainment, really.
Yeah.
It's a great fun place to stay and walk down the seafront or go on the beach. Or, well, beach. It's not a beach, is it? It's
a few stones.
Stones, isn't it? Speaking. But it's a fun place to be. In goes McCurr, bowls and pulled around the corner nicely off his hip. That could be 4. Great dive from Sykes. He got there, got his right hand to it, but could only slow the ball as it crosses the ropes in front of the little electronic scoreboard. And that is the boundary you were talking about, really. 226 for 7 at the end of the over, so 9 from it.
Yeah, how many is Steele and Majid bowled? Because I wonder if it's time to bring them back into the attack and say to Wood and Scriven, right, you're going to toss this up and you've got to hit the ball.
Majid has bowled out. 10 overs, 1 for 56. Steele has 7 overs to his name, 2 for 38, and he is coming back. So they've listened to your, they've tuned into your brainwaves. So he's going to see if he can tempt Scriven or Wood into indiscretion here. 71 or 54 with 3 wickets in hand.
Here is Cameron Steele. This will be a contest, I think, that could make or break the game for the Foxes. Well, and for Surrey, but I think that they're going to need to, they can't just milk him for ones, they need more than that, don't they?
71 or 54.
Pocket money still with Surrey, Richard? Or?
But it would just be pocket money, I think.
Yeah. Let's just play it into back to the bowler. Steele starts well, as they say in all the coaching manuals. A dot ball is a hot ball.
The current run rate is 5.4. They need 8.1.
Yeah, and that's just going to creep up if they can keep it tight. It's just played out into the offside for 1. Is that Patel off on the boundary there?
Is that the first ball of the over?
Second.
Second.
Yeah.
Right. So 70 or 52 now.
Steele just tossing the ball from hand to hand. So that's played into the offside through point. Sykes throwing it in on the bounce.
Welcome to listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra again to Kibworth Cricket Club, 10 miles or so south of Leicester. The denouement of this one-day cup match between Leicestershire and Surrey, and it could be a lot of fun. It's getting tight out there.
Steele tosses this one up a little higher. Out to Patel. Just for a single. Oh, one's enough.
Leicestershire 229 for 7, chasing 297 to win the game. We are just over halfway through the 42nd over.
Cameron Steele. Oh, that's well bowled, and good gloves from Josh Blake. Tidy. He's impressed me in this campaign, Blake. He looks a good keeper.
Yeah.
He got 50 as well.
Pleasingly unfussy as
Yeah.
well.
That's almost a little bit of caught and bowled, but still finishes that with 2 dot balls. So 229 for 7 at the end of the 43rd.
Yeah, just the 3 runs from the over, which means Leicestershire still need another 68 runs from the final 8 overs. So 68 off 48 balls with 3 wickets in hand. The men at the crease are Tom Scriven, young all-rounder, who's a really fine prospect, fine Leicestershire prospect. He's 32, not out. And making his one-day debut for the Foxes, a young seam bowler called Sam Wood, and he is 13 not out. He's facing Conor McCurr at the moment. Conor McCurr bowls to him. South Africa fast medium bowler bangs it in. Wood, who's a tall young man, bats left-handed, bowls right, up on his toes, blocking it out into the offside, and there is no run. 68 off 47. Leicestershire, no, really, they do need to win this game. Surrey yet to win in this competition. Leicestershire have some difficult games coming up, and if they are to hope for a 3rd place finish, this is almost a must-win game. McCurr is in, bowls, Wood drives firmly down into the ground, bounces out towards extra cover. Another debutant, Ollie Sykes, is fielding out there in shade now. We had a cool, damp, grey morning, but the afternoon has been a delight really here at Kibworth, and a really good crowd, even bigger than last year, the 2nd time Leicestershire have played here. Best part of 1,400 people, the chairman tells us, are in the ground, and that is a really, really good response from the Leicestershire faithful, and plenty of the Surrey faithful as well, who've added Kibworth to the grounds at which they've seen their heroes play. McCurr turns, runs in, bowls to Scriven, who drives pleasantly, but only as far as Barnwell, who's the sweeper on the offside, and it is going to be a single as a result. Scriven on to 33, 231 for 7, 297 the target, remember, still sounds a long way off. If Leicestershire, once they get past sort of 260, a few nerves might creep in.
You never know, and pressure does funny things to sides, doesn't it?
These two came together with a score on 199, so we're already added 32. McCurr is in, Wood drives, bounces past his outside edge and taken, both hands pointing up by young Josh Blake. It has been a super pitch here at Kibworth. We've been praising it, club pitch, but it's been hard. It's had a bit of pace about it. Maybe one has stayed low, but by and large the bounce has been good or better than good, consistently bouncy, and it has resulted in some really good cricket. Very fast flat outfield as well. In goes McCurr. Wood hits it up into the air. It's going to drop short of Sykes running in from the cover boundary, trying to hit straight. No idea really where it had gone. Flew up into the air, but as I say, it's a super size, the cricket ground here at Kibworth.
Yeah, I can only concur with what you just said, Richardson. Thank you to the people of Kibworth, and thank you to all at Leicestershire County Cricket Club for looking after me on my travels, on my jollies up from London.
McCurr is in, Scriven drives very nicely, but it probably still would be just, no, they might get a second because it's a long throw for Barnwell from out there. And indeed it is to Tom Scriven, who Leicestershire supporters will be cross with me for saying so, hasn't made a mistake so far. He's not played and missed. He hasn't looked a really solid bat. Picks up 2 there, moves on to 35, 231 for 7 after 43.
And if he does make a mistake, You know, the commentator has absolutely no control over that.
No, but you kind of feel like you do,
You
don't you?
jinxed it.
It's actually 2-3-2. That scoreboard's a beat behind, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still? Is it 2-3-2?
2-3-2. Is that 43 or 44?
It's 40. It's definitely 43. Is it 2-3-1 or 2-3-2? Looking for confirmation. 2-3-2.
Cameron Steele. That's been drilled. One bounce though to Sibley. Thought it'd gone straight down his throat for a second, but Wood, who's moved quite serenely onto 16 now.
The scoreboard's frozen, which is frustrating.
Yeah. Steele to Scriven. Oh, that's a good take from Josh Blake. As you say, he's unfussy. He, you know, the ball comes in on a half volley from the outfield. He just makes it look easy, tidies things up, doesn't he? Steele. That's a big shout for LBW, not given. Reverse sweep from Scriven, and I wondered if his first mistake was going to be his last mistake.
63 off 41 balls, I think is the correct equation now.
Steele. In a big hoik, big hack, big heave from Scriven, and smashes it into his pad, and the ball dribbles out. It's Cameron Steele dotting up the deliveries though.
2-3-5 for 7.
And he comes past umpire O'Shaughnessy, and the leading edge goes out to Rory Burns in the covers. It's good this though from Steele. Just when Surrey needed somebody to take the pace off the ball, they were starting to leak 10, 11s and over. Steele's come back on and been parsimonious. Oh, that's gone through. Is that a bye or a leg bye? Leg bye. That's really good, Cameron Steele. Is that his 10 bowled out? No, that's his 9th.
This is his 9th over come down. Yeah, just gone.
So he's 2 for 42, 43, something like that. We can't quite tell from the scoreboard. We're slightly behind here.
It is 2-3-7 for 7 after 44.
Yeah.
Which means Leicestershire needs 60 exactly from the final 6 overs. So 60 off 36. It's an increasingly tough ask for the Foxes. They're going to have to clear the ropes a couple of times. Wood is on strike to McCurr, who is round the wicket. Bowles. Wood drives square, but only as far as the sweeper on the offside, and it'll be just 159 off 35. How tight can they make this? Might need a little bit of fortune.
Yeah, Surrey won't mind ones. Rory Burns can deal with those. All he doesn't want is 3 boundaries in a row.
They kind of need a biggish over, don't they, Leicestershire?
They need a 15 plus.
Yeah.
They need 2 of them, actually, I think.
McCurr is in to the right-handed Scriven, who blocks him down towards backward point and takes one. Cameron Steele is the fielder. The Sussex fielders inside the circle are pretty much on the circle, the 30-yard point, with the exception, in fairness, of Geddes, who's trying to save one at mid-wicket. But as you said, down there, reasonably content with a single off the ball. Increases the run rate every time. McCurr turns and leans forward, gets into his stride. Bowls to Wood, who backs away, clubs it out towards third man, wide third man, and it crosses the ropes. Cheers from the Leicestershire balcony and from the Leicestershire faithful down there around the scoreboard. They needed that one, but young Wood is playing a brave hand here. Batting, first time he's batted for Leicestershire. He moves on to 21.
He looks all right, doesn't he? He looks a decent player.
You can see why he went in at number 9. He's gone in ahead of Roman Walker and Chris Wright. They can all bat, these boys, can't they?
All
These
of them.
days.
Gone are the
they're all
days
around
of,
us. There's no rabbits anymore.
Chris
they really
Martin,
are.
Mark Robinson.
No, Charlie Shrek.
Brendan Bracewell.
Fond memory. McCurr is in again to Wood, who swings it hard down into the ground. It bounces back to McCurr, who throws the ball at the stumps, misses them, and the ball is fielded.
Yeah, if he'd have thrown that back
Josh
at the
Blake.
batter, it would be 5 penalty runs.
Had it hit him, yeah. We've seen a few of those of
just
late.
Needs to be a little careful.
He didn't welly it, did he? In fairness, he was quite careful the way he threw it. I've seen a few bowlers lose their heads in those circumstances.
I've seen batters also whack it away for 4. Well, not 4, but
243 for 7. As McCurr is in and bowls. Wood backs away, follows him, and it goes between the batter who missed the ball and the stumps and is taken to his right by Blake behind the stumps. Needs to stay in line if he can, young Wood. Not try and do too much that's different. Wait for the bowler, if you can, to make the mistake.
in fact, I recall a certain Australian gentleman in the Leicestershire lineup doing it in the Sheffield Shield, which was most amusing. Played a forward defensive back to the off spinner, he threw it back at him and he hooked it 4 through mid-wicket.
54 off 31. McCurr is in to Wood, who hits it hard down into the ground. It bounces fairly gently out towards mid-off. The very calm Rory Burns, the Surrey skipper, fields. He doesn't have his ponytail anymore, does he, Burns?
No, it's gone.
When did it go?
End of last year, I think.
End of last year?
Yeah, end of last year.
45 overs have been bowled. Leicestershire are 244 for 7.
At this stage,
Sorry, mate, go on.
Surrey were 265 for 4. So Leicestershire maybe 20 odd behind, but
53 off the last 5. It's been done.
yeah, as we said earlier, that thought Surrey possibly left a few runs out there. So you never know. You never know. 5 overs to go. Cameron Steele in, and that's gone, stumped. Blake. We've said about his hands, he's had a brilliant tournament, and there he grabs one for Surrey just when they need it, and Cameron Steele strikes again, and that's the end of Sam Wood.
Well, he played a pretty good hand, Wood. Stumped for 21. 244 for 7, so 45. He played his full role in that partnership of 45 for the 8th wicket, but mops his brow. Wood now down to Scriven, who is 36 not out, and Roman Walker. Walker.
Is it Walker or it is Walker? Yeah,
yeah, absolutely. He clumps a big ball, Roman. He'll need to get in, and Scriven is probably saying to him, look, there's a ball or two there if you want. You know, don't try and hit your first ball necessarily for 6. Steele, well, you called for his reintroduction a couple of overs ago, and it's been a game changer as such, but you do feel as though it's made a big difference.
Yeah, and what I like to see about Cameron Steele is he's got the guile, and he's also got the heart to actually toss that one up a little bit higher. And Wood.
I was saying earlier that I'd like to see Majid just give it occasionally a bit more air than he actually does.
A little bit darty, isn't he?
A little bit.
Steele.
Toss.
Walker gets off the mark. First ball. Barnwell comes round quickly, keeps it to 1.
Well, having said all that about not trying to hit his first ball for 6, that was a full toss, and perhaps he should have tried, but he was calm. He worked it to mid-wicket.
I thought he was going to whack it halfway to Market Harbour. Steele. Tossed up and driven out to Burns. Coming round from extra. Just 1 run.
246 for 8, so 51 still needed by the Foxes.
Pushed through point by Walker for a single.
50 to win, 49 to tie.
Again, it's been done. Steele tossing that up. Pushed it into the onside. They want two. Barnwell's coming in. Oh, it's a throw. Just too much bounce for Burns. And thought it was going to be one of those that Barnwell launch, ricochets off the stumps and deflects down towards the score box for 4 runs. But good weight of shot there. Scriven pushes that Steele, scrambling across for making sure that's a dot ball. That completes Cameron Steele's spell, and he's
3 for 47 from his 10 overs, so that's a pretty good effort from the leg spinning all-rounder.
Yeah, he's been fantastic in this tournament. 12 wickets in it. Surrey haven't had the best of tournaments, but Cameron Steele has been a beacon of light.
48 needed from the last 4 overs. It does sound a lot now.
It's 2 a
12
ball
and
now.
over. Yeah.
Yeah, once it goes
With 2
over
wickets
2 a
in
ball,
hand, it's you're going to have to clear the ropes a few times. Roman Walker's capable. McCurr is in from the pavilion end, the Fleckney Road end. Down the wicket goes Walker, working it out towards mid-on. You heard the Celtic cry of no. It was an order, wasn't it? It wasn't a suggestion from Roman Walker.
well, South Welsh people have this thing about North Welsh people that they finish every sentence with "yes, no way," and which, when you're calling running, is probably not the ideal scenario.
There was no indecision there, was there, from Roman Walker? Big man at the crease. Bat looks very small in his hands. McCurr is in, bowls 2 of him. He goes back into his stumps, but well bowled by Conor McCurr. Pins him back in his stumps, and all Walker can do, he's got quick hands, is turn it as far as Gedders at mid-wicket. So 2 dot balls to start the over from Conor McCurr. Scriven wanders down, has a word. Not much you can say. He's trying to get it away for one. Not been able to connect. Scriven has 40. Walker has a couple. Sun back out. Trees casting long shadows now. McCurr is in. Walker drives mightily, but it's only going to go as far as mid-off, where Burns, falling to his left on the edge of the circle, makes the stop. So 1 from the first 3 balls is excellent from McCurr, increasing the pressure all the time.
He's another one who's had a very good tournament.
Can Scriven get a couple away to the boundary? Needs to do so in this over, one feels. McCurr leans forward, runs past umpire Pratt, bowls, big swing, thick bottom edge, trickling down behind the stumps from Tom Scriven. Blake just trots to his right to field, and 1 is taken. 1's simply not enough anymore for the Foxes. 251 for 8. Still need another 46 runs, and they are running out of time and balls. And indeed wickets. Only 2 left now. McCurr is in and bowls, lofted over mid-off. That should run away for 4. Burns gives up the chase. Fine shot from Roman Walker. Just stepped away, gave himself that little bit of room, and it was a foolish delivery from McCurr. Walker able to get underneath it, pumped it away over mid-off, and picks up a much-needed boundary for the Foxes. 255 for 8, 42 now needed from 3 overs, and I think just the 1 ball.
I think so, yeah.
McCurr in, bowls Walker, steps away again, this time clubs him out towards long. On Patel lets it go through his legs. Oh, that's extraordinarily poor piece of fielding, and he He sits for a while in embarrassment as much as anything, I would think. He was looking to try and save 2 when his object should have been to make sure you stop the 4, really. Get everything behind it. Long barrier, if necessary, and concede 2. And McCurr and Patel, well, McCurr gives him a slightly accusatory low 5.
I wouldn't misfield one off Conor McCurr, I tell you.
So consecutive boundaries to finish the over for Roman Walker. Just keep Leicestershire in the game, really. 2:59 for 8.
That's Conor McCurr finished 2 for 54.
Correct.
Off his 10 overs with 1 maiden in there.
Leicestershire
well.
need 38 off 18 balls. Oh, he's not quite lost. 10 off the over for the Foxes.
What's going to be interesting is who's going to bowl from the Fleckney Road or the Pavilion end, because they've got Barnwell, but he went for 27 off his 2. I can't really see him coming back. I think they'll go for Ryan Patel.
Well,
it's going to be a difficult choice.
A 15 over now would make life very interesting, would make things seriously interesting, wouldn't it? But 38 of 18 still surely favours the bowling side.
Yeah, Ryan Patel's getting loose. James Taylor from the Paul Abbott end. And that's a misfield. That's taken a wicked bounce in front of McCurr. Some singing from the crowd, I don't know.
I couldn't quite make out the words, and that was possibly as well, I suspect. Well, McCurr, having seen Patel field in a fairly similar position, does the same. Wasn't going quite as quickly, was it, though?
No.
So only conceded 1 extra unnecessary run. Still, 36 off 17.
Big over this. Huge over. Taylor. That's... No, it's not down the leg side. I think he's gone across there and tried to manufacture something.
Yeah,
maybe that's just gone over the top of the stumps.
Stepped to the offside, didn't he? Went down on 1 knee, tried to lift it down too fine leg. There is a long leg. He's quite fine, so would have had to go almost directly behind him.
Crowd gripped here, though.
36 off 16.
That beautiful Kibworth. That's played through mid-wicket. Barnwell's coming in.
Ooh.
They're not going to take a second on. And that's good work from young Nathan Barnwell. Out on the mid-wicket boundary.
35 off 15. Walker's shown he can put bat to ball to good effect. Gonna have to do so here again.
Ones are okay for Surrey. They don't want to be leaking boundaries, though. James Taylor in. That's in the air. That's going to be 4 runs. Runs down away in front of us. And well fielded by Adam Whitty, who was on commentary with us earlier. Nice to see. Nice long barrier. Well drilled as a coach.
Better than both McCurr and Patel managed. That's how to do it, gentlemen. Form the long barrier.
I'm saying nothing.
He's quietly pleased, you know, over there. He made this stop.
Taylor, and that's 1 out to Ollie Sykes, the debutant.
267 for 8.
Ooh, it's getting tight. It's getting tight.
Walk on to 16.
30 needed.
13, as you say, from 13.
15. 13 balls.
13. 30 from 13. Could do with a couple of overstepping no balls if Surrey wouldn't mind. Oblige you.
James Taylor. That's a good Yorker. That's exactly what was needed. Spears one in, and that's a dot ball. 267 for 8 at the end of the 48th.
30 to win off 2 overs. That is a big old ask for Tom Scriven and for Roman Walker. Scriven has 43. Walker has 16. BBC Radio Leicester Sports editor Adam Widget inquiring of the club photographer whether he'd managed to get that particular moment.
Here's Barnwell.
This could be a big one because Nathan Barnwell, bless his heart, has bowled only 2 overs in this innings so far, and they went for 27. Well, Leicestershire need 30 from 2. This is the over that they have to target. Walker and Scriven. This is the over that has to go. They've got to probably take 20 from. Certainly get the majority of the runs. Certainly 16 plus from the over if the Foxes are going to get close. So Barnwell from the pavilion end.
I reckon he's got to go into the pitch.
I agree.
And I think that's why you've got deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, deep long on. What he can't do is give any width outside off stump.
In he comes from the pavilion end, bowls to Roman Walker, who hits it up into the air. Where's it gone? It's going down towards third man and it's caught.
Yusuf Majid.
Third man, Majid. He was trying to club it straight, I think. It took the top edge of the extra bounce, banged it in the pitch just as you suggested, Dan, and that feels as though that's that really. Not quite the final nail in the Foxes' coffin, but Walker gave of his best, as young Wood did as well. Well, Chris Wright comes to the crease now, with Leicestershire needing 30 off 11. All he can really do is just get it away for 1 and try and get Scriven on strike.
Yeah, good little cameo there from Walker. He's given his side a glimmer of opportunity.
He kept them in the just, didn't he? He kept them involved, but you do feel now that that might be that. Scriven is a fine player, as I've probably bored you already by saying numerous occasions, but he's not necessarily a slow. He's sometimes getting it away to the boundary doesn't sort of come naturally to him. He plays proper shots all the time, and
but he's had a good game. He's got a couple of wickets.
Yeah, no, he's a really good prospect for the Foxes. Barnwell is in to Wright, who just dabs him calmly down to third man and takes the 1, showing the benefit of his very considerable experience. Chris Wright, and he leaves it to Tom Scriven. Right, Tom Scriven, 29 off 10. You're going to have to get it to the ropes at least 3 times, probably in the next 4 balls, if the Foxes are going to get anywhere near this score, this target. It's been a good day out for the 1,400 or so spectators here, though, at Kibworth, as Barnwell is in and bowls short, goes for the pull. Scriven off the front foot, misses it, and it is taken by Blake, so a dot ball. Well bowled, Nathan Barnwell, who's bowled the first 3 balls of this over in exemplary fashion, really.
Yes, he has. Shown a bit of character, come back well.
Yes.
Now please Gareth Batty, or please Jack Brooks, the bowling coach at Surrey as well, who's here with the side. They know, both those two know about character.
Barnwell in, Scriven hits him high, over, long, off for 6. Well, length ball, Scriven backing away, drove it high, and that is his 50. Brilliant innings from Tom Scriven. It's come off 38 balls, includes 2 4s and 2 6s.
That is an incredible shot from Scriven. It wasn't even a half volley, and he's just timed the pants off of that.
So 23 off 19, I think. In goes Barnwell. Bowl short, pulled by Scriven's got to. No, it won't be 2. It's going very quickly. They're going for it. If it's a decent throw, it isn't a decent throw from Ben Geddes. It's a little bit wide. It bounces nastily for Blake. Not much he could do with that. Scriven picks up 2, moves on to 52, 276 for 9. The scoreboard now bang up to date. It's doing its best to keep up.
Do they want a boundary here, or do they want 1 so Scriven can retain the strike?
21 off 7 balls, isn't it? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. So
I think he wants a boundary, really. I don't think he's really got the choice, has he?
If it's a hittable ball, he's got to try and hit it,
yeah.
I think, and then see if can get one away or get it away for 1. Barnwell is in, and Scriven hits it up into the air. It's going to drop well short of backward square, and they're going to take the 1. They're going to, might as well in the circumstances.
Yeah.
So 1 over to go. 20 runs to win for Leicestershire. 19 will get them a tie, but it's going to need a couple of 6s are going to be needed. 277 for 9 with 1 over to go.
First ball goes for 6. This could be very interesting, couldn't it? You're listening to Dan Whiting and Richard Ray here from Kibworth, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport apps, 5 Sports Extra, and live on the Leicestershire stream, as we've had an absolute thriller here, where we've had close on 600 runs, 15 wickets so far, and it all boils down to this over from James Taylor, who comes into Scriven. That's gone in the air. Barnwell happy to just let that bounce and not take the risk of it going through him for boundaries, and they scamper through for 2. 18 off 5. Taylor again going into the pitch. Oh, you can cut the tension here with them. The crowd's just gone completely silent, hasn't it? They're all just concentrating on this marvellous game of cricket that these two have produced here at just a wonderful venue. I love this place. Here is James Taylor. Yorker! Oh, what a catch! Ryan Patel! Surrey win by 17 runs, and Graham Thorpe, that one's for you.
Well, super catch diving away high to his left by Patel, having let that fall through in the previous over. Tom Scriven, well, he did his very best for his side, but he's gone for 55. Leicestershire all out for 279. And as Dan said, they have lost by 17 runs. Their second defeat in the competition and a first win for Surrey. They are off the mark in the competition. Too late, probably, from Surrey's point of view. Well, definitely from Surrey's point of view, to have a chance of qualifying for the quarterfinals. Leicestershire's chances reduce. They go to Yorkshire in 2 days' time on Thursday. That is now an absolute must-win game for the Foxes. They gave it their best, but in the end, Surrey just got too many runs. But it's been, as you said, Dan, a great day, and a really enjoyable day's cricket here at an outground, a lovely outground.
Yeah, it certainly has. Budinger was 70. Thought he was going to actually dominate this. I think if he had gone on, I think Leicestershire would have won, but Cameron Steele winkled him out. And there were contributions from Rahane, Hanscom, Cox in the middle order, but all got out when well set. And despite a enterprising 55 from Scriven and 20 odd from Sam Wood on debut, and Roman Walker with 16, I think that Dominic Sibley's knock has ultimately just pushed Leicestershire out of it. Sibley with his second 100 and away outground in the last few days. But thank you to everyone. Thanks to Srikan on the stream. Thanks to Ollie here at Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Thanks to you, Richard, for having me.
Always a pleasure.
And I'll tell you what, this is an absolutely gorgeous venue, and it's a lovely, warm, friendly cricket club, and I've had a lovely day.
Well, hopefully we'll be back here next year. They've had 2 very successful games here at Kibworth over the last 2 seasons, and it's really much enjoyed by the spectators as well as well, everybody who comes here. So one up for the One Day Cup, I think, and for county cricket. But yeah, thank you, Dan, for your company. Thank you for those who been with us on all the outlets. BBC Radio Leicester will be doing a podcast, a cricket show podcast. We'll get the interviews and we'll get them out to on air over the next sort of hour or two.